Uganda, many young women are juggling the demands of work and new motherhood. Whether in markets, offices, factories, salons, or shops, they work long hours, often without a place to breastfeed and care for their little ones. Yet, breastfeeding
by the name Dilisha Bang, and I'm working with Uganda Uganda Limited as a private utility, and I'm a breastfeeding mother.
Across Uganda, many young women are juggling the demands of work and new motherhood. Whether in markets, offices, factories, salons, or shops, they work long hours, often without a place to breastfeed and care for their little ones. Yet, breastfeeding remains the most critical foundation for early childhood development, supporting growth, immunity, and brain development. Gain Uganda, in partnership with the Ministry of Health and other stakeholders, is working to ensure access to safe, supportive spaces at workplaces so women can give their children the care they need without having to choose between work and well-being.
This program is there to support them to ensure that they're able to breastfeed within first 1,000 days of the baby, which are very, very critical with those effects which cannot be reversed.
At GAIN, we are interested in exclusive breastfeeding because that's the most important period for a child's life, and that's when they get the most. Breastfeeding because it will help the entire Ugandan population, because we'll have a young generation that is clever, is smart, they fall sick less, therefore we'll have a very, very productive population.
We are working with the 10 companies so far, and this which include companies like Aponya Uganda Limited, MTIC, Bread and Company, Nile Agro, where we are working with them to ensure that they create that conducive environment to support the breastfeeding mothers. And now we are thinking of adding more other companies going forward to spread across the country, to ensure that he spread across the country, to ensure that he will create a breastfeeding community where mothers are freely able to breastfeed.
We have received
Across Uganda, many families rely on staple foods like maize flour, posho, rice, and millet. Affordable meals that form the backbone of daily nutrition. Yet during mealing, essential vitamins and minerals are often lost, leaving these foods low in nutrients our bodies need to fight malnutrition. While large-scale millers are fortifying their maize products, most small-scale millers are not. Yet they supply the majority of food consumed in homes, schools, and workplaces. As a result, millions, especially children, miss out on nutrients critical for healthy growth. GAIN Uganda, in partnership with the government and the business community, has made great progress in supporting large-scale fortification. Now, the focus is on reaching small-scale millers. Together, we can make fortified food accessible to every Ugandan, no matter where it's processed.
At GAIN, we've walked the fortification journey with Uganda. So we worked, since 2007, we worked with the Ministry of Health to work on the food fortification regulation. And at that point, we didn't have a policy in Uganda that requires specifically, explicitly for fortification. And we are so happy with the successes we've had with the Ministry of Health. The regulation was updated, and it was updated to require any producer of maize flour, cooking oil sold to a large-scale producer of those products to fortify. So the regulation requires that if you're a producer of cooking oil and you produce more than 10 metric tons per day of cooking oil, you have to fortify that cooking oil. If you're producing maize flour and you produce more than 20 metric tons of maize flour per day, you're required to fortify. So that was the regulation. On the policy aspect, that's where we worked with the Ministry of Health.
I want to say that we have worked with GAIN in the past 20 years on food fortification. And one of the things that we have achieved is ensuring that we have the policy and regulatory framework in place. We were able to work on the food fortification regulations for sugar, for edible oil, and for cereals like maize. And this is really to guide the industries on fortification of these staple foods.
GAIN has been with us right from the inception, even before the Food Fortification Act became mandatory. GAIN supported us at the time when we were volunteering, because for us we started with voluntary fortification. So GAIN was here for us. They extended the technical support to us. They extended the premix, the fortificants. Fortificants are very expensive. But that time, they supplied us with free fortificant to run it.
So there is a policy component, there is a technical component that has to be supported for the micromillers to be able to fortify. And that's a gap that we're trying to see how to address with all the communities. For example, we've started some pilot work in Jinja with the Kazimingi small scale and micromillers, where we are testing out a model where if we can support a few of them to be with the microdoser. So it's an equipment, a very simple equipment that they can use to still feed their maize flour within their existing production system. So this is an addition to their production system, which is very simple. They can just attach that bit of equipment to still add more premix or fortify it. We're also providing them with that fortificant so that they don't pay for it, because then it's expensive. So it's a model we're currently testing out. And these Kazimingi millers are the ones actually supplying the entire communities in Busoga. They are supplying the Mwiris of this world, the Mwiri Secondary School, Mwiri Primary School. They're the ones supplying them. So we are testing out this pilot to see if it can work. Then find other stakeholders, other players who can support for us to actually roll it out throughout the country. Because right now we are actually, as a community, we're eating maize flour that's not fortified.
So fortification is a process that helps us to reduce nutrients into the food to make it nutrient rich. And it is one of those cost-effective ways which we can use to fill those nutrient gaps for us to be able to meet the nutrient requirements of the body. So by us consuming fortified products, we are preventing those critical conditions. For example, the vitamin A deficiency, iodine deficiency, vitamin B12 deficiency. So by us consuming those products, we are indirectly preventing some of those deficiencies from happening in our bodies.
So we also need to start embracing that if you're a farmer or a family person who has your maize and you're taking it to your miller, tell him no to just not separate the white from the brown, just as a whole. So we also need to now re-engage, sensitize the community that the maize is better if it's not white, when it has all the nutrients which make it brown. So eat the brown maize. Eat the brown maize flour. It actually has more nutrients than the purely white.
That's loud. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's much better. That sounds like you've had some coffee. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, if you haven't had coffee, like my sister here, Sarah Kajing, there's Ugandan brewed coffee, not the other thing that they mix with water. No, real Ugandan brewed coffee. And some really nice Renzori tea from the mountains that can kickstart your day. And we would like to welcome you. It's 9 a.m., but we'll allow for about 5 or so minutes for us to be able to start. Mine is just to welcome you, first of all, on behalf of the conveners, the Minister of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives. The ministry is grateful you could join us this morning for what is going to be truly an exciting conversation. And again, on behalf of their co-conveners, GAIN, welcome to what is going to be a very interactive full-day session. I hope you've come prepared for, Ambassador, I hadn't seen you. Good to see you, Your Excellency. Welcome, welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning. We are just holding for a couple of people who should join us in a few. As soon as they're here, we'll be able to start. It's a very packed program, but we are hopeful that there will be many takeaways because this is a very critical conversation that drives us to our tenfold growth. And we're happy that the MSMEs are here in the room. I see captains of industry. I see our friends from the Private Sector Foundation. I see our friends, the scientists in the room. I see a great group of members of different associations that are present and representing your associations. So welcome. Coffee is served in case you haven't picked your coffee. It would be nice to do that now because when we start, we'll run through the formalities, the anthems, the prayers, and then the opening session, and then dive into the very first session, our panel discussions that will be looking at the different policies that we will be having a conversation on. And again, as I mentioned, this is participatory. And so everyone here in the room, based on the platform that you've used to register, we are happy to take your comments and questions. And so it's an interactive platform. So we hope you can use it to just share with us as much as you can. If you don't have today's agenda, it's on the tables in front of you. But we've also provided a digital version, which is on the same platform within which we registered. And if you're here and you didn't register with us on arrival, in case there was a bit of traffic at the entrance, you can do that. You can let us know. Any of the ushers will come to you, and we can digitally register you so that we know you're here and that you're representing a specific organization here with us this morning. So once again, on behalf of the Ministry of Trade and on behalf of GAIN, welcome to what is truly going to be a participatory consultative session through the day for the different panels, and that will only be preceded by our opening session that should be happening shortly. We have, we will of course be joined by several other participants online, and we welcome them. Those of you who are joining us virtually, thank you for joining us. Please leave your questions and comments in the comments section. We'll be happy to pick them. And again, the Secretariat will be sharing with me some of those questions and comments through the different sessions. We want to welcome our partners, the embassies that are represented here. I just saw one of our directors at NPA just coming in. We want to welcome all of you, our stakeholders, and thank you for joining us this morning. So shortly, as soon as I have the green light, I will take us through the formalities, and then we'll come into the opening session and then quickly dive into our very first session, which will be focusing on nourishing growth, strengthening MSMEs in fortification, biofortification, and food safety, before we then take a quick dive into the other sessions and then lunch. And after lunch, we have three sessions rather, And then hopefully, if we manage your time, we should have our closing statements right before 4:30. And so for all the moderators who are here, please note we will try to manage as much your time as much as we can, because we have to squeeze all the content in through this morning and the early part of the afternoon before we take a break. So once again, welcome. We welcome the heads of different agencies who are here. We welcome our private sector partners, and we want to welcome our development partners, all of you who are here in the room. And thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Trade and on behalf of GAIN for joining us for this National Catalytic Stakeholder Consultation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try this again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So we would like to start, and may I request that we all be upstanding. We'll stand, and shortly we'll have the anthems and then a word of prayer. I have put on notice our Commissioner Patrick Mugisha to lead us in the word of prayer after the anthem. So may we be upstanding for both the Uganda National Anthem and the East Africa Anthem. Anthems, please. may I invite Mr. Patrick Mugisha to come and lead us in a word of prayer.
Thank you, my brother. Let's have ourselves and pray. Almighty God, we thank you for the gift of a new day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of friends, the gift of family, the gift of being able to do business and also to take on leadership roles in different capacities for the private sector, the government, academia, NGOs, development partners, and everyone in attendance today. I want to thank you for this bright new day. Thank you for making this day happen. We just thank you that this has come to pass, and everyone who's here was definitely meant to be here by your guidance. And whatever we speak, deliberate on, what we decide to consult, what we decide to discuss in details in every way, let it be as per your guidance. We pray for wisdom, and we pray that even those joining us online, it's going to be an opportunity to embrace technology to bring inclusivity in the policy-making processes. And I want to thank you for the partners that have also stood with us to make this possible. Everyone in their respective capacities, those that have made it here in physical, we thank you and we honor you. May this day bring good fortunes to each one of us and just help us to build this economy to the best place that you want it to be. We've got a strategic role to play as policymakers, private sector, development partners, NGOs, academia, and every aspect of every stakeholder here. We pray for your grace and mercy in everything that we do. Let this engagement go in the direction that you want it to go, and let whatever we discuss here be what is going to inform these two policies that are going to be the game changer for this country to fit directly into the Tenfold growth strategy and to make sure that we achieve our aspiration as a country. We pray all this believing and trusting through your precious name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. May we take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this National Catalytic Stakeholder Consultation on the review of the Uganda's MSME Policy 2015 and the National Standards and Quality Policy 2012 and the launch of the Guide for Good Governance of the National Quality Infrastructure Institutions here in Uganda. Our theme for this National Consultative Forum is co-designing inclusive and demand-driven policies for Uganda's tenfold growth transformation. We want to welcome all of you, our key stakeholders who are here in the room. I want, in a very special way, on behalf of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and on behalf of the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition Gain, welcome you to this consultative forum. We want to appreciate all the key stakeholders, MDAs, the heads of different government departments and agencies that are here, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors and heads of our development organizations and development partners. We want to recognize the private sector, and we have the Vice Chair of the Private Sector Foundation here. We want to recognize all members of the various MSMEs, your associations, and all the stakeholders who are here in the room. Thank you so much for joining us for what should be truly a participatory conversation on driving or at least having an inclusive co-designing framework this morning. And we will be looking at, of course, the demand-driven policies for Uganda's tenfold growth transformation, as Patrick did mention, including in the prayer. So we want to start. We will have this opening session first, and thereafter dive into the conversations later this morning. We welcome you here, our physical audience, but also welcome our virtual audience that are joining us. So to kickstart our conversation this morning, allow me invite our Commissioner in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Commissioner for Business Development and Quality Assurance in the Ministry, Patrick Mugisha, to come and make welcome remarks. May we warmly welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning once again. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol. We're waiting for the top leadership of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. And we all believe that time is money. So let's start. You know, political leaders are never late. They're just delayed. So, but let's start. Yeah, so thank you very much. You all look wonderful. Yeah, amazing. Each one of you. And I'm so happy that this has come to happen. It's happening now. And for all that really considered to be part of this engagement, some who may have reached out to you a bit late, but you managed to take that bit of energy and make it here. We thank you. We thank you very much. So really, today is your day. Today is for each one of you to be able to reflect and say, when did policymakers, when did government ever reach out to us before kickstarting the policy development processes to get our views? How many have been involved in this kind of engagement before? How many? I can see only less than 10 hands, but most of you, I'm sure, have been involved in workshops or engagements where they call you, please come and validate this document. How many have been involved in this kind of engagements? They call you, come, validate this workshop or maybe policy. How many? By show of hands? Very many. There, of course, numbers are going to increase, but ideally, you may have no room to change anything because it's already cast in stone. So we want to do things different. We know Uganda's economy is largely driven by the private sector. That's very true. We can't dispute that. And additionally, we're all aware that Uganda's private sector is largely driven. The engine of Uganda's private sector are MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And one of the key critical paths that every MSME wants to leverage on is the power of standards. So that's why, as a country, we're so keen on building a sustainable and inclusive national quality infrastructure. That's why the two policies, the MSME policy of 2015, which is due for review, the 2012 policy for national standards and quality, which was due in 2022. This is the time that we really want to reflect on how do we turn this round, because so much has happened in the last 10 years. When we launched the 2015 policy for MSMEs, we were talking about the MDGs, Millennium Development Goals. Now we are finalizing the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. In 2030, we don't know which other global agenda is going to be thought of. But I think we just want to be forward-looking to make sure that these policies are going to be designed to also be forward-looking and to really meet the dynamic issues at hand. And your participation is critical. It's starting now, but it will continue until we've got these strategic documents in place. So you're most welcome. Feel at ease. There's no correct answer. There's no wrong answer. Your views matter. Your voices have to be heard. Because at the end of the day, I, as a policymaker, trying to lead this process, I can only be limited by my mandate. But you are the implementers. Let this policy speak to what you really want to see. The guideline we are launching for the good governance guideline, as we build a comprehensive national quality infrastructure system in the country, these guidelines are going to help all the key actors in that space to really know how to keep check of what they need to do. These are good practices that are going to be well supported and articulated. This process, colleagues, we also want to leverage on technology. Technology should be at the core of policy development processes. I want to call on stage Mr. Carl Seguya, as we are contemplating, how do we make this process inclusive? How do we also interest the tech-savvy youth of this country? So we decided, let's embrace AI. How many know what AI means? AI? Yeah, I mean, this AI has come to stay. It's either you lock yourself in or you're going to be erased away, you as a person. So I want to show you, to demonstrate to you, as we're planning this event and moving forward, how are we going to utilize AI strategically to also be part of this process? Carl, you have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to see you. My name is Seguya Carl, once again, and I'm an AI developer. I'm here particularly to encourage everyone to make sure that they use artificial intelligence in their processes, whatever event they have, whether it's business, they have to see how to incorporate artificial intelligence. So we have an AI chatbot that we are using. Please make sure that you use it for every kind of question that you have. We want you to have a very perfect guest experience. So I would love someone just to just tap the start new chat. Someone over there, over the computers. Please tap start new chat, just below. Below, yes, start new chat. No, on the red icon. Start new chat. Even please go on your phones as well. Please go on your phones. The link is just eventaichatbot.com. So it's going to ask, have you registered? Then if you've already registered, I believe most of you have already registered. So just say yes. Yes. So when you get onto your phone, just tap the yes button. Please tap the yes button for me. Okay, so when you tap the yes button, you get that dashboard, okay? Scroll down, please. Scroll, yes. So you get that dashboard, so you can say AI assistant, scroll down. Then AI assistant, ask me anything. Okay, so how can I help your experience better? You can just ask a question, maybe you can ask, if you could help me type what trade policies are available. What trade policies are available. So this AI assistant is able to look at the trade policies that are available under the ministry and guide you on how particularly you're going to use these policies. Okay, so to thank you based on the Uganda National Trade Policy, there are several comprehensive trade policies available that focus on domestic and international trade development. Scroll down, please, so you can see how it's analyzing for you all these trade policies and the Ministry of Trade, okay? Okay, these are the policies. So even if you wanted to ask maybe, how can I enhance my business to align with the policies, make sure you summarize the statement for me, or make sure you do this. So it's there, it will ask you, how can I help you explore more about today's consultation sessions? Would you like me to help you plan your day around specific policy discussions, connect you with relevant exhibitors? I believe there are no exhibitors, but a guide to speakers who can provide you deeper insights on these trade policies. So I will stop there, but we want to enhance the way you're all working. So there is the event agenda. If you want to download the event agenda, you will find the event agenda on the AI chatbot, and I think that is enough. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I truly appreciate it.
There you go. So, I think I'm much older than Carl, but you can see if I don't connect with him, I'm left out. So thank you very much. You can try that out on your own phones and see how to navigate around that. Ask anything. Post issues, your feedback, comments. That should actually be able to help you with that. With those few remarks, My brother, Maurice, thank you very much. You're most welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate the Commissioner, Patrick Mugisha? There have been conversations, especially with the young people, and I know the President was speaking to young people the other day, and he called them softies, yeah? I don't think the young man who was here is a softie, because clearly he's found a way to do business with us. And as mentioned, the chat box is really going to be a go-to platform for us most of today, including receiving your feedback through the day. And as mentioned, because this is catalytic, I think catalytic, in a way, without including digital, would not be catalytic. And I know if you're from Western Uganda, please stay away from that word, catalytic. It has L's, and so you're going to add R in there. It will sound terrible. So if you're from my place in Mbarara, please stay away from, just say stakeholder consultation forum. We will know what you mean by catalytic. So we want to welcome our country director again, Ms. Damali Sali, to come and make welcome remarks. She will also, of course, recognize key stakeholders, because this conversation is around demand-driven policy transformation. And so that can only happen if you build partnerships. So Ms. Damali definitely will talk about partnerships.
Thank you, Maurice. Since the Commissioner didn't go through the protocols, I'm going to go through the protocols. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, heads of government, ministries, departments and agencies, representatives of the European Union, representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, representative of SB4U, leaders of the private sector, the MSME community, business associations, development partners, academia, civil society, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Thanks. It is a privilege for me to be here this morning as we reflect on how Uganda can co-create smarter policies to accelerate tenfold growth in the country's economy with the private sector, particularly with SMEs at the core of this transformation. This is a thread that is going to be tied into every discussion that we're going to have today, into every action and every decision that we take today. This convening here today matters because Uganda stands at a pivotal moment. The Tenfold Growth Strategy and NDP4 has set up an ambitious target of a $500 billion economy by 2040. However, our SMEs, which form 98% of all enterprises in Uganda and contribute 75% to our GDP and also employ 77% of our former workforce, operate in a policy environment that is largely shaped or was largely shaped in 2012 and 2015. So these policies no longer match today's realities. And the gaps in these policies, particularly in standards and MSME development, slow enterprise growth, they reduce competitiveness, and limit the quality of goods and services. And this takes us further away from achieving that ambitious target that has been set for Uganda. Therefore, this convening is not just a discussion. It is a platform to, one, align the government, the private sector, development partners, and MSMEs around one shared agenda. Two, to design policies that are evidence-based, demand-driven, and implementable. And three, to shift from consultation to co-ownership of the outcomes that will shape Uganda's business environment for years to come. So by the end of today, we aim to have a clear roadmap for policy reform that unlocks tangible growth for MSMEs and strengthens standards across all sectors. We continue to see why partnership and accountability are important for any policy review, and the discussions today will highlight how we can shape a stronger, more inclusive, and actionable process for sustainable industrialization. Therefore, co-convening this moment is a valued opportunity for us at the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, or GAIN. We are proud to support the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in this work, especially since we are bringing in our expertise in enterprise, competitiveness, food systems, and standards. Our role today is to enable and connect to bring diverse perspectives, including those of MSMEs in food systems. For example, our work with 300 SMEs over the last 3 years has provided structured capacity building in business development, product innovation, digital commerce, regulatory compliance, and preparation for investment readiness. So from this example, we can see that moments like this, consultations like this, dialogues like this matter because the right partners and attention can turn good intentions into tangible results. So today's deliberations are an opportunity to move our ideas forward. I encourage all of us to engage fully, bring diverse perspectives into the conversation, and strengthen the partnerships that make progress possible. By aligning our efforts, we can build stronger MSMEs, raise standards, and contribute to the practical steps needed to advance Uganda's growth. Finally, I would like to give special thanks to the Kingdom of the Netherlands that supports us at GAIN to deliver all the work that we continue to do. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to me.
Surely we can do better for our co-convener. Another round of applause for Damali Sali. And as I mentioned, and maybe it would be good to know, the members of the private sector, because our vice chair is going to speak. If you're a part of the private sector, clearly if you're an MSME, you're in the private sector. So if you're a member of the private sector, just raise your hand. Let's see how we are well represented in this room. All right, it's about 50%. Thank you. So listen, today is really about you and the policies that are, or the co-creating and co-designing that Damali was speaking to will only be generated by your feedback through the day. And so you will be the catalyzer in this conversation, because everyone else that didn't raise their hand either part of government or a development partner. That's very clear, right? So you are the most important people in the room. So to recognize you, we want to appreciate the private sector and invite our Vice Chair of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, Ms. Sarah Kajingo, to come and speak to us. And as Sarah comes, we want to appreciate all the partners, and I'm glad Damali mentioned them. Of course, they include ITC, SB4U, and of course the UNBS, our agency, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, who are here, and the Executive Director will be joining us shortly. So may I invite Ms. Sarah Kajingo to come and represent the private sector. Can we warmly receive Ms. Sarah Kajingo?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I acknowledge the protocol established by GAIN Country Director, Damali Sali, and I'll go straight to my remarks. But first, to bring you glad tidings from Private Sector Foundation and from our chair, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, the board, and our executive. Thank you, Minister of Trade and co-convener GAIN, for inviting us, the private sector, and especially the SMEs, to this national catalytic stakeholders consultation to contribute to the review of two cornerstone policies, the Uganda National Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises Policy 2015 and the National Standards and Quality Policy 2012. These policies have been instrumental in fostering enterprise growth in Uganda as well as quality assurance. But after more than 10 years, it makes sense it makes business sense for them to be updated to address the gaps in digital inclusion, youth entrepreneurship, and supply chain disruptions, as I shall highlight later. Micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises play a major role in Uganda's economy, contributing to job creation, innovation, and growth. And according to the Ministry of Finance, the statistics are staggering. MSMEs represent about 90% of the country's private sector, over 80% of manufactured products, and approximately 75% of the GDP. They employ at least 2.5 million people. Despite noticeable contribution to the economy, MSMEs are held back by a number of pain points. Their growth could be catalyzed by easier access to affordable capital, reliable electricity, and in 2023, we commissioned, in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, a study to understand the operational capacity, the cost drivers of manufacturing plants in Uganda. And we operate, manufacturing plants operate at only 43% due to a number of factors, including ineffective demand and power fluctuation. And this, I'm sure MSMEs are also facing. The growth of the MSMEs could be further catalyzed by lower cost of data and a stop to the delays in the certification of products. I know that incrementally, the government of Uganda has adopted a raft of proposals by the private sector foundation, and this year, 82% of our proposals were incorporated in the budgeting process. And among that, our major ask was that delays in certification of products are reduced, but we understand the systemic challenges as well as the financial challenges that the Uganda National Bureau of Standards faces. And it is our hope that as we review these policies, that UNBS can be accorded the financing they so generate in order to enable faster certification of products. The government of Uganda has also initiated several programs, which include the Small Business Recovery Fund, unveiled in 2021 as a PPP between government and participating financial institutions to provide credit to small businesses that were distressed by the COVID pandemic. The jury is out there for what has worked and what could do better to catalyze growth for MSMEs. I would like to speak to our partnerships with the development partners, including World Bank, MasterCard Foundation, and the European Union. And in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, we supported the certification of 200 products for 500 SMEs and partnered with the Ministry of Trade on a national startup policy that is yet to be rolled out. This startup policy is key to the definition of an MSME, which would then inform everyone, including development partners, on what support is rendered to MSMEs. And to the development partners, would like to say that Ugandans awoke to the industrialization agenda by government, and a number of young people, young women, and all of you in this room have a product. So your support as development partners should be catalytic to the growth of these businesses. Only recently, about 3 weeks ago, in partnership with World Bank and the government of Uganda, and especially Bank of Uganda, which is the aggregator, we unveiled the We Finance Code, which defines what a woman MSME is, and with that uniform understanding across banking institutions in the country, as well as the microfinance institutions, it is our hope that We Finance Code will again inform the understanding of what a woman MSME is, and therefore what support is rendered by government, development partners, and everybody interested in that growth. Over the years, and PSFU has made 30 years this year. We'll celebrate our 30 years early next year. We have grown to over 300 business associations, which is a combined 3.5 million businesses across the sectors that mirror Uganda's economy, including MSMEs, manufacturing, agriculture and agro-industrialization, professional services, ICT, tourism, and hospitality. But the biggest learning we have picked is that whenever we take a step back and listen, co-create, co-design, we deliver better, which is why we're able to create over 417,000 decent work opportunities for young people, and especially young women, because that was the framework of our partnership with MasterCard Foundation, and would like to see this incorporated in these reviewed policies. Because we work closely with the government of Uganda, there are a number of risks we are looking out for around the world, which include geostrategic disruptions, political volatility around the region. And you know that Uganda is a stability anchor, which is why we at the Private Sector Foundation are very invested in the stability of our country, because we cannot prosper, our business cannot grow without stability. Number two, you have noted the global disruptions, and we have been at the receiving end. Number three, non-tariff barriers. And because Uganda is not belligerent, and we continue to nurture integration, but we are always at the receiving end of the non-tariff barriers. It was heartwarming about 2 weeks ago for us to participate in the African Union Industrialization Week, convened once again by the Minister of Trade, where I, on behalf of the Private Sector Foundation and the private sector at large, used the opportunity to request the heads of state in Africa to never again take unilateral decisions that affect our businesses. In one of the sessions with the women that was attended by Damali Sali, I also spoke to what we sometimes contemplate, that maybe in order to resolve protectionism, we will now take to litigation, integration by litigation, so that we seek compensation for the losses that we incur. If a truck of products is blocked at a border, what happens is that the backward linkages, the losses we suffer are immense. A farmer, a smallholder producer is affected, the transporter is affected, the entire value chain, including agro-processors. So which is why we now are saying that as we review these policies, they should take consideration of the risks that we face, but also pivot to technological advancements around the world, especially artificial intelligence, which is no longer a buzzword. At Private Sector Foundation, we are already prepping businesses, and if we have not reached you in the near future, we will, and especially at the beginning of next year, so that you can adopt generative artificial intelligence in making sure that your operations are more efficient, but also for the governance of businesses, that our boards are run intelligently. We shouldn't be left out. And as I conclude, to drive private sector growth, the updated policies should focus on specific areas of improvement that address current challenges and leverage emerging opportunities. Incorporate provisions for digital tools, such as e-commerce platforms, marketing using AI tools, digital literacy training to enable MSMEs to compete in global markets. Promote green financing mechanisms, including incentives for sustainable practices such as renewable energy adoption and waste reduction. You all know by now, I'm sure, ever since Ministry of Finance's launch of the sustainability strategy, that ESG are fast becoming global standards onto which investors around the world peg their investment decisions. And now we will be reaching out to you to enable you understand what you need to do. You shouldn't be the business, the small manufacturer that dumps waste, the business that does not treat your people well, and that your governance is not in compliance with our jurisdiction's expectations. Investors and partners do not need your permission to look through your businesses. And as ESG rolls out in our country, sustainability, you have seen, has become a theme at every business summit. Sustainability reporting will be key. And so as we continue to partner with development partners to catalyze businesses, we will be reaching out to you on sustainability reporting. For the national standards and quality policy, strengthen regulation, but regulation should not be to limit. I have seen the fear-mongering around artificial intelligence. We are rooting for regulation and governance that enables innovation, that young people are enabled to make mistakes, to try, to experiment and refine. That should be where these policies should take us, not to limit us or regulation that then takes us back. These improvements will reduce operational costs for businesses, improve product quality, expand export opportunities, and attract FDI. I would like to speak to the African Continental Free Trade Area. And again, you know, we talk and talk every day. There's a conference in Kampala almost every 2 days, a business summit every corner of the country, and everybody drops big words. AFCFTA, African Continental Free Trade Area. We would like to have the MSMEs derive meaning from these big terms that we drop. When we say that the African market is 1.5 billion people, are we sure that the 1.5 billion people have purchasing power? How does an MSME get their products across the continents? with all these logistical challenges. So we would like to not simply talk, but some action, an enabling action that will not only catalyze businesses, but get us to access these markets, navigate and resolve all these challenges. In Uganda, we are happy with government that in building purchasing power, they have extended at least $30,000 to the parish under the parish development model in partnership with Operation Wealth Creation, which is the biggest civil military operation in Africa, a very unique one that has enabled production and now value addition, because again, it doesn't make business sense for us to donate jobs to other economies when we sell raw materials. So we welcome that capitalization of production, which will eventually improve purchasing power, but also eventually transform the livelihoods of people. So, and with that, we are critically thinking about remaining seized with advancing borderless financial architecture, because that's also limiting. And we increasingly are engaging the financial institutions as well as governments, because it's the governments that have plenipotentiary authority to represent us across borders. How can I use a seamless financial architecture to sell my product in Sierra Leone? Those are the pain points of an SME who wakes up, saves money, or borrows at a high cost to make a product. So ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, and Commissioner Patrick set the tone and said, this will be an interactive session. So I look forward to the views of the MSMEs, especially in this room. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate Mr. Jingo? And in a very special way, welcome the Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Mr. Deogracius Masagazi, who will also be representing our minister today. So can we warmly welcome Mr. Deogracius Masagazi? Thank you for coming, and thank you for having us here. I also, in a special way, want to welcome Team Europe, of course, the European Union, that are partners with today's consultative forum. So can we appreciate Team Europe, ladies and gentlemen, the European Union? And with that, allow me invite from the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Uganda, Andrew Biarohanga, who will represent Her Excellency the Ambassador in making remarks. Can we warmly welcome Andrew, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on previous protocol because I'm not sure if I will cover everyone, but representatives from the government of Uganda, the Ministry of Trade, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, representatives from the Ministry of Finance, development partners in the room, private sector, MSMEs, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, I'm not the ambassador. It would be interesting having an ambassador called Biarohanga, but I work as a program manager for trade and private sector developments at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I pass on regrets from my ambassador who wished to be here today, but was unfortunately unable to make it. So I deliver remarks on her behalf. Let me start by saying the Netherlands and Uganda share a very strong partnership, especially in business. Both the Netherlands and Uganda are very enterprising countries, very entrepreneurial, and the Dutch Business Association here in Uganda has about 80 members, but that doesn't really show what the Netherlands is doing here within the private sector. The Netherlands is the biggest source of foreign direct investment in Uganda. And this is not by mistake. When you look at the investments, you'll see, first of all, the Netherlands and Uganda are both very agricultural-based countries. A lot of the companies in Uganda in the agriculture sector are doing value addition, are working with smallholder farmers, and are exporting to the EU. The question is why? I think Uganda already has a very good climate, has fertile soils, so this is not a surprise. But then there is a conducive environment for investment and for business. And for that, I want to also congratulate or thank the government of Uganda for this. There's affordable factors of production. There's security and stability, which puts Uganda above its peers in the region. But most importantly, when you look at the Dutch private sector that has come to Uganda, you see that they are supported either by government incentives from the government of Uganda, like tax holidays and the like, but also they are encouraged by the government of the Netherlands, if I could put it that way. What I'm trying to say is private sector, the growth of the private sector cannot happen without stimulation by the government of Uganda, by the government of the Netherlands in our case. But without this intervention, you will not have the tenfold growth that we hope Uganda will achieve. In Uganda, the Netherlands is supporting various programs that support MSMEs. We have various business development skills that are imparted through some of our partners like AFC and FSME. We've worked to support the business environment through the World Bank, through a multi-donor trust fund. We have worked with MSMEs that are exporting to the EU in several value chains, including organic oilseeds, including tourism, including coffee, and a few others. We also have senior experts that come from the Netherlands to work with MSMEs and organizations. I could call them farmer organizations or associations. These experts travel to Uganda at the cost of the government of the Netherlands. MSMEs in Uganda accommodate them, and they work together for 1, 2, 3 weeks to improve your business practices and to also ensure that knowledge is imparted to the micro, small, and medium enterprises. We also have several access to finance programs where we work with the Dutch Development Finance Institution, FMO, to accelerate the growth of MSMEs. And we've also worked to finance SACCOs and commercial banks and provide guarantees to commercial banks that on-lend to the private sector. I mention all these to show that these interventions that the Netherlands is doing in Uganda play a small part in the growth of MSMEs, but an important role, because without the skills, without the access to finance, my sister Sarah Kajingo from Private Sector Foundation has already mentioned some of these bottlenecks. But beyond this, without creating the base, the foundation, which is a policy environment, without having updated policies, without having policies that relate to the challenges the private sector is facing, we cannot transform the economy of Uganda. But policy is only one aspect of this. Policy is, as I said, the foundation, but at the same time, the policy has to be built on, and the policy has to be built on by action. There's been a lot of, Uganda is a private sector-led economy, it's a private sector-led country, but what does that mean? That means that in order to grow the economy, you must support private sector in these various challenges that they might be facing. And it's one thing to have an updated MSE policy, but if you do not have all the branches of government supporting the MSMEs, then you have a very good policy on paper, but you will not see the growth that we desire in this country. We need the support from the judiciary. We have a lot of cases that are sitting in the judiciary that are holding back private sector growth. We need our taxman, URA. It's not just about the taxes all the time, but you need to have tax policy that is favorable. There are a lot of very positive political statements that are made to support private sector, but we want these to be followed with action. If one hand is supporting the private sector, we don't need the other hand to create challenges. And these challenges can be in many forms. But what I'd like to encourage is for a whole government approach. As the MSME policy is updated, as the standard policy is updated, let's have the ministries, the departments and agencies working hand in hand to work together with the private sector to see this growth that can transform Uganda and Uganda's economy. Let me end by saying that we are very happy as the Netherlands to support this stakeholder consultation. I'll run away from saying the big word that our moderator said people from Mbara cannot pronounce. But we're very happy as the Netherlands to support this. I see a very full room. I take that as an indication of the interest from the private sector, from development partners, from governments of Uganda to see that this policy is beneficial for all and can actually transform Uganda's economy. I also want to thank the government of Uganda for being proactive. About a month ago, I met with Mugisha, our commissioner from the Ministry of Trade, who said, we are going to have a stakeholder consultation, but we're not sure when, but we know it's important. So seeing that within a month, this has been able to come together and we have all of you here in the room, shows that the government is really eager to have this policy updated and is ready to actually do the task. Thank you. I wish that the stakeholder consultation is productive. I wish that the updated policies are beneficial to the private sector. And I'm here to commit that the Netherlands, the government of the Netherlands is here to work together with the government of Uganda, private sector, and all the stakeholders in this room to grow Uganda's economy tenfold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Andrew, can we appreciate Andrew and the Kingdom of the Netherlands? We want to thank you so much for sharing this conversation with us, but more specifically, and I'm glad he spoke to this, I know for a fact that, the fact that GAIN is co-convening, you have a lot of work you're doing together. Just recently, Her Excellency joined the President at the commissioning of the aquafish industry factory in Buikwe, and so clearly a conversation around nutrition, also value addition of our grain here in Uganda, and that's really why we're here. The conversation on transformation of our different sectors, including agriculture, supported, of course, by the Ministry of Trade and our co-conveners, GAIN. May I now take the pleasure of inviting Ms. Michelle Walsh, who is a team leader at the Green Transition and the Private Sector Delegation of the European Union to Uganda. You're most welcome. Can we warmly welcome our ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, good morning, everybody. Please let me start by observing protocol and offering my respects to the Undersecretary, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Special Presidential Envoy for Tourism and Trade, the Commissioner of Business Development and Quality Assurance, the Executive Director of Uganda National Bureau of Standards, representatives of government ministries, departments and agencies, Vice Chairman of the Board of PSFU, Country Director of GAIN Uganda, colleagues of the Embassy of the Netherlands and ITC, representatives of SMEs in the private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The European Union is very pleased to partner with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on this event to promote competitiveness in Uganda's international markets. With your ambition to promote employment and entrepreneurship in Uganda, as well as trade ties between Uganda and the European Union, the Ministry is indeed a key partner for the European Union in the implementation of our Sustainable Business for Uganda program. This Team Europe initiative invests 1.4 billion euro, so that's, I think, 5.9 trillion Ugandan shillings, in addressing obstacles to investment and private sector development, in facilitating trade cooperation, and in optimizing trade and strategic economic relations between Uganda and the EU. As Ms. Sarah from PSFU mentioned, some of the obstacles faced by SMEs: access to finance, access to electricity, access to certification, adaptation to global disruptions to trade, adaptation and integration of AI into SMEs, into businesses, and using digital tools, among many others. But I'm very happy to say that our program between Uganda and the European Union and our EU member states, that we collectively call Sustainable Business for Uganda, take into account many of those challenges, and we are working together to find innovative solutions. So, Sustainable Business for Uganda, what does that mean to Team Europe? So we are trying to focus with our Ugandan partners on 5 areas. Firstly, access to finance, investments in infrastructure, productive infrastructure, supporting the creation of skills and decent jobs, in particular for young people and in the green sector, trade and sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and of course, governance and accountability. With regards to access to finance, we have developed a number of facilities with our Ugandan partners, specifically targeting access to finance for SMEs. These include Uganda Green Enterprise Facility Accelerator, so that's UJFA, where the EU facilitates loans to green enterprises in the sectors of clean energy, waste management, mobility, tourism, and manufacturing. The START facility provides financing to agri-SMEs, which is implemented together with our partners, PSFU. We also have the Yield Fund, who I see over here on my right. The Yield Fund, which provides equity and loans to Ugandan SMEs. And of course, our support to ABI, Agricultural Business Initiative, to strengthen and finance production, processing, and trade in the agricultural sector. Within what we're calling productive infrastructure component of Sustainable Business for Uganda, we are addressing constraints to trading corridors and promoting access to energy for businesses. So this includes financing the rehabilitation of hydropower plants, last mile electrification, and improvements and extension of the electricity transmission lines. We also support clean energy or renewable energy providers, but also the adoption of efficient energy practices inside SMEs. On skills and decent jobs, in particular for the youth, and in particular green jobs. And I really emphasize as well the word decent jobs. We have partnered with Belgium to promote technical and vocational training, entrepreneurship promotion, and SME development through business development, incubation, financial services, and of course, access to finance. We are also working on addressing human rights abuses related to business activities in the fields of agriculture, in the fields of natural resource governance, and of course, the digital sector. The EU is among the top 2 sources of foreign direct investment for Uganda and a top destination for Ugandan exports. Since 2019, Ugandan trade with the EU has almost tripled from 500 million euros to 1.4 billion euros. So that's 5.9 trillion Ugandan shillings. So through Sustainable Business for Uganda, we are working to further enhance this positive trend. And this is why we have a very specific component on sanitary and phytosanitary measures under Sustainable Business for Uganda, as we aim not only to protect consumer health, but more importantly, to increase horticulture exports from Uganda to Europe. And this brings me very slowly to the subject of our meeting today, our collective activities to promote trade and investment. The European Union is working through ITC and together with the Ugandan National Bureau of Standards to improve the regulatory framework for institutions tasked with reviewing quality compliance, as well as broadly working with SMEs to strengthen their capacity to comply with regional and international standards. The guide that we are proud to launch today aims to streamline the work of national quality infrastructure institutions. And this is important because a well-functioning ecosystem of quality infrastructure backed by strong governance frameworks enhances economic performance by addressing technical barriers to trade. Quality infrastructure facilitates better access to markets and thereby encourages investment. We therefore very much welcome Uganda's national quality infrastructure institutions to fully leverage this guide as a means to promote even further EU-Ugandan trade and investment. Together, this is a partnership, and we look forward to supporting a competitive trade environment in Uganda that benefits businesses, consumers, but also our society at large. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the European Union. There's a lot to digest, and this is right from when Patrick started speaking this morning. And for those of you joining us virtually, I see that you now begin to appreciate why it's a full house. And for you not being here, you should see what's in the room. I literally can't find space to seat some of our guests who are coming in. And that's a good thing, because it means that all of us are interested in this conversation, but also the idea of GAIN to ensure that we are participating in this conversation and working with the Ministry of Trade and Industry to inform the policies that they're looking to review. I mean, that's really important, and we want to appreciate all of you. So if you're seated next to someone in the private sector, this is a moment, I want to give you a quick break to ask your neighbor what they do, especially if they don't work for government, yeah? So if you're here and you're part of this is a pitching moment for your business. You could be sitting next to your next client, right? So talk to your neighbor and ask them, what do they do? If they work for government, just take their business card and ask the one on your left, all right? And if you didn't come with your business card, that's very unfortunate, all right? Because, all right, at least have a QR code of your business card on your phone. This is, I discovered in the room, there's a businesswoman here who resembles our vice president, and I always like to say she's the acting vice president in the room. And so I always like that you must pitch I mean, everyone here says, I have an order for 1 ton of avocado. But it's difficult to find 1 ton of avocado in this market. The guy next to you could have avocado in his compound, all right? So talk to your neighbor. If your neighbor is a commissioner, ask them how you can influence the policies that they are working on in their organization. If the guy works, or if they work for a development partner, I mean, you see, now I like what I'm seeing. The European Union is talking to the presidential advisor. This is a very good thing. I think, Patrick, next time in a program, put not matchmaking, sorry, business making. And I'm glad Patrick is also tickling me. Now, if you're here, and because we have the chat box, and if you're not here when we were explaining the chat box, this is the interesting part. Go into the chat box and tickle us and tell us, I don't like this particular section of the industrial policy, or this particular section of the trade policy, or this particular section of our quality and standards. Tickle us, tell us what the problem is. Is it the issue of certification? And I know that keeps coming up, and my brother will be talking to that. Is it an issue of our trade regime? Is it an issue of our the different and let's say disconnected way we work across government? Because trade is dealing in one thing, energy is dealing in another thing, and yet they must be speaking to each other. And finance is only finding you the money without telling you how to do it. But NPA is also here, and NPA is literally telling us what we need to do for the next 5 years as we talk about NDP4, all right? So this is what we call catalytic. Now we are catalyzing the program. Okay, now we can come back to the program, ladies and gentlemen. All right, at least you know your neighbor, right? Do you know your neighbor? If your neighbor isn't speaking to you, there is a problem. All right, so welcome back. I want to welcome you back. I now want to take the singular honor. If I could have the room back. I know I did an exciting thing. Now you're all excited. You've forgotten that. Can I have the room back, guys? Can I have your attention now? Can I have your attention? I know I blew this up now, and now I'm struggling to get you back. All right, can I have your attention? Ushers, if you see anyone speaking, just tap them, yeah? All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take the singular honor of inviting our Executive Director at UNBS, James Kasigwa, to come and address us. Can we warmly welcome Engineer James Kasigwa, ladies and gentlemen?
The leadership from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, representative of the Permanent Secretary, senior government officials, development partners, leaders of MSMEs, the academia, civil society, and the media, good morning. Good morning. Yes, James Kasigwa is my name, and I have a very simple duty to make remarks. I have them written for me, but allow me, before I read the remarks I have, express my appreciation for being here today and congratulate everyone and every effort that has been put into rethinking, reviewing, and reshaping the two critical policies, that is the national MSME policy and the national standards and quality policy. Why do I say this? This is going to transform what we call our national quality infrastructure. The national quality infrastructure, allow me first show you or share with you what it is. It includes about 4 aspects. That is standardization. Standardization, that's the development of the standards, and we have both products and services standards. We include conformity assessment, that's to do with testing of your products, inspection and market surveillance. It also includes the metrology. Now, when we say metrology, people think the weather. But this is the science of measurements. If you came here driving, the speed meter was telling you, if you're putting on any dress or shirt, it must be your size. If you're buying any inputs into your business, it's either in a kilo or liters. I see our mothers and grandmothers and fathers still selling things in bundles. I wonder how they want to make what? Profits. So, and then the last aspect is testing. But there's also another component called accreditation. Now, we have a number of institutions that are responsible for the national quality infrastructure. And there comes an institution that I am very lucky to be leading as the team leader, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We have a nascent agency called Uganda Accreditation Services, and many other players, including the various ministries that support that framework. Now, why is this very important? And I'll highlight them in my remarks, the official remarks. It is important for Uganda because we are at such a very important time in our lives, where as a country, we are aspiring to grow our economy tenfold. And I believe strongly that can only be when we are competitive in what we produce to access both the local and the external or global markets. And that can only happen if whatever you're producing, regardless of the amount, regardless of where you're producing it from, is competitive. No longer competitive on the local markets, but globally. We are no longer competing with our next door neighbors. When you look on the side, no, now we are in a global village. What China or America produces will compete with what a Ugandan producer produces. And I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are not short of natural resources. We are even not short of productions. When you walk at our streets, everyone is doing very, very enterprising. Everyone is doing something, producing something. But you will find that even us, we will not buy our own products. You'll even be shocked that you'll produce something, you sell it, but you yourself prefer to buy something else. You'll find in a carpenter's home, their chairs are not in their what? Simply because of what? Quality. So I'm very excited to be here, ladies and gentlemen, but allow me, without any further ado, give my official opening remarks. Good morning once again. It is my honor to welcome you to this National Catalytic Stakeholder Consultation on the review of 2 critical national policies, the Uganda MSME policy of 2015 and the National Standards and Quality Policy of 2012, and the launch of the Guide for Good Governance of the National Quality Infrastructure in Uganda, which I already highlighted. This gathering comes at a pivotal moment when Uganda is pursuing a bold ambition of growing our economy tenfold, from 50 billion to 500 billion US dollars under 15 years. To achieve this transformation, the country must build competitive enterprises, credible institutions, and quality-driven production systems that can thrive both in domestic and global markets. Ladies and gentlemen, over 90% of Uganda's businesses are MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And by this rating, the MSMEs of Japan will be different from ours. Ours are really micro. I think during the course of this event, someone will actually put it into context. But I want to say that the MSMEs for any economy are the engine of economic growth, jobs, and innovations. That said, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to highlight that Uganda and Africa at large present great opportunities for our micro, small, and medium enterprises. These opportunities include the demographic dividends. You will agree with me that Uganda is among the youngest economies over the world, in the whole world, with over 75% of Ugandans under the age of 35. That is a great potential for MSMEs in labor, in the skills development, and they are trainable to drive industrialization. Ladies and gentlemen, with the population of East Africa is a very interesting market in as far as Uganda is concerned, because we are already in a harmonized market. If UNBS certifies your product or service, then that product will access a market of over 300 million people in ESC. We are already harmonized. But even better, a huge African continental market of close to 1.5 billion people, and in matters quality infrastructure, we are moving even a step ahead. UNBS happens to be a member of the African Regional Standardization Organization, and we are thinking and working on ensuring that a one standard, one certificate recognized across the entire Africa to drive the African continental free trade area. So MSMEs in this room and in Uganda and in East Africa, there is a huge potential to actually leverage the continental free trade market. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about the African continental free trade area, free trade market, you will agree with me, statistics show that the intra-Africa trade is still below 15%. That is dire. But while that is the case in percentage terms, in 2023, it stood at 190 billion US dollars. That's a huge market. And even the interesting bit is that a year later, it had grown to over 220 billion US dollar market. That is a huge, great potential for every MSME in the region. Meaning, if you adhere and access quality for your products, that market is yours for the taking. Ladies and gentlemen, in the region, there is great room for value addition and export diversification. I think in all that trade I'm talking about, we've been largely trading in primary commodities. There's need to drive industrialization. I want to highlight the importance of industrialization. Industrialization is one aspect where you can multiply the value of your raw materials over 1,000 times, and it is proven. What a great potential to add value to our abundant natural resources. The case of Uganda, some love to call it landlocked, but from our point of view, we are land-linked. From Uganda to Cairo, Uganda to South Africa, Cape Town, or anywhere, it will take you less than 4 hours. Let alone, I think that is a huge opportunity for our MSMEs. So these opportunities notwithstanding, ladies and gentlemen, we are also faced with some challenges, which I believe the review of these policies will quickly resolve. The intra-Africa trade I talked about above shows a skewed arrangement. You'll find that the Southern Africa, we are taking a whooping 40% of that 220 billion intra-Africa trade. And East Africa, we are operating at about what? 16%. So I think these policies should depend on the raw materials. I already told you that we are largely in raw materials and substandard and low quality goods. So if we can build our national quality infrastructure, I assure you the MSMEs and the enterprises have great potential to skyrocket and be competitive, not only at the African continental level, but even globally. We have limited standards adoption and quality infrastructure and institutional gaps. Ladies and gentlemen, in this part of the region, standards have been a little more distant from the people that would greatly benefit from it. I hope that this review of policy is going to build the national quality culture, where both the producers and the consumers matter and consider quality as important. Thinking about this challenge, I have come to think and strongly believe that the difference between the developed economies and what we call ourselves developing economies has been to what extent we consider to leverage standardization and quality. Given the industrial revolutions from the first, the second industrial revolution, the third industrial revolution, now we are at the dawn of the fourth industrial revolution. I want to believe that economies that considered standards and adhered to standards leveraged those revolutions. All of them were based on technologies, what we call general technologies. The first, I think, was the steam engine. You went to electricity for mass production. You went to computing. Now you're at the fourth industrial technologies, AI. And I believe if we focus our efforts to make our MSMEs competitive to the extent of adherence to standards and quality, the harmonized, now in the globalized continent, no, not just continent, the globalization gives every MSME an opportunity to compete at a global level, regardless of the size. You know, actually there is even, now the thinking is that the smaller you are, the more agile you are. I think the hidden secret is in adherence to quality and standardization. So we have a big challenge in this part of the country where people are not even aware about the standards. To show you the difference, standards are developed through what we call technical committees. Now, in Europe and the first world countries, enterprises actually pay and subscribe to be on those technical committees. But this part of the world, we not only invite participation at TCs, we even pay allowances, but we find it very hard for enterprise to participate in what? In standards development. But let me take this opportunity to encourage all MSMEs who are in here and out there that there is a lot of value you get in participation of what? MSMEs, to make your enterprise competitive. Let me give one example. If you're in confectionaries, for example, and you're producing biscuits or biscuits, the biggest ingredient is going to be wheat. Now, in a country like ours, we don't produce so much of what? Of the wheat. It is all imported. Now, if you're going to import and compete with a company that is producing from where wheat is the raw material, you're not going to be very competitive. But with standardization, you can come up with a standard that allows you to have, for example, 40% of the wheat replaced with cassava flour, which cassava flour is a raw material produced where? Locally. Now, but the standardization and technology and innovation will allow you to use 40% cassava flour and 60 wheat, but the taste, the smell, and everything, you can even make it taste what? Even better. That will give you, at an enterprise level, competitive, you'll be competitive, but also at a national level, that's what we call import substitution. We will reduce our import of wheat by a whopping 40%, thereby making our local enterprises competitive. So I want to encourage MSMEs, the private sector, including consumers, by the way, to participate in our standardization and quality infrastructure development programs. Ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the Guide for Good Governance of the National Quality Infrastructure and the review of the Uganda MSME and the National Standards and Quality Policies marks a decisive step towards a transparent, accountable, and high-performing quality ecosystem, the very engine that will propel Uganda's ambition of the tenfold economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us seize this moment to embed good governance at the heart of our standardization systems and together create a future where every Ugandan enterprise can confidently, competently compete on the world stage. Thank you so much for God and my country.
Appreciate our Executive Director at UNBS, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I like that my boss today keeps reminding me we are trying to go digital, and some of us is still old school, right? And I'm learning. In his former life, this man was part of the Science Secretariat, so he's still Event AI chatbot. If you can, chatbot, yes. EventAIChatbot.com. EventAIChatbot.com is a platform we would like to engage with you on, because back end we will pick a lot of feedback, and the young people, the Gen Z, have told us that it's time we drop these papers. It's time we started using our smartphones. Someone once told me that a lot of us, and I know those of you who every year you keep upgrading your phone to the latest technology, but it's like driving a Ferrari. If you don't follow Formula One, then there's a problem. Okay, it's like driving a Land Cruiser TX. And that's now where I know you understand us more. Yeah, it's like driving a Land Cruiser TX and you drive in gear 1. You have never reached gear 5. That is how we operate all these smart gadgets we have. You have a smartphone that can do a lot of things for you, but you've never moved from gear 1 because all you do is WhatsApp and pick your calls. You don't know you can do a PPT on your own phone. That smartphone of yours has a PPT option. That smartphone of yours can do a great illustration just with your pen. Some of you even have pens you've never used on your phone. It's part of the things you look at. What does this one do? This one. You can take notes on your gadget. Anyway, yes. eventaichatbot.com. Yes, eventaichatbot.com. We really want to get your feedback. It would be nice to hear what you have to say. And let me now go to our keynote statement. It gives us great pleasure and honor inviting our Undersecretary in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to come and make a statement on behalf of our Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Deogracius Masagazi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Masagazi Deogracius, the Undersecretary, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Now, I'm standing in for the PS, Madame Linette Wagonza, who is away attending a retreat in Kalangala. All PSs have been taken to Kalangala for a retreat. I also want to remind you, it's not a reshuffle, but I'm also representing the Minister of State for Trade. So don't mistake me to be the Minister of State for Trade. Members, I thank you for this organization, but before I proceed, allow me point out a few things as you discuss, you deliberate on the importance of standards. We should know, why do we need standards? Why do we need standards? One, to ensure compliance. When you ensure compliance of your product, you have access to the market. When you have access to the market, you are going to borrow a leaf from others. So you are going to be innovative. You are going to be proactive. So we should put much effort on the need for standards for products. Another point why we need standards: international trade, regional, okay, local, regional, international. Where we are, if you are not, your product is not on standard, accessibility will be very, very hard. Recently, we have just concluded our Industrialization Week in Munyonyo, and one of the key issues was still standards. SMEs participated, and they were urged to ensure that we go digital, we standardize our products in order to access market. If we access market, you are going to have incomes. When you have incomes, you are going to industrialize. When you industrialize, you are going to bring in new innovations. When you bring in new innovations, the pockets are going to be big. And when the pockets are big, you try to spread to other sectors, like tourism. You'll be able to move around because your money, you have the money. Then also another issue which the ED has pointed out, protecting our consumers. It is very, very important that standards help us protect our consumers. If all products come on the market and they go unchecked, all of us are culprits to sickness. Then another last point which I want to point out is economic development. When you have confidence of consumers, you have the market. The demand will be high, and you'll be forced to ensure you comply with the demand. You are going to put in new technologies, innovations. At the end of the day, that's when you are going to move from 50 billion as a country to 500. Also, standards promote competition. When your good is on market, mine is not on the market, I'll be able to learn why. So I'll be forced to go into standardization. It improves sales. You know, on the market, for those who are at this so-called the 4 points, by the way, I'm sorry to tell you, this is my first time to come to this place. When they say the 4 point Sheraton, for me, I know one Sheraton. So you see, we need to improve on our standards still. So if it was digital, it could enable me also check it out. I was going to the other main, but my driver told me the 4 point is there. When I was looking at the billboard, I thought just that's an advert, but not the actual place. As members proceed, also, we need to be proactive. Let us not have these standards here in the room. Let us publicize them. Let us engage the public. What do you want from them? What do they expect from us? Let us give them, allow them to ask questions. Let us open the door. That's when we are going to achieve our objectives. At this juncture, members, allow me to go to the remarks from Honorable General Wilson Mbasumbadi, State Minister for Trade, Minister of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. Heads of governments, ministries, departments, and agencies, representatives of the European Union, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Uganda, Country Director, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, Uganda, representatives from SB4U, leaders of the private sector, MSME community, and business associations, our development partners, academia, civil society representatives, and the members of the Fourth Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor to welcome you to this National Catalytic Stakeholder Consultation and the launch of good governance guidelines for Uganda's quality infrastructure institutions. This is a strategic platform convened by the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives in partnership with Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition in Uganda, with support from the Kingdom of Netherlands. The Sustainable Business for Uganda project, SB4U, with support from European Union and the Uganda Bureau of Standards, will launch a review of two of the most important policy instruments, the MSE policy of 2015 and the National Standards Quality Policy of 2012. Today marks a significant milestone in our collective effort to position Uganda on a firm path towards achieving USD 5 billion economy by 2040, as outlined in the Tenfold Growth Strategy and the Fourth National Development Plan, NDP4. Colleagues and partners, Uganda's economic destiny is deeply intertwined with performance, resilience, and the competitiveness of our micro, small, and medium enterprises. They form 98.8% of all enterprises. They contribute 75% of our GDP and employ 77% of our former workforce. They are therefore not just participants in our economy, they are its backbone. Yet we know the challenges they face. One, limited access to affordable finance, low productivity, gaps in innovation, technological capacity, and the persistent difficulties in meeting quality and standard requirements. These limitations directly affect our industrialization journey, our export capacity, and our competitiveness in regional and continental markets. This is why today's consultation is so important. We are here not merely to review the old documents, but one to co-create modern, responsive, and forward-looking policies that will anchor Uganda's enterprise development and quality infrastructure to the next decade and beyond. Launch of the guide. I'm so pleased to officially launch the guide for good governance of Uganda's national quality infrastructure institutions. This guide provides an essential governance framework to enhance integrity, accountability, and high performance across the ecosystem, including standardization, methodology, certification, accreditation, and market surveillance. It's aligned with global best practices and aspirations of Vision 2040, NDP4, East African Vision 2050, and Africa Free Trade Area Market Integration Agenda. A strong quality infrastructure is a bedrock of competitiveness, consumer protection, and transformation. Allow me to express special appreciation to GAIN Uganda and SB4U as our co-hosts. Since 2007, GAIN has played an essential role in strengthening Uganda's food systems, from fortification to food security, nutrition, and supporting MSMEs in nutritious foods value chain. Their partnership reinforces our shared commitment to ensuring that industrial growth also translates to better health outcomes and improved quality of life for all Ugandans. I wish to extend special gratitude to SB4U to project a development initiative in Uganda funded by the EU and implemented by ITC that focuses on various aspects of trade and investment development in Uganda through technical assistance to enhance the investment profiles and select sectors through policy development as well as institutional support. Your support for NBS's development of the guidelines will go a long way towards reshaping Uganda's national quality infrastructure to align with the national development agenda. Uganda National Bureau of Standards and Uganda National Accreditation Services, the future of Uganda's trade investment as well as industrialization is hinged on the strategic execution of your mandate together with your mother ministry and allied agencies. As we begin this important work, let us remember that inclusive policy making is smart policy making. Together we can build policies that reflect people's aspirations, strengthen our institutions, and propel Uganda towards prosperous, competitive, and quality-driven economy. I thank you for your commitment and your presence for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate the Undersecretary, ladies and gentlemen? Just before, because we've been running through several statements, and I want to invite Patrick just to recognize the key stakeholders, including our commissioners who joined us a short while ago. And usually you want to be careful not to introduce a commissioner and mention the wrong portfolio. Yeah, you're giving him somebody else's office. I am very careful. So I'll let Patrick handle that, politics, because it's in government, it's really politics.
Yeah.
You must give someone their portfolio.
Exactly, yeah. Thank you, Maurice.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Bwana US, representing the Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary, thank you very much for your remarks. And I want to thank also Engineer Kasigwa. Thank you. This is your space. So if we do not push this to the level that should interest you, this is the moment. Thank you. I want to introduce and to acknowledge some of the key attendees here. Please, because you're too far, if I can't see you, it's not that I hate you. Let me begin with the ones closer here. We've got the commissioners from Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We've got Mr. Cleopas Ndorere, the Commissioner for External Trade. You're most welcome, sir. Karibu sana. We have Commissioner Dennis Aineviona, in charge of industry and technology, karibu sana. We've got Mr. Zake Kalega, Commissioner for Internal Trade, karibu sana. We've got also representatives from Ministry of Agriculture, the principal for the Institute of Fisheries, Mr. Willie Ofono Osinde, karibu sana. We've got also the advisor to the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Dr. James Kisale, karibu sana. By the way, maybe, Daktari, if you may stand, I'm part of a national task force that is trying to boost Uganda's fortunes in the Global Innovation Index ranking. So I'm part of the task force. So actually there, he's my boss. And he wants to take me to Geneva. So let me say it in public so that you don't change your mind. So all other task force members, please stand up for recognition. Task force members of the GII, you're most welcome. Karibu sana. They're representing different entities, UBOS, and also STI Secretariat. We've got also my other bosses from the Private Sector Development Secretariat. Madame Goretti, karibu sana. She's the one who pays my salary. That one, yes. And by the way, Madam, BCC too, were requesting for 2 billion shillings, 1 billion towards MSME policy review, and 1 billion towards the National Standards and Quality Policy Review. It has been captured now, it's recorded. So I think that could be something we can leverage on moving forward. Also want to thank Dr. Martin Ongol. Dr. Martin Ongol is the Acting Executive Director for Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. He's also here. So technology innovation is embedded in what we think the kind of private sector we want to see in the future. If we don't leverage on innovation at the farm level, we cannot compete in the knowledge economy. We've got also representatives from ILO. Kasha, you're most welcome. She's also my boss there. So all my bosses, I'm going to recognize them first because, yeah, they determine a lot. Then we've got also representatives from Mental Health Uganda. I know, some of you will be asking me, what does mental health have to do with the private sector development? Colleagues, the tenfold growth strategy that we aspire as a country is not going to be achieved by robots, human beings. And at the center of the review process of these two strategic policies, we want to see how do we improve productivity by being cognizant of people's well-being at the workplace. I've suffered mental health before, but I'm alive. But all of us, I know we are mad because they say about 14 million Ugandans have got mental disorders. So if you count yourself, 1, 2, 3, one of you is mental. So let us see. Yeah, we've got also representatives from UFZEPA, Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority, the representative to the Executive Director, karibuni sana. Enterprise Uganda, representatives, karibu sana. We've got also representatives from the private sector, engineers in-house. Engineer Annette and your team, karibu sana. You've got Uganda Virus Research Institute, UVRI. Yes, I mean, COVID vaccine. Yes, everyone is here. We've got also representatives from the private sector unit. Private sector unit? Yes, PD unit. My sister, karibu sana. Thank you so much. We've got also one of my big brothers here from Mr. Sereko. Please, stand up for recognition. Mr. Sereko, you're going to tell the audience at some point, Now that Uganda is graduating from LDC, how do we align these policies to reflect that bit? That's what we called you, sir. Karibu sana. Private sector players in-house, show of hands, welcome. But I also want to thank very much Mr. Ajit from Britannia. How many people love Splash? Splash. Splash. Hey, if the biscuits, but if you use Qatar Airways from here to Doha, they'll serve you Splash. Boo Boo on air. Mr. Ajit, you're most welcome. Karibu sana. We've got also representatives from Institute of Corporate Governance Uganda. Mr. Warere? Is Mr. Dyson here? No? You're most welcome. Karibu sana. We've got also Uhuru Institute, BDS service providers. BDS service providers. Uhuru, you're most welcome. Colleagues, allow me to stop there, but I'm going to recognize each one of you before we close the day. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate Patrick. Let's appreciate our commissioner. I got worried for a moment. I thought now you're doing my work. So allow me very quickly also. I know Patrick only sees the people who look like him, and so those who don't look like him, he did not recognize. I didn't see you recognize Her Excellency Rosa Malango. We all know her as our former RC at the UN, but she's here in a special role as advisor on tourism and trade to His Excellency the President, special envoy for the President. Thank you for joining us. I just checked, and something surprises me about.
I'll try and use this one. This is better than. Something surprises me about her. She's an Olympic sprinter, if you didn't know. She did run 200 meters. I think at the 1988 Summer Olympics. 200 meters. So in case, Patrick, we have an outdoor activity, please include Ms. Rosa. She'll help us there. But she's now currently helping us on the tourism front and trade, and that's why she's here with us. But also with us, and I didn't see Patrick introduce him, our director in NPA, the Honorable Stephen Birawa. We want to appreciate you for joining us. He's one of the executive directors at the NPA board, and we want to appreciate you for joining us, and all of you, our key stakeholders. All right. So quickly, there's just a couple of things we want to do. The very first thing we want to do is listen in to the ITC and, of course, SB4U overall project support to what we are having as a discussion today. And then we'll look at the guidelines for development process and main messages in our content this morning, and both Jacqueline and David will run us through this before we launch our guide. And that will just then close the official opening session, and then we'll break into our very first session on the MSME Policy 2015. So I want to take the pleasure of inviting Jacqueline Paimer from ITC to come and make her presentation. Can we warmly welcome Jacqueline, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on the protocol already observed. My name is Jacqueline Paimer. Yes, I'm Ugandan. I am the project coordinator for the Sustainable Business for Uganda, Trade and Investment Development, which is a European Union funded project. First, I would like to start by telling us a little bit about the International Trade Center, which is the implementer of the project in Uganda. The ITC is a joint agency of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, established in 1964 and is headquartered in Geneva. It is the only institution of the United Nations that is fully dedicated to supporting the small businesses, MSMEs, and this is why we're here. We're passionate about enhancing the participation of MSMEs within global trade. Just to give you a glance of what we have done in the past, ITC has reached over 142 countries as at 2024, last year when we celebrated 60 years, to the tune of 161 million in technical assistance over the years. In particular, we work with developing countries. Clearly, the focus, for the most part, is on the continent of Africa. Why? Why do we focus on small businesses? In Uganda, and this is representative almost globally, we have over 80% of our businesses, of our employment, of our private sector being MSMEs. And therefore, the contribution of MSMEs in our country and in this continent is very important. That's why one of the core reasons we focus on MSMEs. We also account for over 50% of employment worldwide as MSMEs. And the employment by MSMEs, the biggest majority, I think for Uganda, the last record is about 77%, is by, it employs vulnerable groups. And in this, I mean women and the youth and people with disabilities as well. So we don't leave those out. This is why it's important to focus on MSMEs. I would like to mention a few impact areas that we have as ITC. We focus on sustainable and resilient value chains, inclusive trade for women, youth, and vulnerable groups. I already mentioned that. Green transition and trade solutions, digital connectivity. We are using AI today to have our discussions, and also live streaming. This is one of the fundamental developments in our current world. And then we also focus on trade, regional integration to spur trade in developing countries. Again, who do we work with? Small businesses. We work with funders. Our main funder for SB4U in Uganda is, not main funder, the only funder is the European Union, and we're very grateful. The European Union has been a partner for trade and investment in Uganda for a long time. We also work with policy makers, business support organizations, international buyers, professors, research, because data-driven initiatives are very important and more accurate. I would like to tell you about the first ever MSME Global Ministerial. This was led by the International Trade Center, happened in this year in July, between the 22nd and 24th. It's important because this was a ministerial that was led by ministers of MSMEs. So you can understand why MSMEs are important for ITC. They came together to discuss some of the issues that MSMEs in their countries face, and we have a call to action that has 3 main areas of intervention: access to finance, digital transformation, and green competitiveness. I invite you to look up the call to action on our website for further details. But this just highlights the areas that ITC is focusing on, and also SB4U in this case in Uganda. So I'd like to turn very quickly to the Sustainable Business for Uganda project. This is a 4-year project that we launched in June this year, together with our minister who was unable to join us today. But it is, like I said, European Union funded to a tune of 8 million. And our focal ministry, the partner ministry, is the Ministry of Trade, the line ministry, and our commissioner Ndorore is here. Thank you very much, sir. He's been our main coordinator for the project support and interventions. The direct beneficiaries are you, the private sector in the room, policymakers, business support organizations. And we have 3 priority areas: grains, which grain cereals and pulses. This is also in line with our conveners in the room, GAIN, and the work that they're doing with, nutrition. Tourism, which our subsectors we focus in ecotourism, culture and adventure. Logistics, and on this we are focusing on cold chain, storage and transportation. We have 5 main components, I would call it, lines of action. The first really speaks on the policy framework, and we're working with private sector and public sector to enhance their governance systems, right? Policies, strategies, and also along the value chains that I've mentioned, the grain, tourism, and logistics sectors. We also are looking to enhance the investment framework and opportunities, as this is an European-funded project, and also that the European Union has been one of has been for a very long time a main trading partner of Uganda. It is a very important opportunity to enhance, areas or highlight areas that have potential for investment and improved trade. The third component looks towards the trade facilitation frameworks and tools. Here we're looking at, for example, issues like the single window, enhancing the functionalities of the single window, the advanced ruling mechanism. We're working together with the National Trade Facilitation Committee that is housed by the Ministry of Trade, and just making sure that these trade facilitation tools are effective and efficient in real time to support the private sector in the cross-border trade. The component for which we are here today is the one on quality compliance and standards. And I will let our lead, Mr. Eboku, in the next presentation, give us a bit more on the findings of the Good Governance Guide that we launched. But the idea of this component is really to enhance our compliance as private sector to the standards and to the standards that both at the national level and also that the trading partners that we trade with, especially with the European Union, in their products. So then there is market access already, right? But have we been able to access it? Because some of these standards are our main non-tariff barriers. So this is one of the most important components. And finally, which we have been talking about, is the e-commerce ecosystem. Uganda, again, has the lowest in the region uptake on e-commerce trading, which we, as the SB4U, hope to contribute to implementing the regional policy on e-commerce, but also private sector support to learn how to use the e-commerce tools, the marketplaces, to enhance even the tools themselves to allow functionalities such as payment platforms on the tools, or ordering online, and then logistics related to it. I have already mentioned this, so I'll skim through it. So I'll go straight and a little bit to why the Good Governance Guide. Good governance is very important to go back a little bit. A good governance, an institution that has good governance is aligned. The Good Governance Guide aligns our institutions to internationally recognized systems, to operate in that way. It also enhances transparency, accountability, effective governance within national quality institutions. And in the long run, this enhances growth, productivity amongst the private sector. This guide is not just for our quality public sector compliance. It also works for institutions such as the laboratories, and allows us to enhance our governance to be effective in guiding the compliance and standards for our traders as well. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate Jacqueline. Jacqueline, if you want to invite David, that's also okay. You can invite David to do the next part.
Sorry, say again?
You can also invite David to do the next part. You had mentioned that he was going to handle the next part.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I'll take this honor of inviting my colleague, David Eboku, who has been the expert who has worked on the good governance guides. He will give us a little bit more on what the guide actually has, the process we went through in developing the guide. We had most of you in the room as well, right? And so, David, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Maurice, the preceding presenters. Good morning. Yes, now I am disadvantaged by height. I have to adjust. Yes, I have to adjust. I will now speak to you about the guide. I forgot to pick my copy. It is there, and all of you have. That's the document that we are talking about. My name is David Eboku, a Ugandan. I have been in the standards and quality sector since I left the university in 1999. I have seen one of my professors, Professor William Chamangire. Professor, yeah, he's there. By the time I joined the National Bureau of Standards, he was actually there, so we wrote standards together. But my first job was in Britannia. I am happy to hear the Britannia is here. Before Splash was Splash, I was splashing it. Because the first testing of the fruits, if we could make juice at all, was done in the laboratory. And that time, that factory was actually under construction. So there was a small room where we were working as the people who had been invited to support Britannia. So before Splash was, I was one of the first splashing it. And I'm also warmed up because here we are talking about food fortification. GAIN is here. Before we started fortifying in Uganda, I was there. The first question that I got when I went to UNBS on fortification was, what can UNBS do? And then I said, the best way is to define a standard, because if we don't have a standard, we cannot even talk about food fortification. I am here to speak to you as a consultant working with the ITC, International Trade Center. My boss is the person who has just spoken. And the idea is to speak about the guide for good governance of national quality infrastructure institutions in Uganda. We'll do a little introduction. I will just be speaking, but I used these slides to guide me, how it was developed, and then a little bit about what are these institutions that we are talking about. And then we'll go to the purpose and the scope of the guide, and then a little bit on the principles and the structure before a conclusion. The good thing, you have the document, and as a leader, you are a reader, because they say leaders are readers. And moreover, the reverse is also true. Readers are leaders. So if you are a leader, you'll have already read that document, actually. And if you want to be a better leader, you go and read more. So I don't need to go into details. I just need to be able to give you a highlight. First, to reflect a little bit before we go in, these are some of the data on the death rates in Uganda. 24,000 people die of cancer every year. Malaria is killing about 3,500 every year. And the traffic is killing about 5,000 every year, traffic accidents. When I added this, it comes to about 33,000 people dead. I checked with the AI, which is the country with the smallest population in the world. It is said it is the Vatican City. It has only 1,000 people. So for us in a year, 1,000 Vaticans have died. In Africa, the country with the smallest population is the Seychelles, 100,000 people. So if we were to bring the Seychelles people here to replace the dead, in 3 years, that island would have no people. That is about how safe we are. The other figure I didn't put there is when we talk about quality, it is to what extent are our products rejected in the international market. As the young people were teaching us on how to use AI, I just asked AI, so what are the average rates of rejection in terms of US dollars? And AI is saying it's estimated between $80,000 to $200,000 in a year. That's what we are losing because our products are being destroyed somewhere. This is just random from AI, not really analyzed. Of course, it depends on how much data is there. And then I asked AI, but what about some of the top exports? He said fish is one of them. How much do we export for fish? About $150,000. So $150 million. So the amount that is being rejected is even more than what we are getting from the fish. So that's the extent to which our products are being rejected. That's the quality side of it. One of the speakers here said sometimes somebody is producing a product and they don't want to consume, but they prefer to buy a product from another person. And then you wonder how they gain confidence that the other one is making a good one, and then for themselves, they are not making a good one. Now, the question is whether this is about governance or not. Is this about governance of our systems or not? So the guide was developed through a process of identifying what the challenges are, what's the problem we're dealing with, and then developing the proposal as a guide, because if we have a guide, from my previous slide, the issue is governance is one of the problems. So this guide is one of the solutions towards improving the safety and the quality of our products. There was a stakeholder consultation process and a validation meeting which was similar to this one. If you're a reader, you will find under the page on acknowledgements, the institutions that were represented in the validation are actually written there, and some of the participants are in this room. Now it has been published with the support of the ITC, SB4U, and the other partners, and the launch is today. That's why we are here, and that's why I'm speaking to you. One of the questions is, what is quality infrastructure actually? Because that is the term that is being used everywhere we are speaking on our advertisements and so on. The word is quality infrastructure. I said I have been in this world of standards since 1999. And as far as I know, this terminology is a very recent one. It's not more than 10 years when this issue of quality infrastructure was defined. So what seems to be the case is that from having those big terms of quality, conformity assessment, to accreditation, and so on, we are getting worse to now saying quality infrastructure and so on, and the ordinary people are getting lost in the game. Now, this is what we call the international definition of quality infrastructure, and it's taken from International Network on Quality Infrastructure. I should say that this concept of quality infrastructure has taken a forefront internationally. There is no agency that is not interested in this. Talk about the UN, and they talk about ITC and agents of the UN, they have interest in this. Talk about the World Bank, those with the highest power to convene because of money. They have programs in what? Quality infrastructure. Why? Because the world does not move without this. So the definition says a system comprising the organizations, public and private, together with the policies, relevant legal and regulatory framework and practices needed to support and enhance the quality, the safety, and environmental soundness of goods, services, and processes. It puts up everything there. So we have the policies, we have the laws, we have the institutions, and then the practices. And the idea is quality, safety, environmental soundness, goods, services, processes. These days we talk about more than 50% of the economy is on services. The old way of thinking, it was mainly about products. If you read the UNBS Act, it's actually talking about standards for products, specifications for goods. The word there is goods, but we now know that services are even competing, even overtaking the products. Now that definition has a note to say that the quality infrastructure relies on metrology, standardization, accreditation, conformity assessment, and market surveillance in the regulated areas. The misconception which exists is to say that actually this is the definition of quality infrastructure. And then when we say quality infrastructure, everybody thinks about UNBS. And then everybody says UNBS and UGANAS. And we forget that the objective is the safety, the quality, and the soundness of goods, which means everything. It means everything. If we talk about the safety of this building, if it collapses right now, we might find that all of us will think about UNBS. But when this building was being planned and constructed and inspected and approved and so on, UNBS would not have been there. So who is responsible? Ministry of Works. And then we have the security, the light, the system here against fire and so on. It's the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. That's responsible for ensuring that the occupational health and safety issues in this building are actually intact. And because this building is operating and is welcoming visitors and so on, it's also under the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, but specifically, not that one, the Ministry of Tourism, because now we have the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, and Antiquities. It is now the responsible minister for ensuring that when we go for lunch, that the food does not what? Kill us. So our safety is a wider concept than sometimes we think. That's the reason why I wanted us to reflect a little bit about that. So if our product problems in the marketplace, it's not always about UNBS. There is somebody who has not done a good job. There's another one who needs to do a better job. For example, the engineer who constructed this is certified because it's supposed to be a registered engineer. Now, the process of registering engineers is a certification process that the engineer is actually certified. That is what it means. The inspector who inspects this place monthly from KCCA is an inspector. Is doing a quality infrastructure job of inspecting. Is the inspector competent? So I wanted just a little bit to reflect, to open up our mind on that. Here, I put this in a picture to say that quality infrastructure starts from policy to the laws of the land, and then you have two blocks at the bottom, what we call a technical regulation. This is where you have a law of the land, which defines the requirements for a product or for a service. If we talk about tourism, the product called tourism is a defined product. What are the requirements? It's defined in the regulation. That's what we call the product requirement. The next one is conformity assessment. And this portion is what we call the administrative procedures or provisions. We have the conformity assessment part. We have the regulator. Who is the regulator? For the case of tourism, it is the Uganda Tourism Board. The next one is sanctions. Our system of sanctions is that the board has a right to close the premises, for example, and even to sue, and so on. And then under the sanctions, we actually bring in our court system here. If the sanctioning system is not working, then we are not good, because if somebody takes somebody to court because their product was not safe and the court is not able to understand the game, then you don't go nowhere. Then we have market surveillance. Who is checking regularly to see that things are actually working? Who is testing these cameras here to say that they are not killing that young man slowly? Is anybody checking that those cameras are not killing those young men slowly or no? That's what we talk about when we talk about market surveillance. The other side now is the block which traditionally we think is about quality infrastructure. The standards, the accreditation, the standards, the metrology, and the conformity assessment. In essence, those institutions provide a service. They provide a service to this side of the diagram. If you are talking about agricultural exports, the exports need to be able to reach the place where they are going. They need to be tested. First of all, there have to be requirements. What are the requirements for the product? And then that product needs to be tested. And the laboratory that tests needs to be accredited. But somebody should be doing surveillance to ensure that everything is fine even before the product reaches the international market. So the picture we are talking about is a big one. At the bottom here is the businesses, the products, the processes, and the services, and all benefit or suffer accordingly as those structures are actually lying there. In summary, these institutions are the technical regulators, those who have the law on their side, those who write the laws, regulations, and so on. These cameras and so on. This could be IT equipment, and we have we have NITA Uganda. They are the ones who certify computers and so on in this country, including this one. Or is this one for communication? This should be UCC, Uganda Communications Commission. If this is killing us or not, they are the ones responsible. So these are the technical regulators. And then we have the standard development. The policy that we have, we are talking about to 2012, recognizes the concept of different standards development organizations. I was there before that policy came, and the first page which was being drafted, I was there. So that concept is there, I know very well, and how many of the institutions in this country actually issue standards. When you look at the laws of the land, every law has the concept of delegated authority from Parliament, which allows the minister to issue regulations. And when you read, it says the minister may make regulations to prescribe standards for this, and that. So you'll find that the Minister for Works and Transport is allowed or is required, is permitted, is delegated to prescribe standards for the motor vehicles and so on in this country. So that's a mandate on standardization for that ministry. You find the Minister for Information Communications and the National Guidance is responsible for issuing regulations which can prescribe standards for IT, everything in this country about IT. And of course, NITA Uganda certifies and so on. So this is there. So the point is there are as many institutions as are responsible with some core mandates in this country. There is always that mandate somewhere, and it is idle somewhere, and we are grappling. Metrology, that fuel is a UN-based business. We have accreditation, UGANAS, conformity assessment. These are the laboratories. And many of our ministries, they have laboratories. Ministry of Works, material laboratories for the construction, for building and so on, they have laboratories. So if the cement is not doing very well, that's the laboratory that is responsible, for example. NITA Uganda is supposed to have good laboratories for testing, equipment, and so on. Ministry of Agriculture for ensuring that our coffee, when it goes, it is good. So that is the conformity assessment area, all of those laboratories. And when you read the laws of Uganda, there is a section, a full section on inspectors. There is always an authority of the inspector. That is the area of conformity assessment. Market surveillance, I guess all of us would actually know. I am laboring on this because I want us to have open minds in Uganda about what this actually means. The misconception is that it's about UNBS. Unfortunately, if you think your son is the only person you have on earth, he will also feel good. He will not say that, no, you have other children. So if we say it's about UNBS, UNBS cannot refuse and say, no, it's not about us. But in the process, when it comes to giving the budget, then we say, how can we give all the budget to UNBS? Then we cut off the budget. When it's about the mandate, we say it's okay. When the money comes, it's a little bit of a different game. In this next slide, it's now about governance. And all of you are experts in governance. When I was reading this subject, because I'm not necessarily an expert in governance, I am an expert in standardization. Then I realized that, yes, there has been a lot of talk about governance, but internationally there has not been some universal definition of what really this means. So you'll find guidance from OECD, you have guidance from UN agencies somewhere, you go to some countries, they have their own, and so on. So that is the game that has been going. So whereas people talk about principles of good governance, if you ask which ones, it has been a little bit fluid. But now recently, ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, has issued the international standard on governance of institutions or of organizations. So it is getting streamlined, it's getting clear that there had to be some framework through which all of us should be able to achieve what we want. It's about those governance bodies. In Uganda, we know about boards, or directors, etc., etc. But while reading this, then I realized that for our public institutions, it is the top management in the ministry who is the governing body for the ministry. Then when you go to a department, you'll find that the commissioner is also the boss in his department. So there's some bit of governance in the department. For each unit, there is some governance. That is the subject that we are talking about. In this slide, now we are talking about the guide. The guide is intended to equip institutions that we have been talking about with a framework, a unified framework, so that somehow we go through examining. We keep examining our system and see if it fits into this framework, and the guide then gives principles and gives guidance on how to make each of those principles to come into practice. Because these institutions differ, the principle will be the same, but how a laboratory applies the principle will be a little different from how an inspection agency applies the same principle. So this is the guide that we are talking about. And then we have these principles that have been laid down, 12 of them, borrowed from different sources, in particular the ISO international standard, and then we have some from the United Nations agencies, and the others from other countries that run from the rule of law at the top to evaluation at the bottom. So those are there in the document. As it's a guide, you will find as you read, you should be reading from the context of your own institution and see how it applies to your institution. For example, rule of law, this is about justice, it's about fairness, it's about compliance. Sometimes we think it's only about compliance, but it's about the weightier things of life, that there should be fairness. Whatever is due should be given to whoever it is due, and there should be equality under the law. There should be no person who says, for me, I'm exempted, for example. Now, when we talk about governance in this particular case, if you have a governance body, say you have the chairman of the board, and he has some businesses, and then there are standards, and then you find that the chairman doesn't want his factory to be closed because for him is the what? Is the chairman. That's the starting of poor governance, because once people cannot be treated at the same level, it means then the governance has started what? To collapse. If you paid a bribe to get your job, then what stops you from getting bribes when you are doing the job? So it starts from where? From up the other side. So those are the principles laid down there. And I talk about inclusiveness, for example. When you are setting policy standards, when you are inspecting and so on, if you are inspecting a factory and the owner is a woman, it's different from when you are inspecting a factory when the owner is a man. Because if you make an appointment to inspect the factory and the owner needs to pick students from school at a certain point of the day, you should be sensitive to knowing that by that time, they need to pick children from school, and you cannot make an appointment to visit the factory at such a time, because by the time you arrive, they are disappointed, they are disorganized, because they are thinking about something else. So inclusiveness is a function. Evaluation, at the end of the day, there should be evaluation for the board, much as there is evaluation for the institution itself. And if you are evaluating the board, you should be able to evaluate the chairman and individual persons themselves before you evaluate the board as a whole, because that's how you do improvement. The guide provides a principle, that's some foundational truth about something, and then the rationale, the reason why that is important, and then we have some guidance. It's guidance on how this could be achieved, some practices that are known, And then you have some link to resources. There are a number of laws in this country which actually are very good in that area. And then we have some standards which have been issued, and we have some other documents. For example, for the financial sector, the Bank of Uganda has published guidance for good governance for all these banking institutions in this country. That's one of the first guides we have been able to see, generally speaking. So that's the guide. And there are some examples of what structures can be in place. Top management, for example, is a governance body. The board is a governance body. Committees are governance bodies. Advisory forums, for example, are governance organizations that can be utilized. And on the other side, you have a charter, you have policy, you have codes of conduct, and so on. For example, if a board could issue governance policies basing on this guideline, it would be clear to everybody in the institution and to their stakeholders what the board believes about the purpose of the institution itself. And then they would be looking for that to be implemented. And by declaration, by confession, you start to work on it. What you say, your brain starts to believe and starts to work on that. That is that for the guide. And I leave you with this quote from Desmond Tutu. Do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate Ebuku? Thank you so much. So very quickly, because we've lost a bit of time, I'll invite Patrick to invite the stakeholders. We're going to launch the Good Governance Guide. Both Jacqueline and David have done a good job in running us through the key objectives. So please come. Do we have to move this? I think we need to move this to the center. So let me find some manpower. Now I'm finding the manpower. I know, I saw doubly, I can see. Oh, okay. That's a good way for saying it. All right. So we will, as Patrick does that, Patrick, you handle the stakeholders. Let me handle this one.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I think now this is the moment we've been waiting for, to make sure that this document now goes now to the public. Yes, beyond this, it's your document. And we are going to be able to engage it. They're also going to provide the digital version of it as well. Actually, when you go to your chatbot AI, we are going to upload this document there, so you'll be able to access it. We want to go green, right? Yeah. So the only few copies that we printed out was just formality, but in the future, we'll go green completely. So we are going to have the permanent secretary here as well to come and sign off this. He'll be accompanied by the representative from the EU, Miss Michelle Walsh. Please, you're welcome. We'll also have the representative of the private sector, Miss Sarah Kajingo. We'll have the ED of Uganda National Bureau of Standards, Engineer Kasigwa, also accompany them. We'll equally have one actor in the private sector, Mr. Ajit. You'll also come, to represent the actual people. We're also going to have the country director for GAIN to come and also accompany the team. Yes, and also we're going to have Commissioner Dennis Aineviona, because the Uganda National Accreditation Service unit is under your docket. So kindly also Mr. Msafiri, the head of the unit, should also accompany that team. Yeah, I think that should be it. Thank you. Yeah. You're welcome. In that order, please. Let's have Ambassador Malago.
Yes,
please.
Malango. Yes.
Malango.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Special Envoy on Trade and Tourism.
Yeah. In that order also, we are going to have Mr. Nsereko. Mr. Nsereko. Mr. Nsereko of the UN residency team.
Yes, he's joining
Yeah.
me. He's there.
Yes,
So-
and we are grateful, and we're going to be able to.
All right.
Yeah. So
Patrick,
Jackie,
yes,
please take over the ceremony.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
And guide our undersecretary and the team to the front to do the honors. Yes, we'll unveil, and then a request that the undersecretary signs and appends his signature to the principles and guidance on the implementation of our guide for good governance of national quality infrastructure institutions in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together? This is now formally launched, and the Undersecretary, who is here representing our Permanent Secretary, has officially launched this. And so we'll have all the stakeholders, the private sector, GAIN, our co-conveners, the European Union, of course, the private sector is represented by Britannia, and we then have UNBS Executive Director representing our government agencies that will be using this guide, and we want to appreciate everyone, including, of course, the private sector, for joining us for this launch of the Good Governance Guide on Uganda's quality infrastructure institutions here in Uganda. We will do this, and shortly after this, we will have a photo moment with all the stakeholders who are in front of us. And then we will move quickly into our next presentation, which should happen immediately after this, and then our first panel discussion. We will try and manage the time and recover a bit of time in the next few minutes to be able to at least cover most of the critical issues before lunch, and then return for the last panel discussions. So I want to invite those who are signing. Every time you sign, then you stay with us for the group photo. And in case you haven't had some coffee, the stations are open, but we'll have a working coffee break. And so there is no specific break for this. It's just going to be a working coffee break. And I know a lot of you have already had a bit of the coffee. And if your neighbor is smiling and you're wondering why, it's because they've been having coffee in the aisle without you. And so you might be wondering, you thought they'd go to the washroom. No, they had coffee. And that's why they look very happy next to you and awake, very awake, because they've taken brewed coffee. And if you haven't, it will be your moment to do that. All right. So we'll now have our official photographers position themselves. We're going to have the official launch photo, and then we will immediately dive into our next presentation. And then I'll ask our technical teams to start loading our presentations. Patrick is allowed to invite other stakeholders for this moment. We have commissioners who are present here and different representatives from the various departments and agencies of government. We want to, again, on behalf of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and on behalf of the co-conveners GAIN, thank you for joining us. It's a packed house. For those of you who are online, feel free to share your observations in the comment section on Zoom, but also those of you who are in our live AI chat box. We are picking your observations, comments, and questions on the platform, and we already have some questions, and there was a specific question a short while ago directed to the Executive Director of UNBS, and Deogracious Sekasi from Hwipa, Uganda, says there is a very huge financing gap for the wine value chain. That needs to be reviewed for local investors to thrive in business, given that UNDP doesn't finance alcoholic beverages. This has happened. This has hampered growth in the sector. Thank you, Deogracious. This was specific to the presentation from the UNBS Executive Director. If you're on the virtual platform, share your questions and comments. We'll be happy to capture them. We would like to encourage you to use the AI chat box platform on your phones for your questions, especially during our Q&A session. All right? So the Q&A session, every panel will take a lot of your questions and comments from the chat box. So we would really want to welcome you to activate your chat box. And in case you want to access the different policies that we are discussing today, the Uganda MSME policy of 2015 and the National Standards and Quality Policy of 2012, there's a QR code on your program on your table. So in case you have a program on your table, there's a QR code on the second page at the back, at the bottom. It also includes a survey the ministry would like you to participate in. So at the bottom of your second page of the program, there's a QR code. Please scan it. And one, you'll have access immediately to the policies, but also you then can take part in the survey. The survey is if you then tap the second link for registration. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate our key stakeholders and our conveners, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and GAIN, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, for hosting us, and for this very first session, the opening session. We want to thank all the key stakeholders and our partners, UNBS, Cascade, the Kingdom of Netherlands, the EU, and ITC. Thank you so much. ITC is before you. Thank you so much. All right, so as I mentioned, please look up the QR code on the program, the second part or second page of the program. You should be able to see a QR code there. All right. And so, as the stakeholders, you notice for them as we were having coffee, they were busy participating and getting involved in this. So I want to allow them to, I want the stakeholders, they are going to take a photo on the other side of the hall. As the stakeholders do that, I want to quickly transition to the next part of our program. And as Patrick checks that, I just want to request a couple of things. AI chat box. Our AI chat box is active. It's where we want to have all your conversations. And please look out for, I don't know if you've scanned the QR code on that page. You will notice a couple of things. One is that the very first link is to the policies, right? However, the second link, if you at the bottom allow for the platform to register you as a user, it will then take you into a survey. It would be nice for the ministry to know a couple of things, and it is where we're going to pick a lot of information from. And we would like you to join us in sharing your feedback with everyone, including the ministry and other partners. So let's quickly dive into the next session. We want to invite Ruben Rekuta. Is Ruben here? I just wanted to check. All right. So if we can, we are now going to transition, because we were going to look at the MSME policy performance overview, but we will also allow, and that is why I didn't want to lose the big people, because they are key in this particular section. Our very first moderator is here. I want to know if Ms. Kirenga has her panelists. Are they all here? Are you sure? Because we could dive into this and have those presentations just before the second session. So Sandra, you want to come and invite your panel as I track my team? So Sandra is handling our very first panel. The very first panel will be looking at nourishing growth, strengthening MSMEs in the fortification and biofortification and food safety. A lot of academic language in there, but I hope you will simplify the conversation for us. And she will do the honors of inviting her panelists who are here. And again, as I mentioned, we will use a lot of our chat box to take your questions and comments if time allows. This very session is only 40 minutes, but we may have to only provide you 35 minutes. And hopefully, we'll allow some questions and comments. All right, over to you, Sandra.
Thank you very much, Maurice. It's just 5 minutes to midday, so I'll say good afternoon. distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, all protocol observed. Welcome to this first panel of the day. It's Nourishing Growth, Strengthening MSMEs in Fortification, Biofortification, and Food Safety. As Uganda reviews the MSME policy and the national standards and quality policy, I believe this conversation is very, very important. SMEs are the backbone of our food system, and their ability to produce safe, nutritious, high-quality food is very central to our country's health, competitiveness, and the tenfold growth ambitions. So this panel is going to specifically focus on, number one, what MSMEs are experiencing on the ground. Two, the realities of nutrition and food environments. Three, practical pathways to improve food quality, safety, and standards. And then lastly, and I think this is where government would be very interested, is what policy changes are being proposed that can support MSMEs to thrive. So as we dive into this, I would love to introduce our panelists. And I'll start with Mr. Joel Senjala. He's the Managing Director of Holland Green Tech. Is Joel in the room? Joel Sendala, thank you. Joel is a champion of modern horticulture and climate smart production systems. He was raised on a farm in Wakiso. He combines deep grassroots experience with commercial expertise. And at Holland Green Tech, he supports farmers, MSMEs to transition from subsistence to modern market-driven high-quality food production across Africa. Joel, you're welcome. Please, as I call your name, please feel free, you're welcome to come and sit on the podium. Then our second panelist is Dr. Andrea Spray Bulungu. She's a public health nutrition researcher. Andrea brings over 15 years experience in public health nutrition, research, and policy. Her work focuses on food environments, maternal and child nutrition, women workload, and community-level factors that influence diet quality. She has worked with the World Bank, NIH-funded research, and major global development partners. Andrea is bringing a strong evidence-based perspective to food systems. Welcome, Dr. Andrea. And the third panelist is Dr. Gudula Naiga Basaza. She's a managing director of Guide Leisure Farm. Dr. Gudula leads one of Uganda's largest agribusiness incubation ecosystems, supporting over 388,000 youth agripreneurs, 226,000 school agri-club members, and thousands of MSMEs. Her parish-based enterprise and value chain models offer practical, scalable structures for improving production standards and market access nationwide. You're welcome, Dr. Gudula. And then our final panelist is Miss Grace Nanyonga. She is the founder and CEO of Grana Fish Supplies Limited. Grace rose from humble beginnings to build a certified fish processing company that has operated successfully for 14 years. A Yali Fellow, global motivational speaker, and a Rotarian, she has spoken at the White House, UN Women, and African Union. She brings the lived reality of an MSME navigation, certification, compliance, and growth in Uganda's food industry. Can we just have a round of applause for our very experienced panelists? So we'll start with Joel. From your experience supporting farmers and horticulture businesses, what is one practical way MSMEs can upgrade their production so they deliver safer and better quality food?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here, and most importantly, as a part of a panel that is filled with distinguished ladies. So, for us to really understand and appreciate why this is an important topic, Sandra, please allow me digress a bit for context. At Holland Green Tech Uganda, our mission is to meet the growing demand of fresh fruits and vegetables in African cities. We have operations in 15 different countries, and therefore it's very, very important. And allow me zero down on both the political and geopolitical importance of Africa, and then why it is important to keep the food systems really safe. Today, almost 19% of the global population is African. It is estimated that in a few years, probably around 2030, we're going to be 20-25%. The biggest percentage of those people will be under the age of 18, about 60%, it's estimated. So this is not only a conversation about food safety, it's a conversation about the future of the world, the future of Africa. Let me also zero down on the economic context and also try to elaborate why probably, if nothing is done very urgently, we are bound to get it wrongly. As Africa, as a continent, as small as we are, our total GDP is staggering anywhere around between $2.5 to $2.8 trillion. In 2023 alone, transactions within the boundaries were up to a tune of about 1.4 trillion. This shows you the potential that the market has. It shows you why it is important, because the world depends on it. Now, where do the systems then start to go wrong? When you have a population that is that big, when you have an economy that is performing the way the African economy is performing, very many people want to come and invest in an area like that, because everything is green on the dashboard. Back to Uganda as a country, because this is a conversation for Uganda. In the horticulture sector where I serve, our performance in terms of production, because for food to be safe, there needs to be access. So it has got to be produced fast, produced responsibly, handled responsibly, and then it can be later safe. We produce about 1.8 million metric tons of vegetables. That's what I understand the most. Part of that is exported. It's earning us foreign exchange of about, our best years were about $150 million. But that which we produce is only 50% of what we need to be consuming as the 47 million Ugandans that we are. This production that we're talking about, the 1.8, which puts us in the number 2 position just after Nigeria, the second largest producer of fresh fruits and vegetables in sub-Saharan Africa, was done with minimal or almost no use of technology. I'll give an example of fertilizers. Uganda as a country, our average usage for fertilizers is 3 kilos per hectare. There are countries in the global west are doing up to 165. So even with very little, we are doing a lot. So what then needs to be improved in order to improve the the safety? I think the answer is on the efficiency. And what do I mean by that? One of the practical ways we could do it is setting up simple things as, responsible use of pesticides. I'll give an example. it has become almost common knowledge that for anyone who harvests tomatoes, you need to spray them with a fungicide called mancozeb. It's very dangerous. There's supposed to be a duration between when it's spread last and when it is consumed. But because of lack of knowledge, this continues to be done, and many players in the value chain actually insist that when this is not done, your produce won't be taken. So it's really critical. So there's a lot of potential, but what needs to be done is to improve on the efficiency. And as Holland Green we have come up with about 8 different points in the value chain where there's inefficiency. Number 1, soil health. When you talk about gain, the first thing that comes to my mind is fortification, which, if I understand very well, means you add nutrients to food that the body will need that the primary food source does not have. Most of these nutrients that are normally added are under normal circumstances supposed to be coming from the soils. You heard when I talked about the 3 kilos per hectare. A lot of the farmers that are applying fertilizers are doing so with no information. But there's such a thing as soil testing, and that's the way we are approaching that. The use of hybrid seed. When you talk about the growing populations, Uganda has total arable land about 44 million acres. If we're going to continue cultivating on that land, be able to withstand the shocks that come with an increasing population where we need to share the same land with people who want to build houses, we've got to come up with very improved ways on how to continue improving the quality of food and also produce it in the quantity that it requires. So issues like greenhouses, irrigation, we have such a wonderful opportunity as a continent. Africa has about 10% of the world's fresh water. It's a very, very important and critical resource for production, but only about 6% of that 10% is being used for irrigation. It means that 94% of Africa's fresh water is underutilized. So ultimately, it's something that needs to be done by improving the efficiency, not because it's a good thing, but the world depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. And I think the issue of responsible use of pesticides, as I was sitting, I just saw a post on X. I think it's the Kenyan government. They did a study that was funded by Swiss, and they found that the pesticides that are allowed to enter the country are very detrimental, and that is explaining the increased number of cases we have in terms of cancer. We are hoping the Ministry of Agriculture will release a statement for that, but I think most of people's experiences are vegetables are now, very, they are not perishable anymore, and it's as a result of most of these pesticides that are being used, but what is that doing to our bodies? So Joel has shared, improved efficiency is very important, the responsible use of pesticides, soil health, and I think the use of hybrid seeds to withstand the increasing population. Thank you very much, Joel. I think that grounds us in the realities at the production level on how MSMEs can upgrade their production. Dr. Andrea, let's bring in the evidence and nutrition perspective. Your research explores how families access food and what shapes nutrition outcomes. Based on evidence, what should we keep in mind when designing the MSME and standards policies so that they genuinely support better nutrition?
Great, thank you so much, Sandra. So as a public health and nutrition researcher, it is really refreshing to be in a room of business folk like yourselves. It's not my typical audience, but I would like to thank the organizers for having an opportunity to present the nutrition perspective. You're probably wondering, why does someone who looks like me have a name that is Balungu? So I will tell you that I am married to a Ugandan. I have been here based in Uganda for about 10 years. And so when I think about food and nutrition, I'm thinking not only of the global evidence base and not only of the individuals who participate in my research here in Uganda, but also my family, my friends, and my community. So I think when we talk about nutrition, we necessarily think about, or we have to think about women and children. And so why? When we think about children, it's because those first 1,000 days from the point of conception and to the child's second birthday is this critical window of opportunity for locking in health and nutrition and basically laying the foundation for everything else that that child will achieve in their life. And when we think about women, we think about women as, for the most part, the primary gatekeepers for the care and feeding of children. But it's not just about low income, for example, women and children. I'll give you an example. So my husband is a fitness trainer. Most of his clients are middle income Ugandans. And they will ask him, they are seeing their OBs and their OGs, so these are people in their mid-30s, early 40s, getting sick with non-communicable diseases, NCDs, even dying at a very early age. And so even people in middle-class Uganda are asking, why is this happening, and what can I do so that I can be around for myself and for my children? And a lot of that comes down to nutrition, to the food that we're consuming and putting into our bodies. So what do MSMEs have to do with nutrition? Well, I think GAIN has a really convenient and nice statistic, which says that about 70% of the nutritious food that is produced or sold in the African continent is done so by MSMEs. So when we're thinking about food, we necessarily have to think about the role of MSMEs in that food system. And they necessarily have to be a part of the solution for addressing malnutrition in Uganda. And I think another point to underscore here is, what do we mean when we talk about malnutrition or nutrition? And malnutrition is the converse, right? So bad nutrition. So when nutritionists talk about nutrition, we're using that as an umbrella term that addresses undernutrition, so that's acute undernutrition, so that's a lack of calories. We're also talking about chronic undernutrition, also called stunting. We're talking about micronutrient deficiencies, but then more and more, we're also talking about overweight and obesity. So in Uganda, we are actually we do a lot of talking. I think especially in Uganda, a lot of action is still very much focused on acute malnutrition. But Uganda is well underway in what is being called a nutrition transition, where we still have persistent high rates of chronic undernutrition. So we've made some progress here, but we still have high rates of under 5 stunting. We also still have high prevalence of micronutrient deficiencies, especially anemia. And I know that because we have business folk in the room, anemia is directly related to productivity. But more and more, we're also seeing increasing rates of overweight obesity. If you look at these graphs of child overweight obesity from 1990 to today, it's one of these very scary graphs, flat line, zooming up, right? These rates are increasing and very rapidly. So we need to have this two-pronged focus when we're thinking about MSMEs, the food system, the foods that we're consuming, and the role of standards and guidance, which is not only on promoting and enabling consumption of nutrient-rich foods, but also helping to combat the consumption of unhealthy, non-nutritive foods that are contributing to overweight, obesity, and these rising rates of non-communicable diseases. Thanks. Over.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I think there's definitely a concern with the increase in obesity, because of course that increases illnesses like diabetes, heart issues, and it's something I think we've not really paid much attention to. Obesity was seen as something that was happening more in the advanced continents and not necessarily here. So thank you really for grounding us in what the evidence shows about, just first of all, linking the MSMEs to nutrition, how important that is, but also the different types of nutrition. And I think, we can all relate. As a country, we have really focused on acute malnutrition, but there are other kinds of nutrition that do need attention. So let's now connect that to what is happening on the ground. Dr. Gudula, you work with thousands of youth agripreneurs and MSMEs on the ground every day, and you see their practical challenges firsthand. What do you see as the biggest everyday challenge they face in producing safe, nutritious, good quality food?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm happy to be part of this conversation because it has given me an opportunity to learn what is happening. So the first challenge that we have is lack of information. There is a lot that people talk about, and in most cases, the people that know the information are the ones that are actually doing the food. So we do the food, and we hardly have no place where we can learn even about the good seeds that are out there. If you look at our National Agricultural Research Organization, they have done a lot in improving the different seeds. They have fortified some seeds, but how does this information reach the person who should be growing the biofortified seed so that we can get a more nutritious, healthy seed that is planted? And for us as Goody Leisure Farm, we are into animal production. Even when you think about the quality of the animal that you are raising, if you are having a standard animal, it's producing other animals. What kind of animals are these? So seed is outstandingly a big, big challenge, where to get it from, and even to know that this is a good seed or a bad seed. And it looks like the people who have fake or counterfeit seed seem to be spreading faster to communities where we work because we don't have how to prove that this is fake or not fake. Now, once you have your seed, if you're lucky to get the right seed, I think Joel talked about where we grow this seed. We don't have opportunities for soil testing. So we think that this soil that looks black is actually having all the nutritional value. This soil is growing plants. We have no idea. It is not true that every produce we see has the same content that we know. You can have maize, which is actually lacking a certain mineral, and you don't know that it's lacking. So we end up producing from soil, which we don't actually know its quality, so we don't get what we are supposed to get. Then when you think about climate challenges, at times we get floods. Floods wash away the food that our plants should actually get and the food that goes to our animals as well. When you don't have floods, but even floods at times bring water from industries, because many of us farmers, we don't have arbitration permits, so you'll have chemicals you never planned to have coming into your produce finally. And you have no capacity to test that. So at times we think we are giving food, but we're actually giving poison without us knowing. Now, once the climate issue, maybe you are lucky, you can irrigate, but of course, who knows that the water you are irrigating with is actually water in the way it's supposed to be. It might be contaminated water as well. Then we come to the cost of doing business and the cost of being compliant. Sometimes you know what you want to do, but the cost becomes a challenge. When you think about compliance for food safety and profits, at times you cannot tell the final consumer that I put in too much effort to care for your safety, pay me more. But down there is someone who did less and is willing to be paid less. So as you say, for me, I did all my best. This is highly fortified. The customer says, I want something cheaper. So who is sensitizing the customer? Most likely us as farmers, we are not the right people to sensitize the customer. So we need people out there to sensitize the customer. Now, the standardization itself, the process is not small. A number of our products that we do at our farm are actually standardized, but the cost you go through to standardize, the modifications you do at home, anyway, UNBS is not here, but they will ask you stainless steel, I don't know what. All those things come at a very big cost that a number of people are comfortable not to do them and sell to their customers that are not going to ask, what exactly are you selling? Now, once that is done, the issue is we are all, let me say, yoked. I might do the right thing, but if my neighbor is not doing the right thing, their bad behavior actually comes to me as well. We go to the same market, we trade together, so you end up being contaminated. And every time we are selling, especially exporting, we are not selling Goodla's products, we are selling Uganda's products. So someone's bad practice affects all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gudula. I don't know if we still have representation from Ministry of Trade and UNBS, because I think these are very, very key points, specifically with the costing of standardization. Everybody has a bottle of water on their table. There is a small UNBS mark for that table to be able to get on the shelves and hotels and all, but that mark, that small mark costs 800,000. This was maybe 3 years ago. I don't know if the cost has gone up. So you can imagine an MSME trying to afford this. So that's why it would have been important if Ministry of Trade is here to see the importance of cooperatives. Oh, thank you very much. The importance of cooperatives, which I guess reduces the individual cost of certification of that particular mark. And yes, the information on good quality seeds, this should be definitely going out, and I think Ministry of Agriculture as well has a role to play. The issue of soil testing, I think, is very key, specifically with floods, bringing in contaminated water. So these are all, I think, very, very important issues that can inform the review and update of the MSME policy, but also the quality and standards policy. So thank you, Dr. Gudula, for really painting a big picture of what MSMEs are experiencing on ground. Grace, your journey brings this to a very practical and personal level. Your journey starts with your own experiences. You are building a certified processing business, and you've done that successfully. What is the one lesson that can guide other MSMEs that are trying to meet food safety and quality standards?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fish Girl. I'm commonly known as the Fish Girl. And for me to be at this panel, I feel so good. And thank you so much, Sandra. First of all, I started fish when I was still a child. That's why I'm called the Fish Girl. From school, campus, I would move with my fish around. But my focus was on UNBS. I said, before I die, I must get my fish certified. And any effort I would make was to ensure that my product is certified. I even told my children, if I ever die before I finish this work, ensure that you complete it. So I first applied in 2005. You people, I didn't get the mark. Why? Because of my structure. They said, I said, okay, how do you want it to be? So I worked with them from the architectural drawings to interest this way, that way. I've worked on that production unit for 15 years. I've been putting all my effort there. And for me to sit here and I have my products certified and even non-certified, but even you renew and you get a valid permit, that is a tick in my heart. Now, what is it that can, okay, I first bought the standard and it became a Bible. It became a guide of everything I was doing. It was not easy, but I kept working hard. And I finished the structure. I kept networking. Sisigala Munju, where there is a camera is where I want to be, and camera people, thank you, and the media people. Because somehow, somewhere, someone sees you and educates you and supports you, even if it's knowledge or guide, and it has kept me going. The other thing, I was determined to purchase food-grade equipment. Of course, I didn't have the money. That money, the money I'm talking about. But in my head, I was convinced, njazifuna. When I finished the structure, I was left with now equipping the structure. I needed a food-grade work table, and someone told me, oh, funa table tekeke chibati. I said, me, I've invested more than this table. How much is the table? So I did window shopping around. I didn't go to China, because the ticket only to China to buy things. I said, I can use it to buy things here. I went to the tamales. I don't know whether you people know the tamales in Ireza. I went, first of all, with my money. It was not a lot, but I said, Kanguleyo, what I can, every month, every quarter, I'll get there. And when I walked there, the tamale, Mr. Tamale, the Hajj, I even didn't know him. But he walked out of his office as talking. My mouth can talk. Even during Chogama as one of the speakers, they didn't get tired. But I told them, I'm looking for a food-grade fryer that can fit, first of all, in my budget, but also that is food-grade. It is acceptable, and a work table. I also needed a machine that pounds mukene. I needed the fryer. Now, I told them, sagale sika mukene wabalala, mputa, byenyanja, those black ones. I want a food grade one, and said, but you're young, you're beautiful, and you're talking about fish passionately. I told him, because I'm a fish girl, I make fish, I have worked to finish my production unit. The Hajj was touched. I didn't know him. He said, now any equipment you touch, you're going to get 50% off. And the offer you people was for that day, for those hours. And I went in the afternoon. First of all, a table alone costed about 3.6 million shillings. One table that I needed to use for sorting mukene. But these were like 4 equipments attached, and my bill was about 15 million shillings. I needed it between 1 and, before they closed the shop, at 50%. So I was going to pay 7.5. I called friends. This is the power of networking. People, they sent money. They trusted me. I put money on their account, and I got all the equipments, plus the money I had, and I also borrowed. I want to thank, sometimes it's our net worth. You can talk to doctor, you can talk to who, and they help you, but the process is hard. Just the determination in me, I did not stop. Last but not least, I went to study about fish. My study was in archives and records management at Mackay University. But now I needed knowledge on fish. I went to Walmart, and for me, I go for the best of the best. I went to the Walmart in the US, and I studied about fish processing. For them, they call it seafoods. And I was there for 1 month, and it was a sponsorship by American Embassy. How I got it? You people talk until you stop talking. And I volunteered to give a small speech, and then they said, that girl, we can support her. And I was supported by American Embassy to study. And I got knowledge now on food value chain. And also, how do you penetrate the market? That time, my MTIC was not even in the supermarkets. I was walking it around. Now, after studying, I said, Kativinovi, America, I need to study here in Uganda. I went to Uganda Fisheries Institute in Entebbe. I needed to be a bright person in the fish, in that even when UNBS comes, also them, I ask them some questions. I teach them, because this is my product, much as I have the guide on safety and standards and labeling, Erambi bagamba, mukene has to have a silver lining, that's why it is silver. It has to be nice, it has to be this color, it has to be this smell. The smell is accepted. So we talk the same language. And then finally, I made sure my production unit is as beautiful and better than where I stay. Hello? I said it has to be beautiful, better than where I stay, because I'd visited so many. You people have I visited incubators.
1 minute, Grace.
Thank you. Where you enter from, there is some water. It is for disinfecting, but it's dirty water. I said mine has to be nice, and whoever comes there, they are wowed by the 2 receptions that we have, reception areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I am sure our audience will not forget the very passionate, you said fish lady? But I think those are very fantastic lessons. You know, networking is key. And then the determination, because I think as Grace has highlighted and Dr. Gudula, the cost of certification is, you know, it takes time and it's a process. And thank you for sharing that, Grace. So thank you all. These reflections really help us understand the current landscape, considering that we are all reviewing the MSME policy and the standards policy. Now, the next round is going to focus on what needs to change, the practical steps and the policy shifts that can support MSMEs better. I think for me, one that I pick out, and this is something that the ED of UNBS highlighted, is getting businesses, getting the MSMEs to be part of the standard development. Grace here has told us how she knows what she's doing much better. So if we're able to bring these MSMEs on board to really develop these standards, I think it will help, first of all, with the ownership, but also the sustainability of it. So now that we are looking at, you know, the solutions, back to you, Joel. Food quality and safety standards can feel complicated for small businesses. What type of simple support, whether it's training, whether it's partnerships, whether it's market linkages, technology, what would make it easier for MSMEs to meet food safety and quality standards?
Thank you, Sandra. I actually think standards are not complicated if we give people the right motivation. You know, psychologists say that the 3 most important factors that influence change are 1, motivation, opportunity, and the capacity to do so. So, as Holland Green Tech, and at a personal level, both as a practicing farmer and also a farmer enabler, I think there are 4 things that we need to do to improve the motivation of everyone that is involved. But I think what is also worth saying is that as a proud African, I think the one thing that is going to give us a seat on the table that we've been fighting so much to get on is putting on the table what brings people on the table, which is food. We have both the opportunity, the motivation, and the capacity to do so. What then therefore needs to be done? The biggest challenge to the food system, the biggest threat is knowledge. There's such a huge information disparity. Dr. Gudula talked about the good work that NARO is doing and how that information is not being relayed, at least not in the tune and the frequency that farmers understand, to the extent that what then finds itself on the market that is consumed by everyone, including our friends from NARO, is then what they are not, it's not what they are doing a lot of work to put on the market. Number two, it's the access to inputs. Everyone has talked about the access to inputs, and I mean, I resonate with the example of Dr. Gudula. Those of us that are in the business of inputs and have the right inputs are probably not making as much noise as those that are bringing on board fake inputs. So that's really, really critical. Next to that, that moves everything, is the finance. There is no industry that has grown without having the right access to the finance that can stimulate growth. You talk to any financial institution, none of them is willing to create facilities that can be taken advantage of by growers. So that becomes a challenge. So if we want to engineer policy, that has got to be addressed really, really so much. But most importantly, the market and how structured they are. The Daily Monitor published on the 23rd of March. Anyone that can get time should look for that paper. It said Ugandan grown food disappears from stores. In what I think they call the bylines, it said Uganda's agriculture sector is struggling to compete with imports from neighboring countries as cheaper, high-quality produce from Kenya and Tanzania floods local markets, threatening the food security and economic stability. That's a very strong statement. From where we sit, as an organization that has companies in all the three countries, it's always very interesting to see that our colleagues, Holland Green Tech Kenya, sells seeds to farmers on the western side of Naivasha, and then that produce is produced and then it comes here. What then needs to be done? All of us, there's the consumer behavior of food has got to change, both in trying to understand what is quality, how can we identify quality, and then regulations to guide on how food is produced, post-harvest handling, and then how the organization is done in the market. So with those, and there's so many things that have been talked about, the going back to cooperatives, working together, with that we can, the regulations will only complement the work that everyone will be doing.
Yes, thank you very much, Joel. And I think that's very important. Knowledge. The things that we consume, and I think once people appreciate that standards are very important to keep us alive, I think that will go a long way. I remember there was a project that was done with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, and it was developing a local ordinance on maize standards. And before, the farmers, the traders, they looked at it as something they're very detached from, something very intimidating, until they were told that the maize your children are eating at school have aflatoxins and they will fall ill. And just that information, that awareness, made them much open to wanting to develop these standards at the local level. And that was a fantastic one. That standard was ratified and recognized at the WTO. So if you actually go to the WTO website, you'll find the local maize ordinance for Nakaseke. So I think that's a great practical example Of course, access to input, finance, and markets are very key. So thank you, Joel, for highlighting what practical support MSMEs need on the production side. Now, Dr. Andrea, let's turn to the evidence and consumer side of things. From a research perspective, what is the one insight that could help policymakers and MSMEs design nutrition-friendly, consumer-focused food products?
Thank you, Sandra. Well, so as I mentioned, I am no expert in standards or in business. What I can speak to, though, is the behavior of consumers at the household level, right? And so I think I want to split my comments into what I would advise for MSMEs and then separately for policymakers. And I'm going to take this from some of my own research that I've done. So most of my work is focused, again, on women and children, mothers and children. And mothers, that period of time, especially when children are very young, mothers are very motivated and very interested to provide the best food for their children. But we also have to recognize that Uganda is a country of hustlers, right? So everyone is doing many, many things. Women are no exception. Mothers are no exception. They are very busy people, right? And so I think for MSMEs, one of the things to potentially think about in terms of finding a niche is addressing the need for both nutritious food, but also nutritious foods that can be made to be convenient and easy to make for mothers and for caregivers. Another insight, this is from a recent study that I just did in Kawempe, actually. So these are mothers of children under 2, where we found out, among other things, that children under 2, about 33% of them were consuming juice, about 12% were consuming soda, about 44% were consuming snacks, things that we would call unhealthy foods, like crisps and the gorillas and all that. And what I'm highlighting here is that, we think of low-income consumers as being very cash constrained, and they are, but there is small money available. If they are buying a 1,000 shilling soda, they can buy a 500 shilling egg, right? And so I think part of this gets to not only the convenience aspect of food, but also the desirability aspect of food that I think MSMEs can really help to promote. Uganda has amazing food, and a lot of the big barriers to consumption of nutritious foods is often that some of the most nutritious foods are also considered to be poverty foods, and so there's a real stigma against them. So you're mentioning mukene, silverfish, right? This is an extremely nutritious food, but often people it's not seen as luxurious. So what can we do to help increase the desirability of these foods that we have available? Something else from a study.
1 minute.
Sure. And this is related to the Splash representative just left. So when we do diet studies, when we're interested in nutrition, we're asking about what are people consuming, and we're asking about all these different food groups. And one of the things that we ask about is juice. Again, because juices tend to have low nutrient quality and very high sugar. And one of the things that we have seen is that there's this lack of differentiation. So when I ask you about juice, you might think about the juice that your family is making in the village, or that your mother made you, which is, she's taking the passion fruit and she's making the juice herself, relatively highly nutritious. But if you go to a duka or a small market or a supermarket, you see products all referred to as juice, but one is, you'll look at the label. I challenge you to do this later today. Some are marketed as fresh juice. Some are marketed as juice drink. Some are marketed as fruit-flavored drinks. There is a lack of differentiation that is pretty problematic here, because these are actually different things. That the main difference is the amount of actual juice, the amount of actual fruit, real fruit in that product, and the relative level of sugar in that product. So I think thinking about these things, about what we can do in terms of standards and governance to help, again, promote these nutritious foods, but also protect the public from, these issues around, what everyone has mentioned here. So information, or lack of information, misinformation, and disinformation really affects on the consumer end as well. I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And, you raise a critical point here. I think all of us can have experienced this. When you enter supermarkets nowadays, the first 5-6 aisles are just biscuits, chocolates, sweets, just junk food. And by the time you get to where the fresh food is, it's just like one aisle, even sometimes half an aisle. So that is a real concern. Thank you for bringing that in, evidence perspective. We have very limited time, so I'm going to request the next panelists, Dr. Gudula and Grace, to respond in just 1 minute, please. Dr. Gudula, building on that, how can Uganda use the parish-based and community enterprise models that you are successfully implementing to help MSMEs adopt good production and safety standards more consistently?
Thank you very much. I am privileged to be working in 1,359 parishes in this country. And I'm one of the people that is implementing the parish development model. Somehow, people thought that PDM is about money, but it has other pillars. And one of the pillars that we enjoy most is the value chain linkage, where we've been able to link people along the value chain, but also bring them together into what we call production by the masses, vis-a-vis mass production. And because of production by the masses, we are able to use this opportunity of the masses to come together, be given information, be trained, and be hubs where someone can go to learn something or even buy what they want. We have created what we call farmer service centers in each of these parishes. And the farmer service center serves 3 major roles that are very useful. One of them is ensuring that there is quality seed at the farmer service center. Then we have also put in what we call a common user facility, where you can do your value addition with a technology that you don't own as an individual, but you own it as a group. Then also being able to market together so that you reduce all the other costs of logistics and name it that would come along. The other thing which Joel talked about was access to finances. We know that there is no financier out there who gives you money when you have no money. They want to finance someone who has money. And what we have done is building on the model of savings and loan associations, SACCOs, to encourage people who are seen not to have money to aggregate the little money that they have. The youth that we are working with, the 388,513 youth, together have a saving portfolio of 18.6 billion Uganda shillings. If you have individual money, it looks too little. But when you put it together, it's much. And with that money, that's the first money they borrow. They learn how to borrow. They now have a credit history. And they can therefore use it to access even bigger money. But when they access the money, they are able to pay back easily. They are accessing finances from Microfinance Support Center, Uganda Development Bank, which is at a lower interest rate than they would have if they had gone as individuals, and they would actually be seen as very risky for any financier. Now, I wanted to talk about the issue of enforcement. When we talk about food safety, it means that if we are supplying people food that is not safe, we are actually committing a crime. If you knew that your person in the market is selling you food which is contaminated, which could make you get cancer or something, I think you'd be definitely concerned. But who cares? Who enforces that? Who cares if they do that? They'll get away with it. How can we? I think we need to use the community to do the policing of good food safety practices. And we have done that working with what we call parish social investors. These are adults within our parishes that support the youth to be compliant on things that affect our safety, our safeguard, and also gender inclusion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gudula. And I think those are great because they're already working. That's what's working on ground. The enforcement, community policing, the microfinance, I mean, that's fantastic. Uganda, you said 18.6 billion that has been saved within that particular microfinance. And then, of course, the farmer services sector. Grace, you have lived these challenges directly, and just going to ask, could you, if you were to change one thing as we review the MSME or standards policy, what could you change to make life easier for small food processors? What would that be and why? Just one thing. 2 minutes, please.
One thing that, let's harmonize these policies. I'll give my experience. When I was certified, having gone through that the first time, within the first 1 month or two, now fisheries closed the fishing of mukene. I've gone through all this, I've got the certification, and there's no mukene in the lake. There's no more fishing of mukene. They're just restarting now. But I've paid money, I've invested a lot, energy and everything. It is all gone to waste. So is there a way, because these are all government agencies, in my thinking, is there a way they can work together, these policies, and know that don't certify people when you know you're going to close, so that me, I don't waste my time and money. That is one. Two, if you are I have paid to you, and then the money is going to UNBS, why don't you refund my money if they have not used it? One of my products of powder, it was not passed because it didn't have enough calcium. It passed microbiology test, it passed all the other tests, apart from low calcium. You people, do we feed mukene calcium? We only get it from the lake. We don't feed river fish. So I asked them. Fortunately, UNBS called me and I was very happy. I asked them. They told me, Grace, for sure we have to drop this standard of powdered. And I was very happy in that meeting. But then they told me there is this other one you're going to apply for. Meaning you're starting afresh. You're going to pay all the money. You're going to pay for the permit. By the way, you pay for the permit before you're approved. So you're going to pay for the permit, you're going to do all this, and then they'll tell you that policy, you're writing to the ED. You people have seen the ED for the first time. Just that I didn't get time to talk to him because we were coming here at the panel. And thank you, Gain, thank you, Suen, for inviting me. Where would I have seen these people? I wrote in April up to today, no feedback, and the approval comes from the ED. Do you think ED is always in the office? Where else do you go? The process of standardization is online. You have to follow this, click here, click there. No one you're talking to. Please let those things change a bit. For us, we are willing to work. We are willing to work with you. We are willing to grow our country. And I'm not annoyed. Just that bit, we need to work on it. Because I'm still there and I'm not going anywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Grace. I really love her passion. Thank you, thank you. And I think we have the right government partners here, Ministry of Trade and UNBS, that have, I'm hoping noted that. Now, in the interest of time, I had been requested to move the Q&A at the end, but Maurice, if you could just give us 5 minutes because we might lose some panelists. So I would like to just take 2 questions from the audience. Please keep it very short. Kindly introduce yourselves, your name, your institution, and let us know which panelist your question is directed to. Just 2 questions. I'll start with the gentleman there.
Thank you. David Bazwan from Enterprise, Uganda. Funny enough, what she said at the end, actually my now question goes to Minister of Trade. Why? I've worked there before, and I was one of the people who actually worked on that NSQP policy. Now, during that time, I remember there were plans by government under the Kwesi project to harmonize how the infrastructure works, so that she doesn't have to suffer from the fatigue. So I will now actually task Commissioner Dennis Aineviona, because I worked with him directly. How far has that effort gone to harmonize the NQI so that people like her don't have so many people knocking on her door and causing her fatigue? Thank you.
Thank you. That question will be answered by Ministry of Trade. We'll take a second question, and that's the final question. There is someone behind a media. Yes, the lady at the back.
Thank you very much. It was very insightful. My name is Joyce Ateide. I work with African Women Agribusiness Network. Unfortunately, my question is also going to UNBS or government. When you're certifying the different products, I would request that if we can have one place where we can do tests. They will tell you, go to URI and test this, go to Makere, test this, go to Kemifa, test this. And then after going to Makere, they will tell you the permit has expired, we cannot give you a certificate. Can we have one space where we are directed and we do tests? So that first of all, the journey is very long and expensive. So I don't know who can answer that, NBS or UNBS or any person from government. Thank you.
Thank you. We have I'm going to take just one question that came from the chat board. I know that there are many other questions. We request that you raise this on the chat board. You know, if you look at the documentation, the QR code, just put in your questions and the team will try as much to answer. I'll just pick one of the questions, and I think this will go to Joel. So a recent research jointly conducted by Makere and pesticide residues on fruits and vegetables. Oh, just a second. Oh yes, so there's a recent research jointly conducted by Makere and a consortia of some Chinese university. It did reveal a stark reality that northern Uganda loses at least 80% of her topsoils per year to erosion. What do the pesticide residues, and this is done through the pesticide residues that have found also on fruits and vegetables. So people are being diagnosed with cancer at the Uganda Cancer Institute due to consumption of some of these. Joel, what are some of the feasible practical policy recommendations that can be put forward and implemented so we have safety fruits and vegetable value chain actors? People are getting avoidable cancers without unknowingly, and it's common knowledge that northern Uganda tends to experience hotter climate conditions. Wow, this is a long question. And suffering the heaviest burdens of climate change. Farmers are experiencing yearly cycles of crop failures due to drought, stress, and food safety-related issues. So what are some of the policy recommendations that can be implemented to avert drought, stress, and food safety-related issues, say, in northern Uganda?
That's a mouthful of a question, but I'll answer it the way I understood it. And I'll start by mentioning again what Dr. Goodler said, and I'm happy to learn that PDM is addressing it. Most people in my line of work, I mean farmers, growers, focusing more on mass production and not production for mass. What do I mean by that? The research, if you look at it, I think one of the greatest causes of soil erosion is the continuous opening up of land for agricultural production. It takes me back to what I said in the first question of we need to fix the inefficiencies to be able to address many things that many challenges that the value chain faces. So I'll give an example again for context. If one did tomatoes in an acre, because of the inefficiencies that are at production level in Uganda in most cases,
what they get is just close to 10, 20, 15% of what a farmer in Kenya would do using the same inputs, but the only difference is the knowledge. Everything constant, the knowledge would mean that the other guy would get 90% more. What then can be done? When you talk about the pesticides, the irresponsible use of fertilizers, I don't know whether the proposal would be very easy, because if we can easily go to a pharmacy and get a Panadol without a prescription, I'm guessing it's going to be very hard to ask for whoever comes to buy a fertilizer to come with a soil testing report. Because you see, we have a challenge. Farmers are using fertilizers because they want to feed crops and not feeding soils. So the moment you grow same maize, the nutrients, part of which keep the soil structure and prevent it from being lost when erosion comes, are lost with the harvest that you take away. What the responsible thing to do would be, we are the superior race, we can do whatever we want with the environment, but we do so responsibly. Go test the soil, understand what nutrients you will need to grow maize on 1 acre, such that at the end of the harvest season, you've not taken everything that that soil had and bared. So there needs to be regulation, especially on how inputs are dispensed. Some districts are doing a great job in terms of extension. It's really, really important. So we need to employ more extension workers, both at government and at private sector level. Some districts, I can say for Masaka City, you cannot operate an agro-input shop if you don't have what is called safe use certificate. Because that means that if the guy behind the stall in an agro-input shop understands how you need to use the inputs, will advise you, because these are all, well-meaning Ugandans. So a lot needs to be done. It's very hard to pinpoint what, but at least if we started at ensuring that the right inputs come into the country, once they are being dispensed, we are using information. And I also want to give a ray of hope. As Holland Green Tech, we now have close to 8 soil testing scanners across the country. We are working with Naro. Anyone that is close to a Naro station, you can quickly go to Naro, ask them that you'd like to do a quick test. You'll get a discounted price at a rate of about 30,000 shillings per a sample collected from 1 acre. You'll get like a very detailed correction plan on how to correct. Sandra, allow me to say one thing to probably demonstrate how big the problem is. We've done soil testing for close to 10 years now. We started operations in 2016. We've done, from the top of my head, about 50,000 soil samples. We have never found a sample that asked a farmer to say use 2 bags of NPK. But I'll tell you what is a standard, say, in Elgon. If a farmer is going to grow maize, if they have bought their 10 kilos of bazooka, they leave the same shop with 2 bags of 25 or 50 kilos each of fertilizer. Guess what? They don't need that. They need probably about 15 kilos of that. We're not anti-fertilizer. Fertilizers are good to scale production, but they need to be used responsibly, and so is the case with all the other inputs.
Yes, thank you very much, Joel. That's very important, and I think that's something that Dr. Goodula had mentioned, that a lot of these bad inputs are finding their ways to production, to farmers, more than the good inputs. So that regulation, I think, is very key. I'll just give 1 minute to Ministry of Trade and UNBS to respond to the questions. I think the gentleman from the Enterprise Institute was talking about, the harmonization of standards. How is that? What are the plans that the ministry has for that to really reduce the burden that Grace raised? Ministry of Trade, could one of the ushers pass a mic to the commissioner? Okay. He wanted to know what you're doing. Your UNBS or Ministry of Trade?
Ministry of Trade.
Yes, what you're doing in terms of harmonization of policies, because they mentioned that it's such a burden. Trying to.
Thank you so much. My name is Dennis Ainebiona. I'm in charge of industry. Yes, I get Mr. Baziwani clearly. In 2012, when we were coming up with the standards and quality policy, one of the things that we did agree with was the need to create awareness among the public on the different roles played by different MDAs as regards this work of standards and quality. And the other aspect we are looking at is how do you support the enterprises to ensure that they do comply. You will find that most especially our SMEs lack this information, and some of them we are not realizing whether this need is actually required. So what we've been doing is to, through the mandated agencies like Uganda National Bureau of Standards, has been, let's increase awareness, let's also bring the services closer to the SMEs. Their services have been decentralized, and also they have also been able to recognize other entities that can provide the conformity services. And I also want to say that the working relationship between UN-based URA and the Ministry of Agriculture when it comes to enforcement is now in unison. And I also want to state that what you are seeing being launched this morning, the good governance, also speaks to that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we also have UNBS to just echo that and respond to the second question.
Thank you. My name is Abubakar Bakuru Mpaji from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I'll first of all apologize for the incident that happened. However, I think there is just an information gap. The issue of raising a concern that there should be one centralized place for testing wouldn't be a good one because it doesn't conform to internationally agreed practices. UNBS operates a laboratory recognition scheme whereby the laboratories that are recognized countrywide are allowed to offer testing services to our clients. And the reason why we do that is basically to ensure that at least the services are closer to the people and also to try to reduce the turnaround time for testing of some of these products. Now the challenge comes in the information gap. The information is available on our website, all the laboratories that people can use to test their products. The information is available on our website, and the validity of their recognition certificate is also available. Now I think the mistake came in, the client either didn't visit the website or he didn't consider consulting the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Kindly be informed that at the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, we have a division that attends to MSME needs. And whatever query you may be having, please feel free to visit us and we shall be able to guide you accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope that answers the questions. And as I mentioned earlier, please put your questions in the chat board, and these will definitely be responded to. So we've come to the end of this panel discussion. I really want to thank all our panelists for these insightful and practical contributions. And I think we've really managed to get quite a number of recommendations that will be valuable as the MSME and standards policy undergo review. Thank you all for engaging in this important conversation. The MC hadn't introduced me, but I'm Sandra Kirenga. I am the Partnerships and Program Coordinator at the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. I have over 20 years experience in addressing development needs of countries, specifically in Uganda. So, trade facilitation, private sector development, gender, strategic planning, and also some of these faces are very familiar as I've engaged with you over the years. Thank you very much, and let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. And with that, I will hand the program back to our Master of Ceremonies to take us forward. Thank you.
As we appreciate the panelists and the moderator, they'll have a group photo. Can we give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I'll invite the ushers just to change the bottles that have been used. I think we'll need only 2 bottles. As I do that, Abubakar, you had started. I thought you'd stay here so you can then conclude on the National Standards and Quality Policy 2012. You're allowed to speak for a few minutes. But as I invite Abubakar back, we've been seated too long. Please stand. Please stand. I am worried about losing you because I know it's also lunchtime. But then I saw some of you having our coffee break and loading your plates and were worried for your space for lunch. So I will really request, and Patrick, with your permission, that we will do lunch just before 2 p.m. because we need to get out of the way the second panel. And as Abubakar comes to the front, we will, so let's do this. I know you don't have space, so we'll call. Let's call some rain. It's been extremely hot in Kampala. I don't know how you guys sleep, but for me, I ensure that, not for television. Yeah, we are streaming live, so we will not tell you guys what happens. But, right, then on your heel, is it heel, toes? Yeah, on your toes. Just keep going up and down. It's the best exercise you could have for your calf. Director Birawa always says it's the best exercise he does in the morning after waking up, just so he allows blood flow to the calves, right? Just try and do that. You can, as your hands are up, don't put them down. Then it's useless. It doesn't help. Toes, then back down, and then back to the toes, and then back down. All right, back. You can take your seats. Yes, yes, boss.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. My brother Abubakar, be at peace. Feel easy. This is your day. Just before we dive into that short discussion about overview and some of the success stories around the NSQP period of 2012, I would like to call Mr. Simon Sereko. Mr. Simon Sereko, let me just get his credentials right. He's from the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator's Office in Uganda. Mr. Simon, the reason why I'm ambushing you, Mr. Simon, forgive me, sincere apologies. Recently, we convinced Ugandans that Uganda is ready to graduate from the LDC status to the next level. It comes with its own pros and cons. These 2 policies speak closely to what potentially might happen and how we can adjust ourselves to fit closely and push that journey. In brief, less than 3-4 minutes, just tell us, what do we need to know as Ugandans? MSMEs here, the NQI, how does it fit into that approach? Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, participants. My name is Simon Peter Nsereko. I work with the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office. The UN Resident Coordinator's Office is responsible for coordinating the entire United Nations system in the country to ensure that we are coherent in the way we do our work in the country. I did not have a specific speaking role today, but when my brother Patrick asked, I felt that I should not say no, because this conversation comes at a very critical point in Uganda's development journey. Uganda is currently categorized as a least developed country. And the UN has put in place the category for LDCs because there are countries that face peculiar challenges in their development, and therefore they need special attention in terms of how they can be supported in order for them to also transition in their development. So in March 2024, that was last year, Uganda officially met the criteria for graduation from the LDC category. And in 2027, so that was the first time that Uganda met that criteria for graduation. But that does not necessarily mean that the country has graduated from the LDC category. And when we talk about LDC graduation, it's completely different. Well, there's some very few similarities. It is different from the World Bank categorization, which, because the World Bank categorization refers to income categories. United Nations categorization goes beyond income. It looks at the human and assets index as well as the economic and environmental vulnerability index. So out of the three criteria for categorization, Uganda met the criteria for economic and environmental vulnerability index as well as the human assets index. The country did not meet the criteria for gross national income, which is basically about income levels per capita. But what does it mean for Uganda to graduate from the LDC category to the category of other developing countries? As I mentioned at the beginning, this category is created to find ways to give special support to these vulnerable countries. So if Uganda is still an LDC, it is still vulnerable, especially in terms of its productive capacity, but also capacity to compete with the rest of the world. But once Uganda graduates, it is a very exciting thing. Of course, it puts the country into another level of development. It means that the country has now progressed positively, but it comes with the implication that the country loses out on those support measures that we are talking about. It means, for example, that Uganda will no longer have access to duty-free, quota-free, preferential trade treatment to certain markets that it has been having for many years. And that implies that Uganda will be competing equally with the rest of the developing countries. So Uganda will be competing the same way as bigger and stronger economies like Kenya, bigger economies like South Africa, because they are all now falling in the same category of development. So this conversation that we are having fits in directly with the conversation on Uganda's LDC graduation. So I feel that when we start talking about the policy review process, Patrick, it is not like any other policy reviews that we have done. We are getting into a policy process which defines our strategy for us to be able to compete with the rest of the world. So do not look at it the same way you have looked at policy processes in the past. It means that we need now to position ourselves as a country, especially because MSMEs are the major contributors to Uganda's production. But also, when you talk about most of what we trade with the rest of the world, we aggregate from medium, small, and from micro, small, and medium enterprises. So we must look at our policy review process from that viewpoint, that we are preparing ourselves to compete with bigger and more prepared economies. And so we must do things differently. And one of the ways to do things differently is to ensure that we learn from the experiences of other countries. How did they do it? And then as I conclude, just to clarify that once the next triennial review for Uganda's graduation process happens in 2027, that will be around March. It does not mean that the country will graduate instantly. It means that the Committee for Development Policy of the United Nations, which is based in New York, will recommend Uganda for graduation from the LDC category, but the country will have another 5 years to prepare itself for graduation because it has implications. And that means that the earliest Uganda can graduate from the LDC category will be 2032. But the preparatory process has already started. And this should be one of those opportunities for Uganda to prepare itself for graduation from the LDC category. The other graduation process, there are other conversations ongoing which are related to the World Bank graduation, purely based on income, and it is more about how international financial institutions, especially the World Bank, categorize countries based on their income levels, and then making decisions on how they should be funded through the different funding mechanisms. I hope that was clear. Thanks a lot for the opportunity for me to say something about the LDC graduation process.
So colleagues, when your child refuses to graduate, don't blame him. Even countries can deliberately refuse to graduate because they want to still tap into the opportunities, the freebies. But Uganda, we need to graduate. Not so? And the center of this graduation are MSMEs.
Thanks, Patrick. And I notice Abu Bakr, I'm told, is also on the next panel. So let's save some time. Since he's on this panel, we can get your intervention during the panel. So I'll quickly move to Jacqueline. I need to confirm, is he on your panel? Ah, excellent. So Jacqueline, please come. I now want to pronounce Jackie's second name correctly, because initially I wasn't sure. So now that I know, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this section, Miss Jacqueline Pemer.
Thank you very much. I don't blame you. It takes a bit of time for people to learn how to say my name properly. But if you mispronounce it, it also changes meaning. It doesn't mean the same thing, and it's not a good one. Thank you. Good afternoon. I recognize that we are standing between you and lunch, so we're going to reorganize ourselves, and this panel is going to be the most efficient panel today. I'm very competitive that way. So we'll do this. We will spend half our time with introducing the panelists and what they do and a question, and then the other half will get the questions from the room. And right now, let me thank you, Mr. Abubakar. You are the first panel member on my panel, and just to introduce the panel session, it's themed Competing Beyond Borders, Standards, Quality, and Market Access in the AFCFTA Era. I would like to invite Commissioner Ndorore Cleopas from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Commissioner for External Trade. Please give him a hand clap. It's a very heavy role that he holds. I'd also like to invite Mr. Hez Alinda from the Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority, our very new, our newest institution. A hand clap, please, unless you don't appreciate them. Finally, I would like to also invite Mr. Richard Musafiri, the Director for UGANAS, Uganda Accreditation Services. A hand clap for him. Yes. So, as we introduce ourselves, I would, so the instructions are, we'll introduce ourselves, our role, our institution's core mandate, and the role that we are playing with in the quality infrastructure, quality policy and infrastructure, and I'll give you a question each. And as our lead and line ministry here, I would like to start with you, Commissioner Cleopas. Please tell us about what your external trade really does in your introduction, and also give us a little bit of the role that the government agency does or plays when it comes to preparing MSMEs in particular for export.
Thank you, Pimire. At least I have been able to pronounce your name after having been with you for a while. I really, before I answer that, let me appreciate SB4U and our partners in this, and your team, Patrick, for putting this together. My name's Cleopas. I'm Cleopas Ndorere. My role as the commissioner is to ensure that everything we produce, both goods and services, get out there to the people who need it. And also to support my brother, Dennis, the Commissioner for Industry, to ensure that we save on our forex exchange by import substitution. My role mainly is to negotiate. Every time I get an opportunity as this, I like to quote a gentleman who was called Pascalami. He was a former Director General of the World Trade Organization. He used to say that government's role is to make trade possible. And the role of development partners such as Pimires before you and all of you private sector here is to make trade happen. Government makes it possible. We negotiate markets, we open up markets, the African Free Continental Free Trade Area specifically, talking to our topic today, a 1.4 billion market, $3.4 trillion, 54 countries. We level down the duties, the tariffs, what you would call tariffs. So Pimile and colleagues here, what does that mean? The moment we have leveled down the tariffs, it means that you now have to compete on two things, the price and the quality. Because unfortunately for you, if you're a milk producer or whatever you are, cement, name it, the tariff that was protecting you is no longer there. So you must now pull up your socks You must up your game. And you up it in quality and in the price, reducing your cost of production and in the price. As government, I have heard you talk more of harmonization and all that. But let me correct the narrative a little bit. Harmonization of policies is different from mutual recognition. Even the EU, as we talk, has not harmonized their standards or quality. They have what they call the gold standard. It is what they call the mutual recognition. You agree that I do appreciate your systems, I do appreciate your procedures in conformity assessment, in testing, in sampling. The scientists know that better. They may not be the same. They are not necessarily equivalent, but I appreciate that they give what is known as the appropriate level of protection. It is the principle under which, even at the WTO, the TBT agreement, the SPS agreement, is based on the appropriate level of appropriation, of protection. So we need not be equivalent, but is your process, is your system, your testing, giving my people the protection, consumer protection, safety, and all that equivalent to the one I have in my country? I can give you a quick analogy to appreciate it. In this building, there are many of us, maybe Catholics, Muslims, Protestants, but the government recognizes, say, a marriage certificate from any of those what? We did not harmonize our marriage laws as Christians with the Muslims, but they are all mutually recognized. Let me stop there. So that is what we need to keep in mind, that harmonization can be total order and almost impossible, for lack of a better word to you. What we need is mutual recognition of our procedures so that we can trade among us and between ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think it's a very important point, because I think that the word that is usually used is that it needs not to be identical. So it doesn't have to be exactly the same wording, but it needs to be equal or have the same effect. Thank you so much. So I'll go down the lane to my left to Mr. Alinda Hayes. It's nice to meet you. We've worked together virtually along a bit. You represented actually Uganda at the SME Global Ministerial in Johannesburg, South Africa earlier this year. And my question to you is going to come at the angle of intra-Africa trade. We're talking about AFCFTA and the like. And Commissioner Ndore's office has been able to open so many of our market access in many regions, East African Community, at the WTO. Our newest platform is the AFCFTA. The AFCFTA is based on the fact that intra-Africa trade is only 15%. I think the highest figure I've ever had was about 17%. I was working with UNECA before, and one of the studies we found is that we actually trade more with each other. The 15 to 17% as Africa is recorded trade. And there are a couple of reasons why this 56% of trade is not recorded, but the main thing is informality. One of the issues is informality. So my question is, how, in your opinion, as the role, and you're going to tell us a little bit about the role of UZEPFA, I hope I'm saying it correctly, the Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority, while you introduce yourself, but how can SMEs leverage quality compliance to differentiate themselves in trade, and both locally and internationally? What is the role that you're going to play, and how can you enhance that for MSMEs of Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, for the record, I'm not Hayes. My name is Katunji David. I am representing HES as the ED of FUZEPA. I am in charge of export development and promotion at Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Authority. So I am representing the executive director. Yes, and as you rightly said, FUZEPA is a very new baby in the country, so allow me to briefly outline what FUZEPA does, its mandate, being the establishment, the development, the management, the marketing, the maintenance, the supervision, and control of free zones in Uganda, and then facilitating the development, promotion, and coordination of all export-related activities in the country. So that's what FUZEPA does. And for the case of SMEs, it is one of the things we do, we support, which falls under the export development function. And we do a number of things support the SMEs, first of all, to overcome the challenges that they face in the area of doing business, but also supporting them to be able to be export ready, to meet the standards, the regulations, the requirements that are required by the export market. Like Commissioner said, there are a number of things that are required for the export market. And to be able to access the export market, then we have to be compliant to the specific market requirements. And SMEs, in most cases, we find that they have hurdles around meeting those standards and requirements. So we support them, we facilitate them, we profile them, we do assessment of the SMEs and what they do, and we know their capacity and establish their gaps. And based on those gaps, then we come in to support them in developing their capacity, developing their infrastructure, helping them to develop, to be on the digital platforms. We do market intelligence, such that we are able to disseminate this market information on the various markets, and then prepare them to be able to meet those market requirements. We also support a number of them in international exhibitions to interact with the buyers in those markets and be able to know what is required, and also showcase what they are producing that can be of interest to those markets. So those are some of the things we do for the SMEs. But capacity building is a key aspect of what we do. Take them through the export development programs, right from profiling right to the way they can access the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to partnering with you to achieve some of those goals in the course of the years before you. I would like to come back to our colleague who has been on the stage for the longest, Mr. Abubakar. Thank you. As you introduce yourself, what the UNBS does, we would appreciate if you could highlight some of the gaps or areas in the quality and the national standards and quality policy that you think in our revision you think would be very important or would critically affect SMEs today to enhance their productivity, their export and compliance with standards and accreditation, standards in our external markets. You're welcome.
Thank you, Jackie. My name is Abubeka Bakuru Mpaji. Once again, I work with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Our mandate basically is to develop standards or facilitate the development of standards and also enforce standards that are compulsory to ensure that at least the products we have on the market or the products that we trade in are compliant with the requirements of those standards. We also have a mandate of facilitating fair trade and precision in measurements in the industry. And then we do all that basically to ensure that at least our products are competitive, both on the national domestic market and the regional and international market. And thereby our target is to strengthen the economy of this nation. Now, what are the gaps that we have realized in the current policy that affect the performance of MSMEs when it comes to compliance with standards? The first question we have to ask ourselves is, what are we interested in? Are we interested in the numbers of MSMEs, or are we interested in the quality of these enterprises? As UNBS, we are focusing on building quality enterprises. And as the previous speakers who left in the previous panel raised the issue that compliance to some of the standards requirement is not a walkover. You have really to show that you comply in order for you to get a watch mark. Now, we have to ensure that we put in place, at least the upcoming policies, put in place measures to ensure that they provide incentives for compliance to these requirements. As the speakers put it straight, we have a number of enterprises that make an effort to comply to the requirements of the standard. But once you walk onto the market, these are the very enterprises competing with enterprises that are not complying with the requirements of the standard. And in many cases, these may not be necessarily enforcement gaps, but we have things to do with political interventions. There are a number of cases where enforcement is done and probably as an issue of a phone call, the operations are stopped. And such kinds of interventions affect our processes, and hence our compliant MSMEs are outcompeted in the market. They fail to get value of really why they are compliant, while their cores are not complying to the requirements of the standard. Then another intervention that should be put into consideration, there is a need to integrate conformity assessment requirements in the regulatory framework across all sectors. I'm going to give you an example. Remember the recent scenario, the previous scenario we faced when we are exporting our maize or milled products to Sudan. Maize could leave the country through the border to Sudan without putting much more emphasis on the requirement for standardization and certification. So later on, it was realized that it is an issue because the South Sudan government raised a flag, and that's when they came to know that really the role of conformity assessment and standardization is important. So I would advise that it would be good that all policies across all sectors, all government agencies that facilitate trade, they consider incorporating standardized standards and conformity assessment in their processes, such that if at all we are issuing licenses to these enterprises, we make sure that at least they are complying to these requirements. Lastly, we need to do more on awareness. awareness and sensitization. Do these MSMEs that we support, are they aware of these requirements? I was so interested in what Grace said, that he even interested herself in getting more knowledge and getting more knowledge regarding her processes and also the requirements of the standard. But how many MSMEs outside there are aware of these requirements? Many of them just learn things today and they begin businesses tomorrow. And after 1 year, the enterprise is closed, because if you are unable to produce a conforming product, you won't be sustainable in the market, because you won't get the customer focus that is required. That is what I can say. Focus should.
Thank you, Mr. Abubakar. I will take it up actually from your last point as I introduce our next speaker. Before I introduce him, I have a question for the House. If you work for the Ministry of Trade, do not put up your hand. How many of us private sector institutions have interacted with Uganas? No hands raised? Mr. Musafiri, you can see for yourself. There's one person who has raised, but I think more than half the room should be private sector. It's still an indication of a low awareness of what Uganas is doing and how important you are. So you're welcome, Mr. Musafiri. I will ask you again, like all the other speakers, to introduce yourself, introduce what the core mandate of Uganas is. And my question to you is, how can we make these systems of certification and compliance more, more simplified and more affordable? What systems have you thought in place that can make it easier for MSMEs, the majority in the room, to comply with this certification without compromising the credibility of the system? Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Jackie, and greetings to everyone. Richard Musafiri is my name. I work at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in the Department of Industry. One leg is there, and now I head the National Accreditation Services. As it was presented earlier, accreditation is one of the top pillars of our national quality infrastructure, which has been the missing link, but we have been getting accreditation services from countries outside Uganda. For example, from South Africa, Kenya, and other countries. And the cost of accreditation is quite high in those areas. That's why the ministry and government thought it is important to reduce the cost of doing accreditation in this country by making it national. That means you eliminated the cost of flying in technical assessors or experts from South Africa, from other countries, and we train our own experts. We have got engineers, we have got accountants, we have got medical scientists and all those. And they are capable. They only need to be trained on the standards. So that's why now we need to thank government that this unit is taking shape. And it is fully going to be supported to become operational, just first to reduce the cost of accreditation. Why do we need accreditation? International accreditation ensures that there's trust, there's reliability, and your certificates are traceable. And that is at the top level at World WTO agreement. In one of the agreements says, if your products are supported by an accredited body, then they must not be rejected. That means accredited once, accepted globally. So that's why this year, you can recall that we had the World Accreditation Day. The theme was accreditation to support SMEs' competitiveness to access export markets. So that's why Uganas is coming in handy to make sure we reduce the cost of accreditation. We make sure we make our SMEs go for global value chains. When you are accredited, you have that management systems. You can now enter in any global value chain. You produce here, you can sell in Japan, you can sell in South Africa, so that because all the regulation and conformity assessment requirements are being what? Being harmonized. So you are definitely competent. That's the reason why we need accreditation, like yesterday. At AFRAC level, Uganda is now an associate member at AFRAC level, and at AFRAC as a member, we are working together with African Continental Free Trade to ensure that we build capacity, we share the resources within the Africa to ensure that we have the experts to train other areas in other countries across the board. We ensure that we harmonize the standards and the conformity assessment procedures. That has been a big issue. I remember COMESA had come up with a program, especially when I had issues of rejections of maize, aflatoxin on that. There was a mutual recognition agreement which was coming out. I don't know where it has ended, but it has gone far. The main objectives is to ensure that trade within the continent should not be hampered by NTBs, non-tariff barriers. And accreditation is key to remove the non-tariff barriers. I think that's where we can help SMEs to cut costs.
Yeah, just a small follow-up. Can you explain to us what AFRAC is? Because I think the assumption is that people know in the room.
Thank you, Jackie. AFRAC is the African Accreditation Corporation. Its members are all the accreditation bodies on the continent. In EAC, there are only 3 accreditation bodies, the newest being Uganda's. The other one is Kenya, which is now 16 years old. Kenya is 16 years old. Ethiopia is just about 5 years old, Ethiopia accreditation body. The rest are down south, west, and then North Africa. Those ones are international recognition. So that Uganda is one of the associate members. Next year, we are after going peer evaluation by AFRAC, we will then attend full membership of AFRAC. And that's why we play a big role in terms of negotiation, in terms of harmonizing our conformity assessment standards so that we trade freely and increase the Africa intra-free trade share. Remember, they were saying we are still about less than 15%, but we need to go beyond that. I can tell you the number of accredited facilities, if you compare ourselves in China. China has 20,000 accredited facilities. Africa has 3,500 accredited facilities. We're almost the same size in terms of our population. You see how many times they have. Uganda has only 125 accredited facilities. So we still have a long way to go to make sure we support market access through accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, like I promised, I wanted you to appreciate the people on the floor so that you can ask the questions, what they do, and yes, can we give them a hand clap? All right, so I'm going to open up the floor to questions, and maybe as a first, I'll give my question while we look for, I don't see, oh, I see hands. Can we have a microphone to this gentleman? And while the microphone goes, I think one of the things that, just to clarify, maybe Mr. Abubakar or, yeah, Mr. Abubakar can take it. Maybe you can clarify to the room the difference or the difference between accreditation, what is happening with UNBS, and certification. So then, you know, we've talked about accreditation and all these institutions that are accredited. They will understand a little bit more if you clarify, because sometimes even the role between UNBS and UGANAS is marred. So if you can give us a little bit of that, and then we'll come to you.
Thank you, Jackie. The difference between accreditation and certification is that when we talk about certification, we are referring to either a third-party conformity assessment or second-party or first-party kind of assessment. When I talk about that, we have maybe an enterprise making a product itself, and it wants to verify whether that product is conforming to the requirements of the standards. That enterprise can either hire an expert to assess its processes or its product. That is first party. Then second party may be like maybe you have a supplier. You supply to your products, and that supplier is interested in knowing whether your processes or products are conforming to certain requirements. Then that supplier hires an institution to assess you. That is second party. Then third party is where we have an independent assessment, such as the government of Uganda through UNBS, assessing different products manufactured on the market to ascertain whether they are conforming to the requirements and give assurance to the general public that the products are safe and they meet quality requirements. That is what certification is all about. But when it comes to accreditation, now institutions or organizations that offer conformity assessment processes need to conform to certain requirements. So they have to be accredited. These include certification body, inspection bodies, and testing laboratories, just as an example. So the accreditation is basically providing an assessment against such kind of conformity assessment institutions to ensure that the services they provide are meeting the requirements of certain schemes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So they check the checkers, right? Yes, sir. Please introduce your name and then your question. And I'm going to take, because lunch is between us, I'm going to take the 3 questions on the floor, maybe one more, and then we'll call it the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On behalf of National Planning Authority Board and management, I really must say salutations to Minister of Trade and Industry and all the partners for what you have this very good roundtable today when we talk about the Tenfold growth strategy, and I can see it being operationalized here by reviewing the MSC policy and the standards, national standards quality policy, because it is with this that we can be able to really achieve. For us, we are saying the ATMs can only be, if enabled, we are talking about the role of the private sector. And we have said it is the MSMEs who are the engine of growth, and therefore whatever we are trying to do, even to consolidate the quantity, it comes from these smallholders, but we all know quantity must go to quality. And it's at that journey that we can even be able to access the East African big market and even the African continental trade. And therefore, for us, number one is, on behalf of the board, is salutations that we are implementing what we are speaking, and that working with you, for us who are in charge of the program approach, we want to emphasize one point. It is not only one entity. First of all, as government, we are doing it to enable the private sector. But it's also not Ministry of Trade and Industry alone. The other ministries, it is interministerial, it's multi-sectoral. Our role as NPA is integrated, and I'm very happy to see the panels which have been coming here are already speaking to that. And particularly to private sector, since I have a background as an export-import person who has been a tax agent, I've been in shipping. When we talk about, we have been trading more with the North. If we are going to really talk about integration and the trading within ourselves, the African market, the interconnection is very important. The decolonization is very critical. That's when we are going to say import substitution at a regional level at African level, but this time trading within ourselves, that should be the bigger picture. And therefore, standards become very important, because to penetrate beyond your border, you must meet the necessary standards. And that's why I find this policy review 12 years after when I was in Parliament, when I was chairman National Economy then, when they bring it now, it really confirms, because policy is not cast in concrete. Policies should be reviewed as and when is necessary. Now that even for us, by then we're talking of NDP 1, we are talking of NDP 4. It only makes common sense that we review the policy. As National Planning Authority, we want to give our commitment that we shall walk this journey with you. Apologies from Professor Pamela, who would have wanted to be here but didn't make it. We look forward to working with you. We have a whole program called Private Sector in our program approach of 20. So please, we hope we are going to engage all the programs related, including the trade and industry and all those programs related. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I have been given 2 minutes. I don't know how to split it. I'll give the two ladies 1 minute each, please. Just summarize your question in a minute.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm honored to be here. I stand on the existing protocol. My concern is competitiveness and quality. I want to give an example of rice. If we cannot even compete within the East African states, how far are we going to compete in the African continent? So my question is, how is the policy review today going to address this? There are very many, but because of time, I can't explain a lot. So I say we have upland rice in the north, and there is rice coming from Tanzania. And they have outbeaten us in our context. So my concern here is, when we are reviewing this policy, local content must be taken into consideration very seriously. Without that, even within the East Africa, our maize was returned from Sudan, our eggs were almost whether destroyed or returned in Uganda. This is just a small area. How are we going to have a change so that we Ugandans can compete beyond East Africa? My name is Megusanta. I'm from Gulu, and I'm into oils, seeds sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Santa. And it's a very important contribution. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I know I'm standing between lunch and myself.
Yeah.
So my issue is really with the micro and small businesses and standards. I've not seen UNBS offices in the rural areas, and yet most of the production is actually done by the small and medium-sized companies. How do we inculcate a culture of standards and quality when we don't have laboratories or places where the small and medium-sized businesses can engage interactively with UNBS? So as a recommendation, and I know that he might not be able to answer because he benefits from a budget that is already allocated to NPA, to the Ministry of Finance, if we are looking at infrastructure and promoting industry, can we invest money in ensuring that UNBS has physical presence across the country so that everyone else is not just listening to it as a gospel, but actually interacting with standards at that level? Thank you. My name is Jane Amuge Okello. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of the Huru Institute. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Ms. Okello. Okay, I'll just allow one more person, but please make it very short, and then we'll have a response from Mr. Abubakar, I think.
Thank you very much. I appreciate UNBS so much for what you are doing, but I just want to have this forwarded very much to policymakers. You know, the policymakers are the policy breakers also. in most cases. Abu Bakr has just said that you are instructed on a phone call that this, so you are confused. So take it very serious that whatever goes out should be okay. If you are instructed on a phone call, I wish you could go higher that, for me, no. Because that is what spoils our things when you are instructed on a phone call, even those ones that are coming. Then the other part is similar to my sister from, sometimes we cannot have laboratories throughout Uganda, but this physical viewing by UNBS is very important. You can really eliminate much of the things because they are physically viewed and you can physically see that this is good, this is not good.
Thank you so
My
much.
name is Okiror Adakun Lema. I am a pharmacist of Rene Industries, pharmacist in charge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know there are so many questions that we will not be able to take. I'll allow Mr. Abubakar to respond. I think it's one question, really. The other was a comment relating to, and I feel like we had already responded to it, but just to give it voice about the laboratories and testing facilities outside of Kampala.
Thank you, Jackie. We understand that we really have a gap regarding our presence in the majority of the rural areas. Currently, we have presence in 3 different regions. We have a region office in Imbarara, in Gulu, and one in Mbali. But you can assume if someone is operating from the West Nile, the burden in terms of transit from that region to Gulu, it's quite a distance. Now, there are some interventions that UNBS is trying to put in place. One of them being engaging their district commercial officers. And we really need to sit, and this policy review should put into consideration how we can institutionalize the collaboration between district commercial officers and UNBS, such that these people are always at the ground and they can offer at least the basic primary support to these enterprises. An example is giving guidance to compliance to certain requirements of the standards, facilitating them to apply, and a number of other things. And then UNBS is also proposing that consideration should be put in place, probably to enable procurement of should I call them mobile laboratories, if it is possible, and government can allocate resources towards such a kind of requirements, such that UNBS can probably operate what we call drives in different locations, and then probably offer the services that are required by the services by the public. Lastly, we always move. We offer trainings to MSMEs in rural areas. We offer technical guidance when we go out there, but I really understand we still have a gap in that as far as that requirement is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abubakar. I'll take that also as your final word. I'll give a chance to our panelists, each half a minute, because then, people will start yawning. Just your final word. And just to encourage everybody, this is the launch of, I'm being pressed, our representative for private sector wants to say something. Can I get a mic? But in the meantime, maybe is it a question?
No, not
okay.
A question. Thank you. Thank you, our fantastic moderator. As you may have already noted, and as I said earlier this morning, the issue of certification is a big challenge. MSMEs pay for certification, and it takes the delays that I spoke to. So, but UNBS is doing a great job within the circumstances. They are under-resourced, underfunded, and some of the issues are systemic. When you pay for certification, the money does not go to UNBS, it goes to the Treasury. And when we were engaging the Ministry of Finance, which we do every year, it's one of the proposals we made that the money we pay to UNBS for certification, most of it should retain for the purpose of certification. However, in the current circumstances, as the private sector and as the leaders of the private sector, we propose, and we've said this several times, that UNBS can focus on the standards and the principles, which is what you're very well versed with, and the private sector would be happy to partner in terms of having laboratories across the country, the infrastructure. So that's an opportunity we should explore so that we do not limit the growth of businesses. So we will be happy to support UNBS and the Ministry of Trade toward advocacy on especially funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I actually, I think I've heard of a resolution by UNBS to do a PPP before with laboratories to expand the reach to the less, the rural areas. But again, this is the launch of a review. So we're going to have more stakeholder consultations. A lot of the feedback that is coming in, even online, will be taken on board, and we'll have more of these at regional levels and all that. So thank you. And as the representative of private sector has spoken, they say you don't, as private sector now, the big drum has sounded. Allow me to give my panelists half a minute to give their final thoughts before we exit. Thank you.
Thank
yes,
you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Pimele. Market access issues would require you like a whole month of a workshop. So I will stick, I have quite a list here, but let me speak to two which are very critical in my view. We are still speaking here of the standards and all that, which are recognized internationally. But we have another big elephant in the room of private standards. Many of you here must have heard of what they call the EU deforestation regulations. All the regional value chains we are speaking about, if your product, be it beef, coffee, cocoa, tea, name it, if you are growing it or producing it on a piece of land that was formerly a forest, a natural forest, as of 31st December 2020, you are not going to be able to access the value chains exports to Europe. That's a challenge. What now? Those of you who are lucky to be deforestation free, you must certify your product. It's not enough to simply say, hey, well, you see, mine are deforestation free. You must be registered, you have a geospatial recognition, and it must be captured somewhere so that the EU can certify it clearly. So this brings us back to the need to grow our intra-African trade, because it is obvious that the market out there. There's another one called the CS3D, Corporate Sustainability and the Due Diligence Directive. It talks about maximum, minimum wage, human rights, all sorts of things. So the market is becoming stringent in EU. The last one is on logistics and transport. Someone mentioned it. I can give you an example. You can imagine for you to get a container inspected for the quality, to ensure that it is a food quality container. There is one company which does that, Bureau Veritas. People have come complaining that they can take 3 months waiting for Bureau Veritas to come and inspect and give them a certificate for them to use that container. If a container has come with, say, cement or fertilizer or something, you can't just open it and then wash it with the soap and you put coffee or vegetables or whatever. You must get a certificate to show that it has been certified as food quality. So there's a lot we need to work on. on our exports to reach the markets we need. That's why I said earlier at the start that this discussion may need a month seated here, and I'm sure SB for you will be able to do that. Thank you so much once again for putting this together, and we really appreciate everybody in the House for your very helpful contributions that will make us and enable us move our job forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndore. And SB for you, alongside all the other partners, we're happy to work together to reduce this gap. Mr. Katunji. Yes. Please, your final remarks.
Okay, thank you so much. Two things. One is about standards, and knowing that if we are to access markets, leave alone standards for our own good as a country, if we access markets, then there is no shortcut around standards. We have to work on standards, and we should look at standards not only as a cost, but an investment. So when we invest in standards, then we reap benefits. Second, since the House is full of private sector and SMEs, I just wanted to reiterate our commitment as of ZEPA for supporting the SMEs. And in that respect, much as we are a new institution, but we have in place a full-fledged division that supports SMEs. And with me, let me introduce the man who is there specifically for SMEs, such that the private sector can have a chance of interacting with him. Please give him headaches such that he supports you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Katunji. Finally, but of course not least, Mr. Richard Musafiri, your final thoughts.
Thank you. My word will be simple. Accreditation will be a game changer in terms of strengthening our national quality infrastructure. It will make it complete, and then it will make sure we reduce the cost of accreditation to our certification bodies, to our testing laboratories, and to our inspection bodies. One of the areas, one of the key achievements we have made so far, Uganda has got a training arrangement with Kenas where we are next year we are going to start doing joint assessments. And the joint assessment, part of the assessors are coming from Uganda, and that will start dropping the cost of accreditation down. Eventually Ugandans will take full charge of it. So that cost will be saved. Two, we have signed an MOU with the Gulf Accreditation Council. They came to that because we missed as a country to export beef to Qatar during that World Cup. So they said, can we help you, your institutions, so that halal certification bodies are accredited, because that's what that market wants. The Middle East market wants an accredited halal certificate supporting those ones. So those are the areas which I think we should go together and have collaborations with. Lastly, I know we talked about the issue of awareness. Accreditation being confused with certification. We need to do more engagements, and I can assure private sector, the reason why we want to push that accreditation fast is to make sure a number of the quality infrastructure activities like test calibration laboratories, inspection bodies, and what should be accredited by Uganda so that we participate together. So I think we need more engagement. With that, I thank you, the supporters, for funding this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Musafiri. Please give them a hand clap as they exit the stage. Thank you very much. I would also like to hand over this heavy podium back to the MC. Thank you very much. You are welcome to exit. Oh, photo moment. Okay. Yes. Still. Okay.
Can we appreciate the moderator and her panelists? Thank you so much. There will be a photo moment. These usually are very, very important. It's a form of accountability, first of all, For your supervisor, if you're like of Zepa, you must show the boss, I was there, sir. I represented you extremely well. And for the others, this is usually where you shine on social media. And so look up the platforms, look up all the social media platforms for Ministry of Trade. That's MTIC_Uganda and Uganda_gain. Both of them are live tweeting and they're sharing our conversations this morning. We are at the halfway point, ladies and gentlemen. Do not tire, but I won't hesitate to now invite you to lunch. So please go have lunch. I recommend and request that if everyone is in the room here at least by 3, we should start the next panel. So mine is to request my moderator for the next panel, and I see it's Patrick himself. So Patrick, you will be moderating our first panel after lunch. So please be here at exactly 3 with your panelists. Since we are streaming, those online can enjoy as the rest have their lunch and join us. But it would be nice to have everyone back by 3 so we can start the next session, so we can then close at 5. So see you at exactly 3 p.m. Bon appetit. right, we would like to start. And since we are live streaming, I must prepare my technical team for the live streaming session. So welcome back. We're trying to recover a bit of time, and I'm glad the first panel is available. But most importantly is to just let you know what's coming in the next few minutes. And this is for our virtual audience that is online, and we want to appreciate them for staying with us through the day. We have both a live stream audience and also stakeholders who are on the Zoom platforms. And we want to appreciate you on behalf of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and on behalf of their co-conveners, GAIN. We thank you for staying with us. If you're just joining us, you missed quite a bit of conversations and, of course, engagements on standards, but more specifically on how we can position ourselves to be more competitive. And you also did miss the launch of our good governance guidelines that was done by our Undersecretary and all the key stakeholders, GAIN, UNBS, the European Union, and of course the Kingdom of Netherlands. And we want to appreciate all of you for staying with us. So we're now quickly diving into our very first session on building competitiveness or competitive enterprises, enhancing productivity, corporate governance, and digitalization, IP, and innovation capacity. And this session will be moderated by our very own Patrick Mugisha. And I'm inviting you to use our chatbot. It's a live chatbot. We have a lot of information already generated on the chatbot. I think in the very first panel discussion, we took a couple of questions from the chatbot, but also we'll use the screen live in front of us to share some of the comments and questions. But you can also leave a question and comment in our Zoom comment section. We should also be able to capture them, but also I know the Secretariat is capturing these questions, and we can be able to pick most of your feedback for our post-conference engagement. But more specifically, we have a QR code for those of you in the room on the agenda page number 2. And that QR code will take you straight to our policies, but also allow you to participate in our survey. So on behalf of the Ministry of Trade, we'd like to encourage you to join us and share with us information as you can based on the survey guide that we have provided on the QR code. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite Patrick to come and invite his panelists to join him. You have, starting now, exactly 40 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon once again. Did you enjoy your lunch? Did you have a drink as well? Awesome. Next time it will be better. Yeah, it's just a start of what the future looks like. So, the next panel discussion, as quite spelled out by the MC, is on building competitive enterprises, enhancing productivity, corporate governance, digitalization, intellectual property, and innovation capacity. I never do my panels in a question-answer approach. I always want the panelists to be so free and to let them fly. Because if you limit them, they may not tell you what they really want to say. So, I'll be having the first panelist, that's Mrs. Janet Bugembe from JBT. Mrs. Janet Bugembe, you're most welcome. What I know about her is that she's a corporate governance expert, but also she's a former banker, right? Yeah, you're right. Then we've got my colleague, Comrade Dennis Ainebiona, the Commissioner for Industry and Technology, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Commissioner, you're most welcome. We also have Mr. Dyson B. Okumu from the Institute of Corporate Governance, Uganda. Sir, you're most welcome. Karibu sana. And we expected someone from Ministry of ICT. I don't know if he's still in, a representative from Ministry of ICT. Is he around? Ministry of ICT? No? Okay. So, in that respect, I'm actually going to give an opportunity to a private sector player to join this, this discussion, because this is someone who has built an enterprise that is competitive, and definitely key learnings from him will be quite ideal. Mr. Ajit, allow me to introduce you to this panel. Let's just hear your key learnings, and it could help us and other MSMEs on board to appreciate what this is all about. So, that's the panel that I have for you this afternoon, colleagues. And just in a nutshell, no one starts a business and desires it to fail the next day. But it happens. It does happen. It's very normal. It's very normal. And we've seen very, very successful businesses that start, grow, and scale. They start, grow, and scale from their local, where they started from. Tomorrow they go to the region. The next time they're the continental space. The next time they're a global brand. All that is competitiveness, right? And the ability to build your intangible worth is also an opportunity for any MSME or any large enterprise to expand its territory. So, I'm going to give each one of my panelists 2 minutes. 2 minutes, I mean 2 minutes. Talk about yourself, pitch about what you do, and focus should be the 2 anchor policies we're looking to review. Why do you think is going to be your contribution based on your expertise that you bring on board? 2 minutes. I can add 1 extra minute for your sake. I'll start with a lady. Mrs. Janet, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Patrick. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite difficult to talk to people after lunch, but I pray that we're all in sync. My name is Janet Navuga Bugembe. I studied banking and finance, but I am very, very passionate about corporate governance. And I run a mentorship program called Journey to the Boardroom, and another one called Journey to the C-Suite. And why mentorship? And how does it loop into what we have been able to discuss today? Many of the previous speakers have been sharing a lot of pain points, especially Grace, the fish girl. And what was going through my mind is, if we had access to affordable capital, if we had market, if credit could be given to all, small businesses, incentives, if certification was right, would we still have businesses that are growing? And one thing that went through my mind is, how about the internal structures that we have as businesses? So this is where my passion of corporate governance comes in, where you set up systems and structures to be able to support you to build your business, even way after you're long gone. So why corporate governance? Why is it very, very important to have strong, diverse, and skilled boards to support you. It is very important because you are going to get skill set. I usually tell the entrepreneurs that you are able to get skill set at minimal cost. I would imagine if everybody in here, especially the people who are here in the morning with all the skill sets that you have, you were able to go out and volunteer in just supporting one SME, you would be amazed at the difference that we would have in this country. So it's very important to make sure that you set up systems and structures that are going to protect and are going to voice the shareholders' interests, especially when it gets to corporate governance. Then maybe something else. We are here to update policy, and it's good to have good policy on paper, but the actions. And the actions are within the systems and structures that we put in place. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Dennis Ainebiona. I work with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives as a Commissioner for Industry and Technology. I want to, before I get to answer your question, I really want to thank the organizers and the partners, but more so, all of you who have spared time and come to be with the Ministry of Trade at this critical point when we are discussing or reviewing the MSMEs and the standards and quality policy. Commissioner, thank you so much for mobilizing this. Now, what do I do at the ministry? I'm responsible for the industrial policy, and our industrial policy, the main thrust is to increase value addition. Value addition for what? Value addition for creating jobs, value addition for import substitution, value addition for increasing exports. But why I'm so much excited and to be part of this engagement is that the biggest percentage of our production are micro, small, and medium enterprises. And also the serious bottleneck we have for us to be able to trade is the issue of quality. I have been around. I was part of the process that developed the MSMEs policy. I was also part of the process that developed the standards and quality policy. So I really want to thank God again for having kept me, and I'm also available when these two policies are being reviewed. In the first place, when we developed the MSMEs policy, the thrust at the ministry and in the government was to bring out, because everyone was talking about MSMEs, but how do we bring out MSMEs and everyone understands their issues? And so we did that, and we also moved as a ministry to put up a directorate of MSMEs. We wanted to single them out, having appreciated that they are a key component in production, in trade, and going forward. So today, the prominence has been given. But the question now is, at the stage we are moving to be competitive, the MSMEs in Uganda must be able to appreciate that you're operating now in a global environment. And we are competing with other MSMEs from other continents. But what is still coming out is that when you say you are an MSMEs, you're a micro, small, and medium enterprises, you are looked at as somebody with limitations. This is what I want us to brainstorm on going forward, and say that being small does not mean that you should not be able to compete.
Yes.
Being small does not mean you should not be able to compete. I've had an opportunity, and many of you have had the same. You've traveled to countries. When you go to Japan, MSMEs, they are the thing. They are the ones who are driving the economy. But in here, when we talk about SMEs, you are lacking ABCD. So I want to urge all of us to support SMEs, and SMEs in Uganda should be running at a fastest rate than the others if we are to be able to compete. And so when I talk about why the standards and quality policy? Again, in 2012, the thrust was, how do we create awareness? How do we bring the prominence of the standards and quality infrastructure? Allow me to give you all this history, because I have come to learn that if you have been around for a long time, you need to give information, otherwise your reason of being around will be useless. The thing was, how do we analyze the whole quality infrastructure? And at that time, our standards quality infrastructure was largely comprised of UNBS. It's one which was marshalling almost all the functions. But I want to say that today, the functions are now, UNBS is still doing standards, it's doing metrology, but in terms of conformity assessment, the area of testing certification, today everyone can attest that there are a number of stakeholders involved.
Exactly.
Today as a country, having put that policy in place, everyone now understands why do we need standards. But the question is, at the stage we are in now, how do we ensure that compliance is smooth and moving forward? I'm happy the accreditation is now on board. Yes. The person who is seated next to me, in 2012, when we came up with that policy, the next thing we moved was to amend the UNBS Act, and that was done. So now everyone is aware, and I think even within the government, support is being made to ensure that we increase support to the quality infrastructure institutions. So what am I going to do now in the role I'm holding as the Commissioner for Industry is again to ensure that the standards and the quality components are integrated in the whole industrial policy. The SM is, I'm looking at them to be able to link with large enterprises, to be able to produce some of the inputs, and to be able to create the jobs, but also to engage with the different partners and be able to implement some of the things that have been innovated, and also what they have also been produced to be able to be commercialized. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Commissioner Dennis. Mr. Okumo, you had one of the most exciting institutions in the country. And every time they say, oh, there's mismanagement of funds in an institution, oh, the bosses are fighting, oh, everything, it goes back to the issue of governance. You have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. As I introduce myself, I am first of all very proud to be here, and thank you for inviting me. My name is Dyson Bosco Kumu. I am the CEO of the Institute of Corporate Governance of Uganda, and I am particularly happy to see my son here, Mr. Makula. Can you raise your hands up? Mr. Makula is my son. I got him from university when he was still a graduate, not yet graduated, trained him, and then he got a job with the Ministry of Trade. And I'm very happy to see him here. Mr. Makula, I'm happy that you come to hear your dad talking about governance. Thank you very much. Yes. Now, coming back to the point, corporate governance. Simple. It is the mechanism by which an organization is directed and controlled. Many MSMEs are scared when they hear about governance. I am here to demystify it, that governance is for everybody, it's for every institution, it's for every entity. Even if it is a one-person business, you need governance. You need the way you direct your company and the way you manage it. And those are two different things you must be able to do. Why do you have to do that? You have to, first of all, make sure there's ethical culture in your business and effective leadership. And therefore, don't mind about all these big things they're talking about, the board, and whatever, those will come later. Start with documenting everything you do. All the policies you make, you document them and you review them and then you monitor them. That is governance. But ensure that at the end of it, you are doing your work ethically, you are effective, and finally you are legitimate. Your legitimacy is about your acceptability. The services you render, the products you produce, are they acceptable by your stakeholders? Once you are doing that, you are already on the road to governance. And we are here to support you. What are we going to do? Particularly my office now is working with the Ministry of Trade to draw an MOU so that we can bring for you a simple guide of how MSMEs can run well according to governance principles. We are not going to subject you to King 4 report, to OECD. These are for big companies. So we want to filter those ones down so that MSMEs also have some guide, corporate governance guide, which can make them last for long. I thank you for now.
Thank you so much. That just tells you the change, the wave of change that the Ministry of Trade really wants to impact Uganda's economy. I think everyone here, ever hearing corporate governance for MSMEs was a tall order. You thought corporate governance is for the big boys, stand big. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned a brand. It's not good, I'm sorry, but you know, stand big. I like their brand mantra. They say, stand big, bank, it's okay, I'll remember it. I like their logo, their slogan. Yeah, no, yeah, I remembered it. It can be. Do you know that after the advert, stand big, blah, 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 it can be. Such a claim, yeah? And then another one says, here for good. It's a big claim. So as an MSME, what claim can you make to determine your existence beyond yourself as a founder or a co-founder? We've got a real case scenario here. A real private sector player, a big one, not a small one, in the agro space. Maybe him sharing 1 or 2 key lessons as far as the practicability or what has been the secret to their longevity in the private sector space. For more than 20 years now, it's something that each one of you, if you're an MSME, 1 year old, listen now to the big boys. Be humble and learn. Mr. Ajit, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon for everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be a panelist in this discussion. It's an honor to be in this panel. My name is Ajit Prasad. I am representing Britannia Allied Industries. He said the longevity. Britannia is established now. Next year we are going to be 35 years. Yes. So we
Clap
are proud
for
to be. We started with a humble beginning of making bread in 90s, progressed to make biscuits. From there, we went to produce packaged juice, one of the first plant which was producing aseptically packed juice in East Africa was Britannia. And then we progressed to make other products like tomato sauces, flavored drinks, all those things. But what I want to really stress on this one is, from initial stage onwards, we always try to support the local farmers, local producers. Whenever it is possible, we try to procure it locally. The importance of that one is, through local support only, you can there is a lot of auxiliary services to another industry. So if you support the local industry, then only there is a chance for auxiliary industry to develop. And along with that one, we also try to support local skill development, how it is possible. We always encourage the local training centers like institutions to send their people for their vocational training. So we have that culture of training people, so that now we can say that so many institutions have people who worked with us. So that is something we actually cherish. That is something we actually like to have. And in this context, when we are making the policy decisions and changing the policy decisions, one of the things I like to stress is like, catch them young. Like, we should have some, the wealth creation mode into our educational system. We should inculcate that particular culture into the educational system, so that everybody coming out of the institutes, they are not looking for somebody to employ them. Instead of, they should be looking at employing somebody else. They should develop a small industry where they can support another few people. That is the type of policy we should develop. Then in the discussions also, there are so many discussions come up, like how an SMA can be qualitative improvement can be done. They have to do testing of their product, assess the product suitability. All those things, they need testing labs. So, one of my suggestion is like, we should be having incubation center in different places, where there will be a chance for the people to get trained, as well as to have testing facilities. We can say that we have something near our place like URI, Uganda Industrial Research Institute. There you have a chance to test your product, or if you want to start with a small type of production, you can do it from there and test your market and then develop it. That is something we can think about in the new policies. So these are some of the suggestions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've heard from the successful entrepreneurs and what they're really advocating for. We called you here to get your views, right? What they've mentioned is enough. Let's go to the floor. Now, questions? It's Q&A now. Q&A. If there are no questions, it means you are content. I'll give you another chance. I'm very patient. Questions? Reactions? No. I'll give you another round. Now, online, how many? I can't see this. Now, this one seems to be the ones for the previous. They may not be touching directly to this. No, it's okay. There's no problem. Let me just, my dear panelists, you've got, again, 1 more minute now.
Okay.
What are the take-homes? What should we leverage on and maybe pick as key interventions in these policies in respect to building that entrepreneurial competitiveness? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our take-homes. While my colleagues were sharing, I remembered one of the gentlemen who wrote the Constitution of the United States of America a gentleman called Benjamin Franklin. He mentioned that empty the coins in your wallet into your mind, and your mind will fill your wallet with more coins. As we are working towards reviewing these policies, I believe that us, the entrepreneurs, those who are running the MSMEs, should work on ourselves as individuals to acquire knowledge. What does it mean to set up structures? And I would just like to give you a few ideas. One of the programs that I'm running, just like I've mentioned, Journey to the Boardroom, one of our focus areas is supporting SMEs. And after going through the program, what we do is we volunteer our time as a class to go and support an SME. And I'm glad that one of the gentlemen, Albert, we are serving on a board of an SME, and we are supporting it to put its structures in place. So it is very good to come and discuss, but I think the most important thing, either at policy level, we have to go out and take action. The second thing that I earlier alluded to was getting support, getting advice. You as the owner of the business, you have to step out, come out of your comfort zone and look for help, you know? And I mentioned earlier that it's very, very, we have a lot of resources. When you're setting up a system, a structure, look for advice. Look for people who are very, very good in these particular areas that you're looking at to support the growth of your business. For example, get a lawyer friend, you know, who can give you legal advice. Look out for somebody who is very good in accounting. I love the fact that my colleague here, Mr. Okumo, has alluded to the fact that when people think about corporate governance, they think about big institutions, boards that you must remunerate. No, it doesn't have to be that way. You can look up a group of people who, from time to time, you consult, you ask them to support you. And remember, these people are competent, but then you're not going to be paying them money, or even if you have to give them money, it's not a lot. So I would like us to go out there and support. I'm speaking from perspective of mentorship, supporting people who need the help. Even as we are putting together all this, at the end of the day, good governance is very, very important. I would like to say that in this world, there is no luck. In fact, the word luck in full is labor under correct knowledge. So people you call lucky, those big companies, they have actually put in the work to become where they are, or to become what they are today. And maybe the rest of us have made a call again, offer your expertise. You are good at what you do. Just like the commissioner said, from 8 to 5 you're working. Can you put in an hour to support a small, medium, enterprise, to support them, because you have the connections, you have the knowledge, you have the platform. Many of us have platforms. We are working for big organizations, and in that way we can be able to put the controls, we can be able to put the standards. Above all, we can be able to put the structures in place to support these SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm told there was a question in the audience. Mama?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Immaculate Nakamia from the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. And Uganda has its Technology Achievement Index standing at 0.157. I'm just asking, is it possible for Ministry of Trade to help the science, technology, and innovation side move that chain of the innovation pipeline to improving the Technology Achievement Index, so that also our Global Innovation Index goes higher? Thank you. Or gets much better.
Thank you. That one has been noted. Mama?
Thank you very much. Once again, Santa Joyce is my name. I want to insist until government and everybody accept that local content is important. I'm talking about these women in the market and the vendors. By the way, this business community or traders, they don't die on their first birthday. They live on and on and on. But fairly, you find a woman buying 1 sack of mukene. Next year, again, 1 sack of mukene. She's still in the market. I want to address the Commissioner, Dennis. Have you thought of including these people in the policy development? Are they there? That's my question, number one. Number two, you see, when we are talking about policies, again, I want to go down to the local content, meaning to say, these are the majority in the in business corridors. Do you put eyes on them? Do they matter in policies? Do these policies protect them, regulate them, or give them hope that they can move from 1 sack of mukene to 2 in the following years? So, and in policy, in this Uganda context, there's a lot of politics in it. And there's also political interference when developing policies. My concern here is, how long are they going to remain like that? Are they going to stay there until Christ comes back? They need to move. And it is you and me who are fairly enlightened to give them hope. So include them if it is possible. If you don't, trust me, we are coming back here with the same. Because I've seen this book here. I went through them. We are not included because I'm also still in the micro. Thank you very much.
There's a gentleman there behind.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, MTIC, for inviting us and all the partners. My observations will go to Commissioner Dennis. This is the Line Ministry. I am from Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. There are large observations and the compliments if you want to build, to support the MSMEs. You see, even at SMEs, small, medium enterprises, while my association starts micro, and the current policy in the definition includes both formal and informal, which means informality is not a problem, but it's a necessity. Because the micro enterprises, normally family businesses, incidentally, which many of you sideline, we all come from such families, and they are the micro. If we sit down in office and load it over them, we forget the sacredness of the family one. Those are citizens of Uganda, even registered in marriage, that gives them a leeway to do business in Uganda. But if registering them is what makes them citizen, then the two, they are going to conflict. Now, Mr. Commissioner, if we examine the definition, I think it can go also a long way to help us how we can support them. Mother and father have a duty to look after their children. But government is seeking to get revenue from them. Government is not going to pay school fees, no the medical bills. My observation here is that we should still categorize them. And you see, even the people who will take that enterprise to another level could be their children. But what I want to say is that we should really examine how we can define and categorize enterprises. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. The MC has given me only 5 minutes. So your questions are going to be taken, but they may not be responded to because of the next panel, but we're happy to receive them, to have them captured, and respond them online or as we continue in the subsequent panels. So I would request maybe the next panel, you can dive in and try to chip into that particular question. But sir, first, then madam, please. That man, and then we conclude.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Borrowing from the names of the conveners up there, the questions are people that we need to ask ourselves. SMEs, MSMEs in gainful trade. That's number one. Two, the standards that we are setting, can we be able to cascade them across the board? And then three, we need to ask ourselves, at the end of the day, can this SME export to the Netherlands?
Yes.
And if we answer those questions, it will bring us down to examining universal practices as governance and how these people run their businesses. And my question goes to the conveners and the trade. Are there specific trainings where we're going to lift the veil and speak to the vision bearers of these organizations, of these SMEs, and speak to them, building capacity in their levels of governance, in their appreciation of principles, and also in the systematic running of the organizations? Thank you so much.
Asante. Madam, Dr. Gudra, give her, then we close this.
Yeah, listening to what Jane was talking about, I remembered my own story. As I was growing up as a business, I wanted to be compliant, but I couldn't afford. It was difficult for me to employ an accountant. It was difficult for me to even have a board, all those things. Based on my problems which I faced, I said I wanted to do something. What we are doing is a virtual board. We are supporting youth businesses with virtual boards, and we also have what we call shared services. You can access an accountant, you can access a human resource person, you can access someone for your monitoring and evaluation without employing them in your business. Today, I'm number 508 medium taxpayer in this country, but I had to go through a lot of pain. There was a time I was everything, accountant, procurement, everything. So most of these small businesses cannot afford the professionals, even when they want to be professional.
Thank you so much. What Dr. has just said just resonates with technology. If today you've got a virtual assistant, I repeat, today you've got virtual assistants. So could you rethink this bit of corporate governance where AI also takes center stage to also be able to provide that kind of skill sets that you really want? It's a machine. It's trained to guide you on any corporate governance related schemes. Maybe we may need to think outside the natural persons and maybe embrace technology that could be easy to adopt and uptake to support us, because you won't pay a machine money. Maybe you'll subscribe for software, maybe for $5 per month, and you're able to get these services on board. We may need to think about this innovation at its best. And colleagues, allow me to close this panel. Please, thank you so much, my dear panelists. They are all here. They are not going anywhere. Please have one-on-one engagement. And after this, by the way, there's going to be a networking session. Can you please build more rapport with the panelists? Please. Thank you very much. God bless you.
there is a photo moment for the panel. Can we appreciate Patrick, Commissioner Patrick and his panel? The best part, as he mentioned, is the networking, and we're trying to recover a bit of time to allow you to stay here. I guess the hall, because sometimes you have a conference the next day and they must take charge of the hall immediately, could be hours until about midnight. And you could also book accommodation for yourself, not at the cost of gain or the Ministry of Trade. That's at your cost. You could stay with us. But the conversations are very important, and I'm glad we still have the country director again, and of course our vice chair of PSFU, they're still here. And so they may take charge of the networking session after the forum. All right, so let's dive into our next session. And this is where, I want to appreciate Patrick. Of all the moderators, not to spoil it for Jacqueline and Sandra before, Patrick is the only one who exceeded his time by 5 minutes. All the others took 20 minutes extra from the allotted 5 minutes. So I mean allotted 40 minutes. So allow me appreciate Patrick for doing a good job, because he's managed to manage his time. And I guess because he's the conference organizer, so he has to manage his own time. He understands the politics at play with all stakeholders. So I want to quickly invite Kasa Tesfaye. She was, yes. And Kasa told me over lunch that she's really good at keeping time, very good at keeping time. And so her session, and I'm worried for the panelists, you really have to speak like a journalist. You must be extremely precise and to the point, because time is not elastic for journalism. So Kasa, over to you. No pressure. You have exactly 40 minutes starting now.
I have my time. Thank you very much, MC. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. As our energy is still in the room, I think we're diving into more in-depth discussion, and I think all our energies and focus are also in the room, which is really appreciative, actually. Our next panel would be more of a continuation of what Patrick was moderating. We'll be dipping a bit in depth in terms of what do we need to support MSMEs to have quality of work, but also decent work and productivity. So I'll be leading this session. My name is Bethlehem Kasa. I work as a program technical officer with the International Labour Organization. Before I call on my panels, allow me to say a few things to set up the tone of our panel. We have said that since morning, MSMEs are actually the backbone of the economy worldwide, but also here in Uganda. Someone said earlier that 90% of the economy is contributed by MSMEs, so they're very much part of the economic force for exports and job creation as well. But across sectors, there are some challenges that still remain, including low productivity, high levels of informality, skills gap, limited access to finance, and employment relationship that are often unprotected or unclear. And this consistent limit really all right. The challenge really limit enterprise growth and also affect the quality of works available within these sectors. But also I want to pick up from the previous question that was raised from the floor, where we say MSMEs are not a heterogeneous category of groups. We have them in terms of sizes, but also across sectors. So the challenges, the opportunities they face is very different across sectors and depending on their size. And it's also the same for the jobs and the employment opportunities that they create. At the ILO, our global experience, as well as our experience in Uganda, demonstrates that decent work and enterprise growth are mutually reinforcing. So when enterprises adopt fair labor practices, invest in skills development, ensure safe and healthy working conditions, and engaged workers through dialogue, productivity improves, competitiveness increases, and businesses become more resilient. This is demonstrated in the different policies of the ILO as a normative agency. So one of them is the ILO recommendation 189, which focuses on job creation in the small and medium enterprises, which provide practical guidance for policymakers. So I think that would be a very good tool to improvise in our MSME revision exercise coming up. But also here in Uganda, we have the Decent Work Country Program, which was launched by the Ministry of Gender and by the President actually in Labor Day this year, which has three key pillars and priorities, including promoting shared prosperity, strengthening human well-being and resilience, and advancing social dialogue. So I think based on these anchoring principles, which are closely aligned with the decent work principles, we will explore in this panel how we can practically integrate labor provisions and some of the ILO standards into the MSME policy and support programs. So with these few words, allow me to call our panelists. First, we have Jonathan Nunda from Mental Health Uganda. Please, let's give them some energy. We have Enoch Mutambi from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and the Department of Labor. And then we have James Makula from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Do we have James? Oh, you're here. Okay. All right, thank you very much for all the panels. Can we give them a hand again? Good. Okay. I've also been told that we have another panel member, Andrea. Thank you very much. So welcome all the panelists. I think we'll be together reflecting on key areas and questions regarding to how can we support MSMEs to increase their productivity, but also improve the quality of work and employment opportunities they create. So I will, I think, first start with the Ministry of Gender as the main line ministry, which is in charge of all labor issues and decent work and productivity. Also an ILO tripartite governing body. Maybe you can tell us a bit about, in the process of updating this MSME policies and frameworks, from the labor perspective, how can policies be more effective to integrate decent work principles and occupational standards to ensure that both decent and productive employment are created? So maybe you can start with the question.
Yeah, thank you, Kasa. Once again, my name is Enoch Mutambi. I work with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I'm a work-based learning specialist in the ministry, and we promote work-based learning at the place of work. I'm happy about the invitation, and particularly as we review and revise the two policies, the SME policy and then the other one. As a ministry, we feel there is a lot of contribution we can make to this policy. But to be specific to her question, the decent work principles. The decent work principles are based on 4 pillars. One is the right to work, rights at the place of work. The other pillar is about employment creation. The other pillar is about social protection. The other pillar is about social dialogue. Social dialogue is about consensus. In whatever you do, you need to build consensus between the government, the employers, and the workers' representatives. Now, based on these pillars of the decent work principles, the policies can gain a lot if they are based on these principles. Take an example of the SMS policy. The SMS policy can borrow a lot of leaf, and in most of the measures in the policy, we can actually include the decent work pillars. That, for instance, as we revise the policy, we refer to every measure and say, does it adhere to the rights at the place of work? Of course, the conditions of SMEs, and many of them knowing that they are informal in nature, of course, there is a lot to be desired. But we need to always look at the measures, the policy measures, responsive to the rights at the place of work. For the people, those small people in the workplaces, in the markets, it is possible to have the decent work principles, rights at the place of work, for instance. Social protection. There are simpler social protection measures that can be adopted and included. If we go to, for instance, if we go to the quality assurance, UNBS, for instance, could also look at when, for instance, they are developing the standards. Are the rights of work included? When there are, for example, issues of Q mark, if you are going to give a quality mark, then you need to go beyond the other infrastructure facilities at the place of work and go into the conditions of labor, the occupational standards. Maybe this is a maize producer who would like to have a UN-based certification. The quality, the infrastructure is very good, that's okay. But how about the rights at the place of work? How are the workers treated? How about the environment? How about the social protection? So we need to look at all of these and be able to integrate them into these policies. And it's possible to integrate them. Issues of OSH, the occupational safety at the place of work, they can be also critical. We look at them in all the measures that we integrate as we revise these policies, we should be able to include them. She also talked about the issue of productivity, and productivity for us is key, because we cannot talk about improvement of conditions of work without talking about productivity. People who are in business are looking for money. They want profit. If productivity is low, they will pay a low wage. If productivity increases, that's when they can be able to increase the wage. So for me, the issue of productivity is so critical for this country. It's so critical for the SMEs. The SMEs are the dominant force for this country. And as long as the productivity for the SMEs remain low, whatever transformation we are talking about will be in vain. It cannot be achieved until we. So what we need to do is that we need to integrate issues of productivity in our policies. In the SME policy, we need to see how can we improve the productivity of SMEs. There are quite a number of measures we can integrate to make sure that we integrate the productivity issues in the policy of the small and medium enterprises.
Thank you very much, Enoch. I think you mentioned very, very critical points. But most importantly, when we talk of the policy environment and ecosystem, again, it goes back to working together as line ministries as well. So in the morning, we were talking about a lot in terms of quality and the quality standards, the harmonization between UNBS, URA. Now we're adding who? The Ministry of Gender in this picture, because the measurement on occupational safety and standards, rights at work, are also very critical for productivity. But also, before we go directly into compliance of the small and micro enterprises, we need to support and capacitate them to reach to that level of compliance. So the productivity is also very, very key. Thank you for your inputs, and any questions, please put them in the AI chatbot, or we have maybe a chance to ask one or two questions. With that, maybe I want to go to Jonathan, because earlier Commissioner Patrick has introduced you and said, why is a mental health institute in this forum? So maybe we need to go a bit in depth just to understand when we talk of occupational safety and health, especially nowadays after even the COVID experience, mental health and psychosocial well-being are increasingly recognized as the core components of decent work. And in the Uganda's MSME context, how can we be more intentional to integrate mental health support, stress management, psychosocial risks to support enterprise development strategies, especially when we don't have dedicated systems within the lower levels of the micro and small enterprises. So maybe you can tell us a bit about that and some of the strategies we can use.
Yeah, thank you so much, Beth, and I'm happy to be on this panel. I don't know if Mugi is here. I really wanted to address a section of colleagues from Minister of Trade, because then if you're going to review the policies, some of the recommendations really, they need to be present. But I also see the Vice President of the Private Sector Foundation, and then I think other key players. When we got the invitation, we took time to surely scan through, the policy, MSME policy, and of course, with experience, it wasn't only just written in the old policy, but even in the experiences really show that a collection, the gathering of, a community like this one, there are two things that they would think of. One is business, profit, yeah? Failing the business may not really be part of the game plan. But I think it is just the right time to think about things that could really come up as a result of a particular business, failing. And one of the things that, before I talk more, but one of the things that MHU has really committed is to provide the first draft of a section in the MSME policy that speaks about mental health and well-being of the business community. It's really critical that they started to think about their mental health, because we are seeing very beautiful faces, ladies dressed smartly, men dressed smartly here, but down there, they're battling a lot of situations which they cannot really showcase here. But because of the experience, we can really see, we've seen cases of suicide coming up because probably URA has gotten hold of someone's business. We're seeing suicide cases. We're seeing a lot of gender-based violence happening within the business community. And I'm telling you, we are here smiling. Remember the case of Katanga? That's one example that really, stands out to show how the business community is suffering. And so we need to surely be deliberate in informing some of these policies. When Commissioner introduced MHU in the morning, he actually asked, you might ask why mental health is really important in this discussion. And I want to thank the Commissioner so much for, for having a very wide vision. And he's so passionate about mental health. And our prayer is that all of us will get to be passionate about mental health. When Mr. Trump banned US aid, we got a number of phone calls in the call center, people who had lost their jobs. And the question was, what do we do in a situation where you lose your job? Of course, depression will kick in, GBV will kick in, but I want to mention that we received over 800 calls on the helpline, people who had lost jobs, and then also the secondary survivors. Like for instance, I lose a job and then I'm battling my wife calls. He phoned me because he lost his job. So that is something that we need to be critical about, and also need to embrace, the existing, support structures. Of course, since morning, we've not had anything to do with, health, but I think it's just coming up on this panel. But I think we need to be very critical and intentional in addressing issues to do with mental health within the private sector. Sarah, at the beginning of this year, one of the things that we said was that we want to penetrate the private sector. And we wrote a letter to the ED of the hotel something of Uganda. In following up, the PA said, he said, let her look through and see if she can give you time. And for us internally, we say this was a time bomb. The other day, we saw someone from Skies jumping from the hotel, falling down. You understand? And so we're thinking, how can we support the private sector? It is not the money that we're looking for. We've got the structures already in place, but we want to support them to see that if you look the money like I look, but I put a disclaimer. I don't have the money, but it's because I've thought otherwise about my mental health. Yeah? And I'm telling you, look at this here. Yeah? Look at his size. He might be, having a lot of stake in Britannia, but he could be spending sleepless nights. And all of us here, we could be, looking so brilliant, but we are grappling with WhatsApp messages. Please don't call me again. Don't call me again. But then we are here talking about MSMEs, the private sector, but we have something hidden that we cannot show, but we need to make sure that if we're to create a decent workforce, if we're to, create, workspaces that are really favorable, we need to be mindful of the mental health state of our workers. Before I finish, Beth, the people in this room are the CEOs, probably, the board chairs. But then there's someone who really does, you know, a lot of work for you, that is the person we are mindful of. If they are not well catered for, money cannot come in well. If it comes in, of course, you have a lot of trust issues. The other day, our profit was this, now it's increased, it's decreasing. What's the problem? It's because Jonathan somewhere fought with the wife. The wife wants money, so I need to pick in the drawer to pick some money and then sort an issue that I'm grappling with home. But in a nutshell, the contribution that MHU is willing to make, actually tomorrow our board is meeting because we committed to provide the first draft on what we think should be in the new policy. And our prayer is that some of these recommendations really be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you have really went in depth in terms of to tell us what the current context is like, especially when we all are, I think, circled with different stresses, economic, political, social. We want our workplaces to be as conducive and as comfortable as possible and have a human-centered approach for enterprise growth, but also investment within this sector. I think you touched upon a very critical point. We have what we say in ILO work-life balance, but that's easier when we are in a formal setup of employment. But we said that majority of our businesses and SMEs are functioning in the informal sector. So formalization and going from informal to formal would also support in creating conducive work environments, but let's also be mindful of the humanity that we work with, which also contributes back to productivity. Which means that we're also, as company owners and middle and higher scale enterprises, our profit and productivity would also increase when we have a happy workforce working alongside us. Thank you very much. So with this, I think I also want to give the floor to Andrea because she recently conducted a research on the similar area, but more specifically looking at women enterprises and some of the connection with mental well-being and health. So please, Andrea, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, and greetings again. If you were to ask me about this intersection between MSMEs and nutrition, I talked initially about the contribution of MSMEs to the food system, but I think there's a second big area, and that is the role of MSMEs as employers of women. So when we talk about nutrition, and again, I'm going to primarily talk about those first 1,000 days, right? Because they're so critical for laying that foundation for all future achievements. There are some very well-known care practices that are required, and those are care practices in terms of infant and young child feeding, and those are also care practices in terms of cognitive stimulation that really need to be done during those first 1,000 days. And when we think about those care practices, there's certain resources that are needed in order to provide those care practices. At the very basic, it's knowledge, right, about what are these practices that contribute to good nutrition and good health and good well-being. But there's also the time and the attention that a caregiver needs to give to a child in order to provide those care practices, right? And so we think not only about what are the practices that are required for children, but also what are the resources that are required for a caregiver to provide that care. So part of this is mental health. Mental health is a really important part of that. Another is time. The time that a caregiver has to give to that. So the MSMEs as an employer of women, we're again thinking about their dual role, right? Their dual role as caregivers, but also as income generators. So this linkage, though, between mental health and care practices was really the driving motivator for this study that I mentioned earlier that we just finished in Kawempe. So the goal of this study was to look at maternal mental health and its influence on early child growth and development. And as part of this study, we looked at really what is the prevalence. So all of our participants were mothers of children 2 years or under. The first question is, what is the prevalence of mental health conditions? We were expecting, based on the literature, something around the prevalence of about 20% of mothers afflicted by depression. What we found in Kawempe was a prevalence of about 50 to 60% of depression. These are really, really high numbers. So I think that the key thing that I want to get across here is just, when we talk about mental health, we're not just talking about severe mental health conditions. I know there's a lot of stigma around mental health in Uganda, and when we talk about mental health, I think what people often think about are the severe mental health conditions that people go to Budabika for, and we're very scared about that. But there's also this level of mental health, which are common mental health conditions, which afflict a really large proportion of the population. And so keeping that in mind. So when we talk to these mothers in this study about, what are the causes? Well, so first of all, even just talking about mental health with these mothers, trying to translate questionnaires from English into Luganda, because that's the population that we're speaking with. We don't even have the language for mental health here. We really struggle to translate. How do we ask questions? What is it? What do people interpret as mental health? What do they think of? And we just don't have the language for it. And so a lot of this is just raising the awareness around what mental health is, building the language around it, being able to talk about it. But when we ask them, what are some of the causes around this? The first thing that mothers will mention is the stress related to income. They have responsibilities for feeding their children. They have responsibilities for paying for school fees. And all this creates a lot of stress. And so it's work, the ability to work. They want to work. They want to bring in that income. They want to be able to create independence for themselves. But we always have to remember this dual role of women, not only as income generators, but also as caregivers. And so this comes into some of these kind of more formal policy-related issues around protections for women. So they need flexibility in their work hours, because as someone mentioned earlier, that they need to pick up children at the end of the school day, but also breaks for breastfeeding. Breastfeeding in those first 1,000 days is super important, and they need to have the flexibility to be able to do that. Also, support for childcare. So are there other members of the community, when a mother is working, who can provide high quality care for children while the mother is working? So if she is separated. So things like that are really, I think, an important part of this conversation that we need to be considering. Again, considering that the role of SMEs as employers, not only in general, but especially of women. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea, and I think I'm grateful for the ministry as well, also including academia in this conversation, because policies, when they're made based on evidence, that's where we see real changes, or informed by what's going on. And I'm still surprised by the number of 50 to 60% are going through mental health issues. And looking at our culture, these are some things that are not talked about that often, but really affects our day-to-day life, but also our productivity in our self-employment and within the MSMEs, enterprises that we're establishing. So I think this is really a key area that needs to be discussed and act upon more thoroughly. And I wish we had the Ministry of Health in the room as well, because they are also very central to this conversation. Thank you very much for those very good insights and reality checks for all of us. Okay, having said that, maybe now I want to go back to Mr. James Makula from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative. We listened to maybe some of the decent work principles, the rights at work, the mental health, the occupational safety and health, women, children, inclusivity within this policy areas as well. And earlier from the floor, there was also important questions that were asked. Have the different groups have been consulted or would be consulted in the process of reviewing, which will inform the review process. So having that in mind, I want to pose the question in terms of how the MSME policy being a major economic instrument, how can the Ministry of Trade can integrate the decent work conditions such as fair employment, skills development, safe working environments, inclusivity into the revision and enterprise support programs. That will be one of your questions, but I'm going to follow it up with the interest of time with another question, is that informality, it's a reality that we are working with, but the aspiration is to go from informal to formal to curb some of these decent work deficits. So what would be some of the incentives, platforms, reforms that we can consider to support MSMEs to transition from informality while maintaining their competitiveness and improving working condition? It's a bundle of questions, but over to you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Starting with the second one, the incentives to enable formalization to be expedited by MSMEs. First of all, we need to intensify awareness creation when it comes to tax policies. Many MSMEs are not aware that if they submitted zero returns, they will not be eligible to pay taxes. So I think one of the incentives, if I may call it that, is for URA and the Ministry of Finance to work with us and the local governments to create awareness about who is eligible to pay taxes. Because one of the reasons why they don't want to be registered is that fear to pay taxes. Then the other is we could phase it. We could have a stage of business registration free of charge. Now that stage would not enable a company to qualify for a loan, but it would be known by government that it exists. So that the second stage of registration, which will come maybe at a cost, is that stage when a company, which if a company registers, will enable it to access procurement opportunities and finance and other services that come with formalization. The other incentive we could, and we are trying to come up with, is establishing workspaces for these MSMEs, where eligibility to operate in such SME parks or Bobo centers is to be formalized. So for me, I think if government worked around that, I would definitely have businesses formalized. The second question, I propose that you please say it again.
Okay, maybe the other one is just looking at what we have spoken. How can we integrate the decent work conditions such as fair employment practices, rights at work, skills development, safe working conditions within the policy, and how can we address it within the policy but also the implementation of this policy? So if there is any thinking from the Ministry of Trade and Industries in that, but also emphasizing inclusiveness. We talked about women, we talked about vulnerable groups, people with disability earlier. Those are the questions that were raised, so if you can respond to some of it as well.
Thank you very much. How do we integrate inclusiveness? At the Ministry, to make you aware of this, we have a Gender and Equity Committee, which I chair, and we have a draft strategy, which we intend to use it to guide our policy implementation. And we intend to promote inclusiveness by capacity building of private sector associations which can go deeper to their members, because as you know, as a ministry, we are thin in terms of staff. We can never have enough staff to cover all the private sector. So we intend to work with associations of the private sector in many of our endeavors to promote inclusiveness in the implementation of our policies.
All right, thank you very much. I think those are the practical ways in terms of why the process is taking shape. So we hope to be involved in these different processes so that the different experiences and learnings from the ground can also be accommodated. Okay, with that and considering our time, maybe if there is a question from the audience for our panelists, yes, we can have one or two. I see a hand over there. And I see a hand over there at the back. Oh, now they're increasing.
Thank you very much. Melinda Joseph is my name. I am representing Uganda Small Scale Industries under UZIA, and I'm the chairperson of Kampala SMEs. Just like the gentleman from my mental health, what he has said, I think the SMEs, we are facing a lot on this, and most especially coming from the issues of tax. Recently, I had a meeting with different members from Kampala, and one of the issues they have is taxation. There is no unified way of taxing these SMEs. And today they have the withholding tax issue. Then tomorrow, when they are trying to offload and unpack their products in different centers, let me say they are in Kampala, their cars are taken because of 40,000 shillings. When they want to go to Wakiso, still they have to pay the 40,000. Before you know, they have to limit themselves in what they are looking for the market. And by the time they finish a month, actually they are not in their mental state. And this increases a lot of their mental health issues. I think we need to ask when this policy is made, to think through this consolidation of the tax issue. Can we have a way how these taxes can be consolidated and make it easier for SMEs? Because we want to actually contribute to this growth of this economy. Then number two is on the issue of consulting. There is one lady who shared something that SMEs could, they should use these opportunities of consulting. I think now I want to speak as an SME, but also the person who has worked in the community on empowering people on these issues of doing business. The truth is, if you look to these experts to support us, they cannot support you if you do not expect you to give something different they need. If I want to get a lawyer to come and support my business, maybe on legal framework, whichever it is, they will first look at what am I going to contribute to their financial gain or somewhere else. They will never help you until your name is sounding somewhere. So this still continues making SMEs fail to grow. And I can tell you, these are the same stories that we meet when we meet these people. In Kampala and UZIA, we have over 300 SMEs registered as members. Just know that there are more than 2,000 in Kampala who are not even registered with UZIA. But the same problems are happening. So I think this process should look into those issues, because the biggest issue is not SMEs failing to comply, but how are they supported to comply? Because we want to actually to stand, and this increases the mental issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Then gentleman here, and then one hand from there, and think then our panelists can respond.
Thank you. Isaac Msinguzi from UFZEPA, Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority. I think in the new policy, this is directed to Mr. Mtambi. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I think, needs to do more in terms of supporting a labor database. There's a bit of a challenge in accessing information on the kind of, first of all, the labor, and then breaking that down into small, micro, medium, and all, even the large enterprises. Yes, we have the Human Resource Development Plan accompanying the NDP4. There is the National Labor Force surveys done, but can there be a database that if you want real-time information, the policy is housed in MTIC, but the Ministry of Gender, given their mandate, must support that. Thank you.
All right. So one hand to the...
Yeah, I have this one group of communities in northern Uganda. They are not few. There are over 20,000 maybe. Sorry, maybe the figure is exaggerated. That were in conflict. They were abducted, and majority of them are women. And my contribution goes directly to Ministry of Gender. Some of these women were abducted at a very early stage, contracted HIV/AIDS, have got bullet splinters in their bodies up to today, and others have got children without state. A Minister of Gender, have you ever thought about having these women supported? And now that we are reviewing policy, it is important that we consider them because they have mental issues. And many are dying one by one, almost every day. So, have you ever thought about them really? Thank you.
Okay, you can pass it to your neighbor, so we have a balance.
Thank you. I'm Annette Nsimire. What I want to ask, it's not different from what other people have said, but when we talk of mental health, and one of the causes is normally financial strain, when you look at things that have been happening in our country, I've always heard of bailouts for big companies that fail which are collapsing. Like, for lack of a better word, I can say companies which are failing. But when you look at research of MSCs, SMEs, many of them survive up to 5 years. Very few of them. Many of them collapse within between 1 to 5 years. But I've never heard of any bailout for those small companies, even when people are crying. For example, the other day we had floods in downtown here, and many small people, no, they are not small people, but I can say small businesses were affected. And actually, I hear people have even gone to court. But as you review policies, it would be good to consider how do you bail out small businesses. For example, those people who lost their businesses, do we have policies that support them to recover? Maybe if we have policies on recovery funds or emergency grants for those businesses that have been affected by maybe talk of natural disasters or such disasters happening. Also, maybe for other reasons, but you see someone has the potential because people actually start with very good ideas, but you find on the way, financially, they cannot sustain the process and be able to grow up to maturity. So can we have policies that support those small businesses and also look at recovery? If someone was already somewhere, do we have policies on how we can support them to recover and get back to the line? That's one. Two, someone talked of mental health. We know that when such things are happening, actually even people collapse and die. And you said you are willing to support them as a mental health unit. I would want to know what programs, like say, you have for them, and how have you done like mapping to know that these are the problems that these people are facing, and probably you don't wait for them to lose their heads, but you have measures in place on how to prevent such things from happening early enough, maybe training programs on how you can support people with small businesses, or in that category we are talking about, on to see how do you support them before they reach the level of running mad or whatever, losing their heads. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for the questions. I think for those who have not been asked, please go to the chat bot to pose your questions, and we will consolidate and provide feedback. For the interest of time, apologies, sir, but we need to move on. So there are very interesting questions that have been asked, mostly in terms of mental health that comes from financial strain, fragmented tax policies, and some of the systems with URA. There is also questions regards to what are some of the initiatives where people can go and seek support. And then we have questions regards to consultation process with MSMEs and micro and small enterprises in terms of developing different policies that really addressed to them, which also relates to social dialogue and dialoguing, what's the importance of dialoguing with employers and workers at the pillar of developing policies. And then questions regards to labor protection and labor databases. So if you can just respond to the questions that concern you, and then also give us a concluding remark within one minute. I will give you all the floor. We can start with Jonathan, Andrea, Enoch, and then we conclude with James Makula.
Okay, thank you so much, Beth. In the presence of Sarah and Commissioner Patrick, we shall support the MSMEs through means of trade and the private sector. So just know that something is coming through those organs. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would like to donate my 1 minute to Jonathan to respond to what are the services that are available to that question. I think it's a fantastic question. It was one that we dealt with as well in my studies. So please, I would love to hear more.
Oh yes, because I realize now her question was now going to open up how, then of course I would go into our statistics at the helpline, show this. But I'm thinking to provide meaningful feedback. We shall provide a holistic, program for the private sector, and we shall go through the ministry and the private sector. Rest assured, the services will reach you. But we have a number to call in case you think the rope is the solution. The number is 0800 212121. So when you call, you reference me and say, Jonathan gave us this number. They'll give you a service. Okay? Thank you.
Great. Thank you for sharing your contact as well. Enoch, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. The first question about coordinating, taking on a coordinating role, yes, I take it, and the ministry is currently working on a comprehensive program on labor, because labor is so critical for national development, but in a way I think we have given it a lip service. We are working on a comprehensive program on labor, and we are going to reach out to everyone. We believe in social dialogue. Then on the question about this unfortunate incident that took place in northern Uganda, they abducted, the government has put in place quite a number of programs. Because the question was whether we have ever thought of quite a number of programs, NUSAF, Dr. Deep, and quite a number of them. Me, what I think is a challenge is the reach. We have undertaken a number of programs, we have tried, but we have not reached everybody. And I think that's where the challenge is. So if we can increase access, but in terms of attempts, we've done some work, and we are continuing to do more work. And then lastly, on the policies that we are talking about, when you go to the SMS policy, the issue of inclusiveness, the current policy is well treated. I think in objective number 7, there's a lot about gender, about people with disabilities and others. But the issue of productivity and the issue of integrating the decent work principles are the two areas where we need together to do a lot of work together with all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Enoch. Over to you. James.
Yeah, thank you very much. Given the so many questions that were raised to Mental Health Uganda, I realized that there is need to enhance awareness creation on mental health, especially to the private sector. If a businessman, for instance, gets to know that his or her employees have mental health problems, they might chase them away, thinking they are mad. So there is need to make that clarification between mental health, madness, insanity, all that. Secondly, me as a trade promoter, I urge all of you to at least create an enterprise of any size for yourselves, because that's how we shall develop our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that this was a very good discussion, but I feel like we're only scratched the surface. There is a lot more to unpack, and I think a lot more consultations with different actors needs to be applying. But it reaffirms that the conversation we had today, that enterprise growth and decent work go hand in hand. And on behalf of ILO, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to our panelists for your valuable insights and contributions. But also I want to extend that the ILO remains committed to support the Ministry of Trade in this process, but also work with our main line ministry, the Ministry of Gender and others, to have a very inclusive but decent and productive MSME landscape here in Uganda. Please give a round of applause for our panelists, and thank you very much. I'm on time. Yes. Okay.
I'm not so sure I can say anything when you're still here, so I'll allow for the photo moment, for our panel. Can we appreciate our panel, ladies and gentlemen? It's usually the difficult one, especially if it's the fourth panel. So we'll allow for those photos to take place. As I just run you through a couple of reactions, especially from Zoom, and if the digital team could also share the chat box comments, just for the audience that's here in the room to be able to appreciate that we are very digital. Engineer Gideon Oloka, and I really want to thank you, Engineer Gideon, because you've been very active and proactive on the platforms. And you say issues of mental health at workplace and the early childhood growth are both grounded in low wages at the workplace and poverty at the household. There is no amount of discussions capable of stopping that until productivity and household poverty challenges are fixed. Patrick, are you sure you have the muscle? Yeah, you see? I was wondering. Good. And we also have Deogracias Sekasi, and Deogracias, again on Zoom, thank you so much. How are the policies going to respond or cater for the problems brought about by COVID-19? For this has consistently increased mental health to the business owners as they didn't get recapitalization. Thank you, Engineer Gideon and Deogracias. And we have several comments from previous panels. Paul from the Pearl of Africa, thank you so much. We have also from an earlier session, I'm looking here at if there's any other person, but both Deogracias and Gideon have been extremely active on the platforms. We want to thank you. I want to quickly ask that we will not have a panel. This last section or session is not really a panel, but I'm going to invite our Assistant Commissioner to come and just really share with us what would be his quick suggestions around financing. And as I do that, I was just trying to see whether there is some comments in the chat bot I could pick out. I think there's one. UNBS ED mentioned earlier that MSMEs do not participate in standards development and review. Probably there is a communication gap that needs to be closed. Invite those MSMEs earlier enough to attain their active and meaningful participation. I agree, totally agree. We have, who else is here? My name is Grace Loyo from COFTU. My proposal is when reviewing these policies, have clear provisions in the law that spell out decent work and operations of the vendors at the park streets. And many times they chase them by KCCA and confiscate their products, yet some of which have been borrowed on loan and can lead to the stress and death due to the fear of loans borrowed and, of course, products taken and the loss. We could read on and on, and we want to appreciate our chatbot community for these comments, and we want to thank you so much for your contribution. All right, so let's quickly do this. I want to invite to the stage, because this is the last particular session before we close, I want to invite Johnson Abitekaniza. Is Johnson here? Yes. Johnson, you're allowed, because you have a few minutes just before we close, just to run us through what would have been the discussion around financing, the future, innovative mechanisms, and sustainability, lowering of the cost of capital for the medium, small, and of course, micro enterprises.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, members, for being resilient up to this time. I know some people have walked out, and but it's an issue which I know, as they were discussing other things, I was overhearing some people talk about the same topic along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Johnson Abitekaniza. My 8 to 5 is responsible for training and business skills development. And along the way, I have listened to a number of things being discussed. When we talk about sustainability of enterprises, you heard somebody alluding to how can we make them sustainable, grow and be competitive, meaning that our scope of business development services to provide need to increase and be better. Now, I can give you another analog. I know some of you have participated in cooking. You know, in the morning you can have cooking oil in the kitchen, but without meat or beans or any other type of sauce. And at the lunch, you expect sauce. Who of you would go to such a kitchen and find sauce if you had only cooking oil in that kitchen? Is anybody who has any? Who can find a sauce at lunchtime when he left, or he has just put, he has only cooking oil there? I'm yet to find one. And that's the analog we use for financial resources in a business. Cooking oil is a seasoning, and therefore the money is needed at every stage of your business. So, but unfortunately, for most MSMEs, when you ask them for their problem, that's why some people were even asking that this should have been discussed in the morning, because they thought that was very important. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you, if you understand the other bit of your business, then the money is the oil at every point of that business. Now, I want to take us to another direction. That what is it, that kind of money? I know business people have told me that they want patient capital. However, you have seen money given by government through the parish development model, through MIOGA, through the COVID recovery fund, agricultural commercial fund. All of those funds are there, but people have failed to access them in the way government would have expected. Meaning, one, can we find a way of being prepared? And the role of preparedness in having the money being used for the right things is very important. Two, for small businesses, we can leverage on numbers. Therefore, you need to be members of cooperatives. I saw UCA and the UCAFs around the table, and the various other cooperatives. You can be members out there to leverage on how you can easily access financing for your businesses without getting big hurdles. But if you are a small person, a small business person, and you are not leveraging on numbers, it would become difficult. Now, I may want to make a comment. Do we have anybody here less than 30 years? Can I see the hand? Hello? I see there are people who want to put their hands up and they are fearing. Oh, they are not very sure. Now, I had wanted to give an opportunity to somebody in that age to tell us how we can leverage on the digital platforms to access finance. But now that I have not got a hand, somebody's somebody's trying, eh? But the person is only holding the chin. So, but what am I saying? Right now, there are various platforms that are digital that can enable people get money for their businesses. They are in two forms. The other day I was talking with somebody and he said, the money is here in that space. Those who are looking for grants, angel investors, they can get them in that space. But there are these systems that are where they are lending money. The unfortunate bit is that most of us are not trustworthy. As we go digital, we need to be more what? Trustworthy. You have seen a situation where you want to send somebody money, and the person is saying, don't put on that number. I want to put on, I will give you another alternative number. So if you can default on somebody who lent you without knowing you, what about the others who lend you money? Your level of trustworthiness is a problem. And these days, uncles have stopped giving money. Uncles and aunts are not giving what? Money. Implying that for every micro, small, and medium enterprise, you must increase your trustworthiness in order for you to be trusted to be lent money in other places. So, but that's why he said, as these platforms are coming in play, and the young people want to use them, those who are defaulting are creating a problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to say, on the side of government, a number of regulations are there to be able to reduce on the cost of money, to be able to reduce on the challenges you get in terms of regulation. However, we need to prepare ourselves well for every kind of money that we are putting into our houses. I happen to have grown in a village where there was a certain type of cassava which you would not eat fresh. So even if you left at home people who are very hungry, you do not need to buy that kind of cassava for their lunch. So I would want to caution the entrepreneurs out there. Not every money is for you to use in your enterprise. Somebody may be dangling it down for you to use, but part of it is as bitter as that cassava that I would not eat fresh when I was young. You need to put cushions. In other words, can we manage our risk of accessing the types of money available to us? Bwana Moderator, I would want to still say that we have a long way to go. I have listened into the discussions and realized that at every stage, our business development services for each of these things we have been talking about need to be evolving also for every type of enterprise. And we may not afford to give a one-size-fits-all. Those who are around the room and are in that space for financing activities, somebody who is going to UDB does not need the same rigors like the one who is going to the savings and credit cooperative. And we are yet to understand how these other modalities we have put in place as government are really leading to either the sustainability and growth of the enterprises. I don't know whether there is one or two people who want to say that bullet that I have not talked about that would lead to sustainable financial access for MSMEs. Do I have that hand? And I believe in one other thing myself, that we look forward, go positive. If you are about to go to read from Lamentations, I would request that the hand gets lower, because when we are talking about money, at times people tend to do what? To lament more. I have seen two hands. Is there any other? Please, give her the mic.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we are looking at solutions for MSMEs financing.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for giving us this opportunity and sharing your ideas. My name is Caroline Atim. I work for GAIN as the Gender Divisor for Africa. My addition to yours, and this is what GAIN has tried to explore, is engaging the university. especially in their internship program, whereby we have tried to address that by encouraging students to go to the low-level MSMEs and put in their knowledge in order to increase, like to help the SMEs address the challenge of being, getting the consultants, which are expensive. So the student goes in and helps to design what are the standards needed for your product to be accredited or to be certified. And this helps them to journey with the MSME until they are able to do. So with that, the MSME is able to get finances because it's able to have a certified product. So engaging the academia through part of their internship program, I think would be one of the sustainable game changer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You see what she brings in? I said you need financing at different stages, and you can use different models of financing depending on what you need the money for. Are you picking that? Even for the entrepreneurs online. There was a hand somewhere in between there. Can we have the solutions you people are suggesting for the entrepreneurs at their different levels of growth?
Oh, thank you, sir. You talked of some money which we should avoid. Now, I want to add on what she has said. She has talked of looking, tapping into the universities and encouraging students at a young level. I would think that we need a multi-stakeholder capacity building framework to support MSMEs in terms of like bring different brains together, like she has said, academia, bring other institutions like we have technical vocational institutions. We have young people who do real-life projects. Actually, I happen to be one of the assessors of those projects. And many brilliant young people come up with very good ideas. And you find they have come up with their ideas. They have a product they are working on. But you find they are not supported to be able to go beyond the prototype stage to the development level where they scale the product to the market. So if we have a framework where we work with academia, we work with other people, individuals who have brilliant ideas and can have products, and be able to support them as government, as financiers. When I talk of multi-stakeholder, I'm looking at bringing even banks on board or financial institutions and be able to help these people in terms of accessing finance, but also in terms of training. Some people may have ideas, but even they don't have financial literacy. So we look at building capacity. Okay, you have an idea, but support or even have incubation hubs. There's someone here from STI, partner with
please
even STI,
find a way of summarizing
and make
a bit.
sure that these ideas are developed up to the level when these products can be scaled to the market, and even supported in terms of marketing and being able to get buyers for these products. Thank you very much.
Okay. As I wait for another hand, I can be telling you something that happened to me 2 days ago. Did I tell you that I also deal in agribusiness? I may not have said that, but along the way, I sent some people to harvest my beans. Because I was having a meeting yesterday, I sent my son to go with a tarpaulin. He reaches the farm. The person there looks at the tarpaulin and decides to put the beans on the ground. Now, as she comes out, they finished the beans, loaded them, bring them to the house. The young man started struggling with the dust. And yet the buyers of the beans were ready. I had bought the seed at 3,000, but the person who was willing to buy was at 2,400. Now, you see the challenges of the MSME we have been talking about this morning? It's not about the money, but it's about the awareness of the person on the ground. Even after seeing the tarpaulin, the person has decided to say, it's quicker for me to do it on the what? On the ground, but you are contaminating. You get that situation. And now, issues of, why I'm talking about issues of buying. When I bought the seed, it was 3,000. The people who are willing to buy from me were at 2,400 yesterday of beans, Nambale, well-colored, fresh. What am I talking about? Financing for our businesses at times need contracts that you can depend on. Because if you have been able to get a market, you have got a contract, that person can easily finance and at times do pre-financing. For those of you who have worked together. So, is there any other hand so far? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to, because I'm not seeing any other hand, I would want to say the formula of financing needs us to be dynamic, just like the sector would be. Our brothers, like the uncle here they introduced, maybe his factory would be willing to take on maybe some starch or some cassava or some fruits. If anything, he can be willing to pre-finance. But how organized are you that you will promise him good quantities at the end of the season, or even respect supplying him after he has advanced you money? We have seen those situations. Somebody advances you the money, he has given you cheap financing for your business, but at the end of the season, you don't want to supply, you sell it to somebody else. And therefore, you end up losing the money that would have enabled you to survive. Is anybody who has any questions so far? In this 1 minute before I hand over to Maurice? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I still want to end with the advice that as we put together all those kind of things of growing our business for sustainability, can we think of the various proper models for financing of these businesses? I thank you. Maurice, over to you.
Can we appreciate Johnson? At least let's appreciate Johnson. I really worry when I see we've lost 90% of our people to but honestly, if there was a medal, we would give this to, I think, Damali, next time let's have a medal for everyone who's stayed. So that, like at the marathon, the moment you finish on the finish line, that's when you get a medal. This would be the perfect gift to give to all of you. You've done extremely well to stay with us. And really, again, on behalf of the Ministry of Trade and on behalf of GAIN, we want to appreciate you for being with us the entire day. I walked in this room at 8 a.m. And there's a lovely young girl at the back who was here at that time, and she's still here. I think I would have started with her, to get her medal. So I'm surprised when Johnson said where those who are 30 or and below, and she didn't raise her hand. I said, but she looks like she's 22. Anyway, I'm also happy that we have had a really comprehensive conversation around building our competitiveness as a country, but being able to support the different actors along the MSME line. We had all the stakeholders here since morning, and it's only right that we allow our country director again to come and close this, because I know I've lost half of the people who are here to tea, and I don't want to lose the next half to the tea that is waiting, because they have seen us taking some tea. So I'll invite Ms. Damali Sali to come and close this. After this, I'll just open it up for networking. You can pick your tea and come and join us in the room, and let's continue having these conversations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day, and I really, really hope that it was really fruitful. From my side, I've been really interested in the conversation, the discussions that we've had, and in the co-creation process. And I wanted to emphasize this fact that the Ministry of Trade has been quite innovative in ensuring that the co-design, co-creation, before the policies are actually made, there is a consultation, and this is one of the first of the consultations. I want to thank the Private Sector Foundation Uganda for being present the whole day, Ms. Sarah Kajingo. We really, really appreciate that. You've been here from the morning, until the end. I want to thank Christine Mugoya, FCDO, which is also here and has been present throughout these discussions. I want to thank all the development partners, the delegates, all of you who have been here. And I don't want to forget our online participants. I really also want to thank you. We don't see you, but we will see you because we will go back and review exactly all the comments that you've been putting down. And some of your comments actually made it to the floor and they have been discussed. I feel that Ministry of Trade, I hope this continues where the beneficiaries, the stakeholders for whom you do the policies for, are actually engaged before the policy is designed. And this is a wonderful approach. We really appreciate it, and we hope that this stakeholder co-design, co-creation process can also go regionally, because this is in Kampala. We really want Ministry of Trade going to Arua and finding out what exactly the stakeholders there want in the MSME policy. Go to, Tumbale, go to Mbara, Gulu. So it's important that it's really from the bottom up, but also spread across the entire country. So we really thank the Ministry of Trade for taking this approach of engaging the stakeholders before a document is done. As GAIN, we are really grateful that for this particular process, we are here as enablers or supporters to just see that we support the process and catalyze it. We are in a way just building a bridge between the stakeholders to make sure that the policies that we look at, especially as critical as these policies are, the MSME policy and the standards policy, that we ensure the private sector, government, development partners, all civil society are all engaged in the process. So as GAIN, we are here really to ensure that it's evidence-driven, all the stakeholders are involved. We are really just an enabler, and we're really appreciative to see this process as it has taken place today. We hope it is absolutely replicated, across. So in closing, I just want to thank also the partners, the collaborators who've collaborated with us in this particular process. That is the Kingdom of the Netherlands. We really thank that. The International Trade Center, the European Union, Ministry of Trade, UNDS, SB4U platform, the MSMEs that have come into this room, and all the delegates who honored the invite and are here. I really want to also lastly, give special thanks to the GAIN team that is here. I don't know how many of you are still in the room. GAIN, please stand up. Where are they? Okay, they are there. The GAIN team. You haven't seen much of us, but we've been around. And I really want to thank the team, because this wouldn't be pulled off without the team that's behind us. My special thank you also, lastly, is going to be to the Commissioner, Patrick Mugisha. Really, stand up. You really helped us to pull this together, and we're really grateful, and we really love this approach that the Ministry of Trade has taken towards policy design. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the networking.
Can we appreciate Ms. Damali Sali, ladies and gentlemen? We want to appreciate GAIN once again, ladies and gentlemen. So this is it. We are done. A lot to take away, and I could run you through what, for me, were my key takeaways. But there is those that really stand out. And I'm glad both Patrick in his initial opening statement around how we can work together to deliver on this tenfold growth. It's everyone's agenda, everyone's mandate to support the tenfold growth. The conversations we've been having, and it's key, and GAIN has been very instrumental in ensuring we had this conversation today. And for everyone who's been working with Patrick and Damali behind the scenes, some of you are not here. We appreciate you, because we know you're there digitally and virtually, so we want to thank you. The team from the Ministry of Trade, the team from GAIN, as Damali did mention, but all the other stakeholders from the EU, the Kingdom of Netherlands, and of course, SB4U, ITC, we want to appreciate you and thank you so much. My last call to action will be, we must have evidence that we were here at the end of this forum. And so I'll invite all of us, please come. We're going to have a very huge group photo here. including myself this time, since I've not appeared in any single picture. There is a link to all these pictures, and if you want access, it's available. You're able to share with your different stakeholders that you were part of this catalytic conversation. So may we invite our VIPs, Ms. Sarah and Damali plus Patrick. The rest of us will come and join you. Ajit, please come. Kasa, you should be here very quickly. Please come. Every single person is here. You could call this the only medal that I would have provided you if I had one. Oh, yes. And there's a really great team that has been doing the rapporteuring. Where are you? We really want to appreciate you. The rapporteuring team, where are you? Because you're very important. We know you're somewhere there. Thank you so much. We really want to appreciate you. Thank you so much. And before you leave, if you can, Patrick, go and take a picture. Leave me to do my work. Before you can you ensure you leave us at least a sound bite? We have a recording booth outside. During the networking session, please come and leave us a sound bite, your quick takeaways from today's conversations. Right outside where the main board is, there's a camera ready to take your video, and just a quick takeaway from our conversations today. It would be nice to capture your voice and video and picture, so you are with us for this very first conference. And it would be nice to get your comments. So in case you are one of those very shy people who don't like to speak in public fora, we can record your voice and video outside. If anyone wants to be helped up, we are happy to help you come up, because you will be seen in the picture up here, all right? It's very recommended. Cameramen, do let us know where the boundaries are, so I can get as many people up here. And let's smile, because this is very evident. I am coming to the picture, don't you worry. I now see they're still sorting modalities. If you're having tea, you're going to miss our photo. Please come. You can pick another cup after that. Please come. Cameraman, just let us know where the borders are. Who do you need to move? And ensure the chairs don't appear in our picture, because this is a very, very important picture. All right, delegates, please smile. Smile, yeah? Smile, and it looks like it was 7 a.m. this morning. All right, can we be a bit more exciting? All right, cameraman.